Hello everyone, my name is Numan Iftikhar and welcome to the course on building solutions and applications with ChatGPT. Now this course is very structured. We'll first go through the introductions, we'll then quickly get into a crash course on OpenAI and ChatGPT. There are some key concepts like prompt optimization, tokens, temperature, what's the difference between OpenAI, ChatGPT, and GPT-3 you need to know about before we even start creating and integrating ChatGPT into our technologies. We'll then go through environment setup, and this is actually very important because again, not everybody knows what we are doing here, and we need to make sure everyone has a good baseline. But at the very beginning, we need to set up our wrapper API correctly. We'll create a serverless wrapper API with ChatGPT. We'll create a wrapper function in the Azure functions that will go over OpenAI API, so we can actually communicate it with it one-on-one. Once you do that, the possibilities are endless. After that, we learn how to actually integrate ChatGPT with different platforms. So we'll have a section on, for example, how to integrate it with Outlook, with Power Apps, with Bubble, with Teams, with Airtables, and so on and so forth. Finally, and probably the most exciting thing is we will create full real solutions and applications with ChatGPT. Talk about some further readings as well and how you can take your ChatGPT technology and your application to the next level. Before we move on, I do want to go through some examples of successful ChatGPT applications and solutions. And these four are what OpenAI advertises on their website. The first one, hopefully you have heard of it, is called GitHub Copilot, but it basically enables developers to write code faster because, for example, instead of them creating a very simple function that loops through 10, they can just type that in a natural language and it will create the code for them, which is very cool. There's Keeper Tax, which helps freelancers automatically find tax-deductible expenses using ChatGPT. So what happens here is you basically upload your bank statements to this application and it will find based on GPT what line items or what expenses are most likely things that your business can deduct. And then you have something called Viable. This is again very cool. This is a way for businesses to summarize what customers are saying about them. So instead of reading surveys after surveys, this takes that and kind of summarizes it for them, which is very cool. Finally, you have Duolingo. Duolingo has been along for a long time. GPT-3 can also translate as well in a very sophisticated manner, okay? So this thing is very cool because Duolingo can use GPT-3 to enhance its own translation services and provide things like grammar corrections and sentence structure corrections as well. So these are again four applications that integrate ChatGPT, and that is just the start. I'm predicting that there will be over $1 billion of investor money that will be poured into applications that use ChatGPT over the next year alone. Let's see if that gets true and your app might be the one, because that's the idea that can change your life. Thank you. Now, before we move on, I want to make sure everyone understands how to actually create a ChatGPT app or solution theoretically. The first thing you have in your application or solution is your front end. Now, this is exactly what the user sees. For example, if it's an app on your phone, then once you open up the app, whatever your screen shows, that's the front end. On a website, the website that you see in the front end of your application. So all tech stacks start off with the front end. It then connects to a backend, okay? Now, this backend can be, for example, on a website, the backend stack is usually things like JavaScript or PHP. It can be things that basically holds your data. So it can be a SQL database or anything like that. Anything that powers the front end, shows the front end what it needs to show, or anything like that, okay? Now, front end and back end communicate, right? So front end sends information to the back end. In our example, that can be a prompt, for example, that the user wants to send to OpenAI, okay? Now, after that, the back end will communicate in our example with a wrapper API. So what we'll do is we'll actually create an API which we'll call a wrapper API that will wrap around OpenAI. And the reason we do that is so that our backend and our wrapper API can connect and talk to each other. For example, let's say we create an application on a website that enables people to write cover letters. So they would need to post in the job description. So that goes in the front end in the form of a text box that gets sent to the backend, that then gets sent to this wrapper API that will create that information, then goes to OpenAI's API. So OpenAI has an API that enables you to access the models surrounding ChatGPT, which is the GPT-3 model. So what's really happening in the background is when a user opens up a website and puts in a prompt of an app that we make, is that information travels from front end to the back end and then to the wrapper API that we create, then to OpenAI's API, and then to the GPT-3 model. The GPT-3 model hosted on OpenAI's servers will then compute and provide a response that then chains all the way back to the front end, and that's pretty much it. This is a very generalized version of a tech stack, and that's what we'll create in our applications. So, for example, not in the next section, but in the sections after that, when we create a serverless wrapper API. That's all about creating this guy over here. So that's how you know where the wrapper API fits now into our tech stack. Now, to give a more concrete example, let's go through the solution that we'll make later on in this course, which is called coverletter.io. Now, this is an application that enables people to put in a job description and their own resume, and it will actually create a very good cover letter for them. So, how will it work? Well, the front end is hosted on Bubble, so the person copies and pastes the job description and resume to a text box on a web page in Bubble. Bubble is also the backend because it will take that text and it will actually send it to the wrapper API, which will be hosted on Azure Functions. We'll talk about what Azure Function is later on in the other sections of this course. But it's basically a serverless environment that can be used to compute functions, okay? That Azure function will take that and ping OpenAI's API, which will then ping GPT-3's model, and then again the information will go all the way back up, back to Bubble, back to show the user in the front end the response to that. Well, the response to that prompt basically, let's look at another solution. Another solution that we have here is stockphoto.io. This enables users in your company to create stock photos when they are creating slides. Now, the front end of that application is done using Power Apps. The back end is done using Power Automate, and what happens here is that when the user clicks a button, a Power Automate script gets triggered that takes the prompt from Power Apps, sends it to that Azure function and does the same thing. Sends it to OpenAI. OpenAI does the computation and fires the response, and then the data travels all the way back up. So I hope this makes sense, because this is basically the platform or format that we'll be using to create our apps, and this is the format that you should use to create your apps too. One thing before we move on is, as you'll see for all of these solutions, the wrapper API, the Open API and GPT-3 model will exactly be the same. So that's by design. This type of system will remain the same for every app or solution that we build. And this makes things easier for you to understand as well, which means if you want to create a new platform, all you need to do is you need to switch around what goes on the front end and back end, and you can create an application that way. So once you have created the wrapper API, the OpenAI API, the GPT-3 model, once you have set up the linkages here, then everything else works really, really well. And you can put that into any single solution or application you want, okay? In this video, let's talk about OpenAI. Now, OpenAI is a software company that's based out of San Francisco, California. But obviously, it's so much more than that because otherwise we wouldn't even be talking about it. Well, OpenAI is an AI research and development company. The mission of OpenAI is to ensure that artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity. Now, it's governed by a not-for-profit board, which is great. It's governed by lots of different employees as well. So it's a very well-built company. I think Elon Musk had something to do with the creation of that company as well when I was reading the, introduction of it. However, for our purposes, what OpenAI is simply a company that manages models using APIs that you can deploy and integrate into your application for our purposes. That's it. Obviously, there's lots of research that goes behind creating these AIs. There's a lot of training that goes behind creating these AIs. And what these companies do is that they gather lots of data, they gather lots of algorithms, and they create a model. They train a model and then they give you access to that model using APIs. And they charge you very single time the API is touched or access. Now, from their point of view, after a model has been trained, in order to actually produce results from that model is very nominal in fees. So we'll go through the pricing a little bit later, but OpenAI is very, very cheap. And mostly all AI development companies are very cheap because their goal is to spend a lot of money trading the best model and then give it to you for a very cheap pay-per-use type structure. Again, for your purposes, OpenAI simply manages models using APIs that then you can deploy and integrate within your applications. OpenAI models, there's a plenty of them. There's three main ones that we'll focus on though. And in the later modules, when we will create our applications, we'll only be focusing on GPT-3 because that's way the scope of this course. Now, we will actually create an application with DALL-E because I just love the DALL-E model, okay? But just know that the main crux of this course is to use GPT-3 in our applications. So OpenAI's model, like GPT-3 model, is basically helping with natural language. It basically takes in prompts. So that's what we are. We are just going through in the previous video, for example, how to create a slogan for an ice cream company. So when we will be in our pre-work section, we will see like how to set up the API. Then we will see how to create a slogan for an ice cream company. That's all organic and it basically returns a response for you. That's awesome. It's also called a completion model because you have given a prompt and then it completes the prompt for you. So that's GPT-3, and that's where GPT-3 or ChatGPT fits into OpenAI. But that's not the only model that OpenAI has available to you when you access their API. You also have DALL-E and Codex. So starting from the right, DALL-E, the one that we'll use as well as GPT-3 in our applications. It allows you to create and edit original images. Now, you may have seen this before, but it basically, you can put in any prompt you want and it'll create an image based on that prompt. For example, my prompt can be show a dog and cat chasing each other on a busy road. And it will show me that. There will be an application that we will create later on in this course that will be a stock photo creation application. So for example, if you are ever making slides, if you are in a business meeting and you are making slides and you need a stock photo of water treatment plant, you can ask DALL-E to kind of create that photo for you and then put it into your slide or email or Teams message or anything like that. And again, it's very powerful and we'll go through that a bit later. Finally, there's Codex, which is natural language to code conversion. So it basically allows people who don't know how to code to write a code for you. So for example, you can say, create a function that returns the square of an input in Python, and it will return that function for you. Now, there's been a lot of cool tools built with Codex, like GitHub's Copilot and Amazon's Code Whisper, and things like that. That will not be focus of this course though, because we will be looking at business practical applications of OpenAI models, primarily for business users and citizen developers. So that's why we'll focus mainly on GPT-3 and DALL-E, okay? Again, mainly GPT-3 because, that's why I created this course, but DALL-E as well because it has special place in my heart too. And I wanted to make sure that no matter what people told me to make a course on, I wanted to include DALL-E in there as well because it's so creative and innovative and it's so cool. Okay, so that's OpenAI and that's how GPT-3 fits into OpenAI. Awesome. Thank you. All right, so as we have discussed the OpenAI's introduction and the models that are available in it, we are going to use GPT-3 model, and now it's time to actually know about GPT-3 models, pros and cons. And GPT-3 has a model called Text Davinci. Okay, and so I would be telling you the capabilities of that model in this video as well. Okay. So without further ado, let's get started. Okay, so let's zoom into GPT-3, which again is the natural language processing model. Within GPT-3, there are actually 4 submodels that can be used. There's Davinci, there's Curie, there's Babbage, and there's ADA. And they each have advantages and disadvantages. The one that you have heard about primarily is Davinci, which is what powers their GPT-3 chatbot that we are looking at before, okay? Now, as you can see over here, GPT Davinci is also their most up-to-date model as well. But let's kind of break this down a little bit. First, let's talk about Davinci, okay? Now, Davinci is definitely the most capable model. It's the most up-to-date. It basically does any task that it can do, anything, okay? So really the one you need to use is Davinci because it can do everything that other models can do with higher quality and with less instructions, okay? However, OpenAI still offers you the access to these 3 other GPT-3 models because of different reasons. And we'll go through those a little bit now. The first reason is because, as we can see, Davinci has the highest cost. We'll talk about cost a bit later, and what I should have written here is the relative cost, because even though I say high over here, overall it's very, very cheap and affordable to put these AI models into our applications. The next reason is that request size can be a lot higher at Davinci. So we'll talk about tokens a bit later, but basically what that means for you is that you can provide longer prompts and get longer responses that are more complex back from those prompts. Okay, perfect. So without a doubt, use Davinci for anything that you need. Only you would use something like Curie, Babbage, or ADA if you have very specific tasks and if you want it for a lot cheaper as well. For example, for Curie is really great for nouns tasks like sentiment analysis, language translation, and complex classifications. For those who don't know, complex classification basically are models that classify a particular input into different buckets that you provide. For example, you can create a model where you can deploy an app, for example, that will look at a very few statements and then classify it maybe either polite or impolite. Or it can classify a bunch of equations as being correct or incorrect, okay? That's what complex affliction really means in that context. Then we have Babbage. Now, Babbage is a very good and straightforward tasks model like simple classification and semantic searching. ADA finally is the, how do I say this is a nice way, is the youngest, technically it's the oldest, but it's the youngest of all models where it's very good at very simple tasks. Like it can parse through text, it can correct your address if you make an error, it can spell check your work. Very simple stuff and very, very certain classification tasks like sentiment analysis or other things like that. Now, again, I say again, okay, how do you know which one to select? Well, for our purposes, especially if you're not an AI researcher, if you are more practical person who just wants to get this to an app, use Davinci. Okay, it's very highly capable. You'll make less errors once you start with Davinci. And once you get some scale, you want to lower your costs, then you can look into Curie, Babbage, or ADA, because perhaps those ones might give you a very similar result at a lower cost. But you can make that trade-off afterwards, okay? That's why we are in this course. We'll primarily or really use Davinci, okay? Okay, as I am talking too much about Davinci, and we know within GPT-3, we will be focusing on Davinci. So let's talk about all things that Davinci can do. Let's talk about its capabilities, okay? So first of all, Davinci is very good at classification exercises that enables you to ask the model to basically classify the following statement into two different categories or different buckets, okay? For example, you can classify Twitter tweets into positive, neutral, or negative with respect to someone, okay? So you can do a lot of cool sentiment analysis automatically using this model. It's also very good at generation. So this is basically completing your prompt, and it's very good at creative exercises related to that as. So for example, we can say, write a marketing email to someone that does this, okay? Write an article that describes anything, okay? Write a plot for Titanic 2, something like that, right? It's very good at just creative generation and completion. It's also very good at conversation. This is something we didn't demo, but if you go through ChatGPT screen and just have a conversation with it, it's very responsive. It's very good at, if you provided a prompt, then you get a response. You can then reply back and say, give me another prompt to relate it to that response. So it's very good at knowing the response I just gave you and providing it back to you. For example, you can say something like over here, give me an example, like example of a fruit. And it will give you an example of a fruit, and then you can ask it, give me 5 more examples. Now, since it's conversational, it knows that you're talking about fruit because that was its previous response. And there we go. So you can do things like that with it as well. It's very conversational, and Davinci is very powerful at transformation. Now, related to translation, you can transform or translate your text however you want. For example, you can say reword this paragraph, and in 25 words or less, you could say summarize something. You can also do things like translate things into different languages or translate things into emotions as, okay? Finally, again, we have talked about this before when we talked about generation. But completion, it's very good at filling the blanks for you. You have specific prompts that you provide, and those are key capabilities that GPT-3 provides, that Davinci provides for you. So as you think about how you are going to integrate GPT-3 into your application, think about capabilities as well. Think about the possibilities, like it can do wonders for you, okay? Think about the application you want to create and how this can enhance that application. Actually, it can do anything you could imagine. All right, okay. So now, as in the next section, we will be creating our wrapper API, the OpenAI's API, and we will be deploying that to Azure functions as well. So now I wanted to discuss a few important concepts related to our API. Like, I want to discuss here what are tokens and what is actually temperature, okay? So we will talk about that in a while. So if we talk about tokens, tokens are very simple to understand with respect to OpenAI and ChatGPT. But tokens are basically the currency on OpenAI's GPT models. Every time you ping the model and ask the model a question, it uses tokens, and the number of tokens depend on the amount of words in the actual prompt and the amount of words in the response that you get back from that prompt, okay? How the model work is that they process text by breaking it down into smaller units called tokens. Now it's really hard to know, for example, how many tokens your prompt uses. So the key elementary to remember is that one token is approximately 4 characters, or about 75 words equals 100 tokens, okay? Now, again, the 75 words include your prompt and your response. So if your prompt is 25 words and your response is 50 words, then you have used 100 tokens of currency on OpenAI's GPT model. Okay, that is why when we were going through the different GPT-3 model, there was column on tokens. This corresponds directly to the upsize of the prompt and response. And what I had said is with Davinci, you can have a much bigger response and a much bigger prompt because it can take more number of tokens in a request size. So let me just go back in here. Now again here it says token equal the prompt text and completed text. So in order to calculate the number of tokens as an estimate, what you can do is you can take your prompt text plus your completed text and basically multiply that by 4 and you can get exactly or similar to how many tokens you should be using there. For GPT, for Davinci in particular, the max is 4,000 tokens. So the max number of words your prompt and response can be is 3,000 words. And again, it's your prompt and response combined. Now, how OpenAI makes money is they charge you for tokens, right? They have to make money. They are a company, and how they do that is they charge you about 2 cents as of this taping for every 1,000 tokens, right? So if we do the maths here a little bit, we know 4,000 tokens is 3,000 words. So 1,000 tokens is about 750 words. So for every 750 words of usage for both prompt and response, you have to pay about 2 cents. So it was actually nice that OpenAI used to give usage of $18 of this taping, but now it's not free. You have to pay to actually get started. So for developing and testing your applications, you need to pay to OpenAI. Once users use your application, I'm guessing you'll have to pay then obviously according to the use of the application. But think about how many words that is, right? If we get a simple calculator out, we can kind of calculate that. So we know 2 cents for every 750 words, okay? So how many 2 cents are there in a dollar? Well, there is 50. So in a dollar, you have like 37,500 words. OpenAI is very fair about that and it's very transparent about that as well. If you want to take a look at what it costs now, make sure you go to the pricing section of OpenAI's website. Okay, awesome. Okay, so now let's talk about the final key concept that we need to learn about with respect to ChatGPT and OpenAI, and that is called temperature control. Now, temperature is a parameter that the GPT model accepts, and that parameter value can be anything from 0 to 1. Higher value means that the GPT model will take more risks. Lower values means that the GPT model needs to be very confident in its answer before it responds. Now, I'm going to reserve this conversation to later in the course, and the next module will actually play with the playground of ChatGPT. And you can see how tweaking the parameter from 0 to 1 changes its response. But all this means for you is that if you want ChatGPT to be very confident in its answer, then put 0 as temperature, okay? But if it can take some risks, if it can be a bit, more outgoing and not well defined, then you can impose a higher parameter for that purpose. Especially the apps that we create, a parameter of 0.0 is fine. However, one use case I have seen for a higher parameter is, for example, if you want the model to return different results to you based on the same prompt. So let's say if the prompt is, for example, write a slogan for an ice cream company. If you give the model that prompt with a temperature of 0, then it will always give you back the same response. However, if you give it a temperature of 0.5 or 0.6, then it will change the response every time. And again, the reason why is because it doesn't need to be confident in its answer. It can take more risks. It could find the answer that matches it and then give it to you immediately. So that's for our purposes what temperature really means. And again, if you don't know what it means now, that's perfectly fine. We'll go through an example later in the course where we'll actually tweak the temperature up and down and we'll see how the response changes. However, for our purposes again, we'll always set the temperature when we create our applications. Alright, so we are in our pre-work section of our course, Make Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. So in this first video, we will see like how to set up OpenAI API account, and because we will be using that API key and account later on in our course to actually build some cool applications. So this is like a setup video in which we will see how to set up and actually sign up our OpenAI API account. So let's just start this guide, and we will also try to understand the cool features that OpenAI's ChatGPT and Whisper API has to offer to us. So yeah, Alright, so the first thing we definitely need to do now is we need to sign up for an API key with OpenAI. This one you can see right here. Probably you can see on this screen. This will allow us to talk to OpenAI's servers and basically provide prompts to their language model like Davinci or ADA. And then we can get back responses from them with ease. What I will do actually is I will just switch to the OpenAI API blog, which is actually this in my case. So yeah, you actually guessed it right. I am on the blog for like ChatGPT and Whisper API. So these both are some interesting technologies like we can explore in this course. So you can see here that the latest update is on March 1st, 2023. And they're saying that these both models are now available on their API that give developers access to cutting edge language. And that's really important. Like you cannot just only chat, but also speech to text capabilities. Like it's really good. So early users of ChatGPT and Whisper APIs, you have seen the Snapchat API. It's basically all credit goes to like OpenAI for that. You can see right here that they are showing the creator of Snapchat introduced my AI for Snapchat Plus this week. So this is all done because of this OpenAI. So Quizlet is a global learning platform. So you can see wonderful applications like Instacart. You can see right here, there are some amazing applications that are built by virtue of ChatGPT API and actually Whisper API. So now what to do actually, I will just go to this sign up icon right here. So it will launch up a sign up page for me. So I need to fill in some details over here. There are plenty of options, like you can sign up using the default email address, or you can just continue with Microsoft account. So I will go with my Microsoft account. You can choose whatever, either Google or Apple ID to sign up. So it's totally up to you. So yeah, alright, I am on my info page, and here I have to provide my organization name, but it is optional, so I'll skip it for now. And here I have to provide my birth date. So now here I need to provide my phone number. So I will blur it for now because, actually I love all of you guys, but I don't want you to actually share my phone number with you for now actually. So I'll click on verify. It will send a code to you. So we need to enter the code to continue actually. Yeah, here's the code I just received on my mobile. Yeah, this phone number might be associated with an existing account. So it's saying that you will not receive any additional free API credits. It's fine. I'll just continue. So yeah, my account has been created. If I just click on like this API section right here, so it's like, it's saying that start with the basics, quick start tutorial, example. So it's showing me how to build an application. It's giving me tutorials, and if I click on API reference, so this is how you can actually integrate your API. If you go back to the overview tab here in my account, if I click right here, so if I go to view API keys, so here is my API key section where I can create new secret key to use it in the other applications. So this was just a sign up video for you guys. So in the next upcoming videos, we will be using this API key with Python programming language to develop some cool applications. So stay tuned. Alright, thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you liked this one. And thank you so much for watching, and I shall catch you up in the next video of this section. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Hello guys, welcome back with another video. We are actually in the pre-work section of our brand new course, like making apps with ChatGPT and generative AI. So in the previous video, we saw how to set up OpenAI's API account, and in this video, we will see how to set up a free Microsoft Azure account so that you can use Microsoft Azure functions. So basically, Microsoft Azure Functions has wonderful applications which we will be seeing later on in this video. So without further ado, I'll just start my video. All right. Now the next thing that we'll do is we'll set up an Azure account, and the reason why we need to set up an Azure account is because we want to use Azure Functions. Now, Azure Functions are very cool. They basically allow you to execute code without having a server. So our app requires us to connect to OpenAI's API, right? And it needs a computer or a server to do that for us. Now, historically, what you'd have to do is you'd have to buy a computer basically on the cloud or physically, and have that computer be the one who will actually ping OpenAI's API and get the prompts and responses. But the cloud computing and with Azure, we can just set up something called Azure Functions. We can tell Azure Functions basically every time you get pinged, you need to then send that ping to OpenAI, deliver the prompt, get the response back, and then show it on the app. And it's all managed through Azure Functions. So again, you can go through here and read more about it. Go to azure.microsoft.com and then search up Azure Functions. But it's very, very easy and cheap to use as well. And the best thing about it is you can develop in any language. We'll be using Python, but you can really use it in any language you want. So again, I will just suggest you to go through this. One of the best things about it is that for pricing, it's basically free. Especially for our purposes, it will be free because we don't need something that's dedicated, because we are just creating test apps. But if you look at this over here, this is how they charge you, where you get its charge based on execution time and total executions. So you have some free grant per month as well. So if you don't pass like 400,000 gigabytes a second or 1 million execution, then it's free. Actually, completely free. Now, if you are just creating a sample app, you will definitely not pass this in any case. So you should be able to do it for absolutely free. Okay, so with that being said, let's go ahead and create our Azure account. So we are going to click free account right here. Over here it says building the cloud with an Azure free account. Now over here, basically if you do qualify for a free account, what you can do that you can go through this, you can go through with it cause you actually get $200 of free credit from Azure. Now, I'm not eligible. You're only really eligible if you are, for example, a student, if you have a student email or a work email that hasn't been used before, things like that. So I'm going to go with like pay you go option and sign up. But remember, you should try if you have a school account or anything like that to click start free now again. How we will be using Azure, we won't be charged anything anyways, so it will require a credit card from you, but again it's not going to be charged because we are just going to be using Azure Functions, which again as well we saw, if you don't pass 400,000 gigabytes a second or 1 million execution, then you won't be charged. And even after that, it's pretty cheap. Anyways, okay, so I'm going to go in and click sign in. Now I'm going to sign in with my Microsoft account that I have already set up. Okay, perfect. Once you have reached this page again, you have actually three options to subscribe. You can subscribe using the free trial option using Azure AD or access student benefits actually. These are different things you can do. I mean, what we are going to do is we are simply going to go to subscriptions. Okay, it's having authentication issues. That's actually fine. So remember, we were going to subscriptions. We are then going to add in a subscription, and again you have two options. I'm going to select like pay as you go, and then it will ask me for a few things like my credit card, my first name, my last name, my phone number, everything like that. So actually I am going to blur all these details. I don't want to advertise my phone number to everyone here. Let me see. Let me go ahead and do that. It asks you for your phone number just cause you shouldn't make countless Azure accounts, right? It definitely doesn't like that. So let me go through, and I am putting my verification code. I am then going to put in my address, because again you need to put in a credit card here. Perfect. Okay, now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put in my payment information. So again, all you need is a credit card to get signed up. So let me go ahead and do that. Okay, I actually have my credit card number saved, so I'm going to use that one to avoid any mistakes. And this is an intro basically, so I want to make sure I record everything, because one thing I hate is when tutorials go through these things but then they like skip most of the important parts. So I want to make sure I go through every single thing here. Alright, now it may ask you for technical support, but don't bother, don't buy that. That is not worth it actually. Just click no technical support and you should be all good. So let's just sign up now. It's basically confirming my information. It's doing all of its checks. So let's wait until that's done. Alright, there we go. It's done now. If you have done everything correctly, what you should be able to do is go to portal.azure.com and see something similar to this dashboard. So you should see something like this. If you don't, again, just ask questions in the comments below. Something you should be able to do well if you have done this correctly is you should be able to go to subscriptions and should be able to see your subscriptions over here now, just like that. Okay, perfect. And it should be again active. But if you are done all of that, now you are basically in Microsoft Azure. Perfect. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you liked this one. And thank you so much for watching. And I shall catch you up in the next video of this section. Till then, have a good day. Bye. And in this pre-work section, what we will be doing actually is we will create Azure function resource. In the previous video you saw, we just created our Azure account. So in this video, we will be actually creating Azure function resource, which will be responsible for actually creating our serverless apps. So to do so, what I will do actually is I will just type in function right here. And here is the function app. So this is the section where all your function apps will appear. So obviously this is our first app and we don't have any created yet. So this is empty. I'll just click on create function app right here. Yeah, as you can see right here that it opened up like create function app prompt for me. In this, the first step is that I actually need to choose my subscriptions. So as I have only one subscription, that's pay as you go. So it's selected by default, and inside the resource group, I actually have to create a new resource group. Resource group is actually meant to categorize your resources. So for this, I will call it as OpenAI testing. And in future, all the resources that we will create in this course will be categorized under this resource group. So I'll click on OK. So it will create a new resource group for me. And now I have to provide a function app name. So I will call it as OpenAI first. Yeah, like this. And the name must be unique. So I can provide some number right here, like 89. Yeah, it's unique now. And actually I want to deploy code image. So code is fine. And runtime stack, actually you can code it in any programming language, but in our case, we will be using Python. So I will choose Python. And the version is 3.10 is the latest version here. So 3.10 is fine, and currently 3.11 is the latest of Python. So the region is, you must select the region that's closest to you. And in our case, it's Central India. Okay, for the operating system, I guess Linux is fine. And the hosting plan, it's basically there are three options: consumption, functions premium, and app service plan. Consumption is fine, and make sure that you don't select functions or app service plan because it would be like really expensive for you guys. So just select consumption, that would be fine. And I will move on to the next, which is storage. In my case, you don't need to change anything right here. A function also creates a storage account. You can see that it's newly created by default, so that's fine. I will move on to the networking part and make sure that your enable public access option is on. Okay, other than that, it's fine. Inside the monitoring tab, you actually don't need to change anything right here. So inside the deployment, I think it's fine. You can actually set up GitHub account here, GitHub repository here, and that's a really cool feature. But for now, I don't need that. So I'll move on to the tags, and I think we don't need any tags right here. So I will move on to the review and create part. All of the details, hosting, plan, and monitoring details and deployment details are actually provided here. Now here you just need to click on this create button right here, and it will initialize the deployment for you. And in the background, it's just setting up your website for you. Yeah, you can see right here the deployment is in progress. If you can see the deployment details, it's actually doing some stuff right here. So once it's completed, it will show like deployment is complete. All right, you can see right here that the deployment is complete, and you can actually pin it to the dashboard, but that's not really necessary. If I go to the resource right here, you will be able to see some more details regarding this resource. Yeah, you can see right here, there's activity log, access control. We will see that in detail in our upcoming videos. So all right, that's it for this video. I hope you like this one. Thank you so much for watching and have a good day. Bye. And we are in the pre-work section of our course, and in this video we'll see how to download and install the Python. And as you might be aware of the fact that we are going to use Python in this course, and to use Python we need to download and install the Python, and it might be the case that Python is already installed in your system. And to check that, what you need to do is actually you need to open up the command prompt and you need to type in Python and then hit enter. If Python is installed, it will give you a version over here. And if it's not, what it's going to do is it will actually search for a relevant program inside Microsoft Store. So I will just close this one out, and you need to download the Python for your system. So actually, you do not need to download the Python version 3.11.4 because Azure Functions does not support Python 3.11 as of yet. It only supports Python 3.10 or the earlier versions. So to download the 3.10 version, what you need to do is actually you need to go to the downloads section right here and click on Windows. And here there are plenty of versions available here. So what I will do is actually I will click Control F on my keyboard and I will type 3.10 and I will look for the version. Actually, I want 3.10.0. So let me see if it's available right here. Yeah, here it is. I will just click on the Windows installer 64-bit. I have a 64-bit operating system, so I will just install 64-bit. If you have a 32-bit one, you can do that as well. So it will just download the file for me. I'll just pause my video here and I will be back when it's complete. Alright, the file is downloaded successfully and I am back, and now I will just click on this file. It will open up an installer for me. Yeah, you can see right here. So now you need to make sure that you just check this option like add Python 3.10 to path and just click on install now. So it will take a while to install Python into your system. Yeah, you can see that the setup was successful. I'll just close this one out, and if I open up a new terminal right here, if I again type Python in this one, you can see that it's showing me the version 3.10.0. And if you type Python here and it shows you the version 3.11, then you need to uninstall that and install the 3.10 or the earlier versions, because Azure Functions does not support 3.11 till yet. And if you type in a simple code here like A equals 9 and B equals 8, and if you want to print like A times B and it should give me the output like 72. So Python is working well right here. So that concludes our video. So in the next video, we'll see how to download and set up Visual Studio Code for this course. So I hope you like this video, and I shall catch you up in the next one. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome back with another video in the course Make Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI, and we are in the pre-work section of this course. And in this video, I'll show you how to download and set up Visual Studio Code for this course actually. So you need to set up a few configurations in here, which I prefer. I will show you in a while. So the first step is actually you need to download the Visual Studio Code. I'm on the official page of Visual Studio Code, and here you can see that it's automatically detected that I am on a Windows machine. So I'll just click on this button to download the setup file. It will take a while to download the setup for me. I'll just pause the video and I'll be back when it's done. Alright, my download is just completed. Here is my setup file. I'll just double click on my setup file to open it. You need to accept the license agreement. Click on the next button. It will show you the download location. It's fine for me. I'll just click on next and again next, and I'll just prefer to create desktop icon. So I'll just click on next, and then I'll click on install button right here. Yeah, it will take a while to install the Visual Studio Code for me. I know it's getting exhaustive right now to install so many things, but believe me, it will be worth it in the end. So stay tuned. So I'll just click on finish, and it will launch the Visual Studio Code automatically as this option is checked. I'll just click finish. Okay, my Visual Studio Code is opened. Now the first step is that I will actually make sure that my Python is working well inside of Visual Studio Code. To do so, I will just create a new file, a Python file right here. So it is saying that what type of file you are going to create. So I can type in Python and it gives me an option right here. I'll just click on Python file. You can see that it shows me a version right here, and the language mode is Python automatically. So now I'll just save this file. I'll press Ctrl S and I will call it as sample_file and I'll hit save. Let me zoom in a bit. Yeah, here. Now I'll just write a simple code here. Now the next thing I want to do is I'll recommend you guys to install the extension of Python. That's really helpful in writing Python codes. Just go to the extensions and type Python. So this is the extension and it's developed by Microsoft itself, and I already had this extension installed, so it's asking that reload is required. So I'll just click on install, so it will install this extension for me. Yeah, it's installed. So now I need to write a simple code here, like I'll say print, and in the single quotes I'll write hello world and next exclamation at the end. Just save this file by clicking Ctrl S, and to run this file you just need to hit F5 on the keyboard. So if you are running this file for the first time, it will ask you which type of a debug configuration you want to choose. So just select the Python file and it will take a while to actually give an output. So here it is. It's just printed hello world in the output. So let me just run it again. I'll call it as hello world again. Just make sure to save the file. This dot means actually your file isn't saved. So just hit Ctrl S again to save this file. And to run this file, you can either click F5 on the keyboard or you can go here to actually run the file. It's actually the same thing. So you can see here, hello world again. So our Python has successfully been installed. So our Visual Studio is successfully being configured for Python. So the next thing we need to do is actually, we need to configure the Visual Studio Code for Azure functions. To do so, I will just go to the extensions again and I will type here Azure function. Yeah, here it is, the Azure function extension for Visual Studio Code. You can see right here, and I'll just click on install button right here. It will take a while and install Azure functions extension for me. Yeah, you can read here like use the Azure Functions extension to quickly create, debug, manage, and deploy serverless apps directly from VS Code. And that's really cool. We don't need to go again and again to our Microsoft Azure portal and to actually do the deployment from there. So this is a really handy extension in my opinion. So it's installed. So let me just close this one out. And if I just minimize this one, so you can see here that here's an Azure icon right here. If I click on this one, so you can see right here that inside the resources section, it says sign into Azure or create an Azure account. Actually, we created an Azure account in the previous video. So I'll just sign in with that account right here. So it's saying that signing in with Azure. It opened up a browser tab for me. Let me zoom in a bit and I will provide my account. Yeah, it says you are signed in now and you can close this page. So let me close this one here. And you can see right here, my subscription is being listed here. It's pay as you go subscription. And inside resources, I can just create app services, Azure Cosmos DB, and container apps, function apps as well. And all these things you will actually see in the upcoming videos. So that ends our tutorial here. Okay, so in the next video, we'll see how to set up Microsoft 365 E5 account. And that will also be used in this course. So that ends our video here. I hope you like this one and I shall catch you up in the next one. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Hello and welcome back. We are in the pre-work section of the course, Make Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. Okay, now what we need to do is actually, we need to create Microsoft 365 account. The reason why is because we're going to integrate ChatGPT into Power Apps, Power Automate, SharePoint, Teams, Power BI, actually the whole suite of Microsoft 365. Unfortunately, it's not free. You have to buy it or you can have a free trial. So if I click on free trial right here, it will open up a new page for me. I think if I talk about pricing, it's $38 per month, a user per month actually. Okay, if you already have a Microsoft 365 account or you have like Teams that's provided by your company, so you can actually skip this one out. It's totally up to you. So if you don't have, then follow the process to actually make a Microsoft 365 E5 account. Okay, this is the page where you can sign up for Office 365 E5 trial account, okay? So unfortunately, you cannot use your own Gmail address. Unfortunately, your Gmail address won't work here. You need to enter your work or school email address and your Gmail account will not work here. It's not the account that you created for Microsoft Azure. It's totally different from that, okay? So if you have a school or a work-related email, you can enter it right here. And if you don't have, don't worry, I have you covered up. So this is a website. This is a really amazing website, tempmail.org. And it provides you temporary email addresses. So what you need to do is I'll just refresh this page right here so that it can provide me with a fresh email address. Actually, we will use this email to create our Microsoft account. I'll just copy this email from here. I'll come back here and I'll just paste it here and I'll press next. Once you have set up your email, temp mail's work is finished here. So I'll just set up my account. So I'll provide my details here. I will provide my first name, then last name, business phone number, company name. I'll call it as ChatGPT API, and person like 5 to 9 is fine. Okay, and I will just choose the country as states and I'll just agree the term and conditions and I'll just click on next. Okay, now you need to verify your phone number. So I'll just allow it to send a verification code and I'll then verify it. Yeah, I'm verifying it by call. Alright, my phone number is verified now, as you can see right here. And I have to choose a new password. Always create a password that you can remember easily. Okay, and I'll just click on next. So it's creating an account. So it's saying do not refresh the page. I'll wait here for a minute. So let it complete. Okay, this is the last step here to enter the payment method. You can see right here, it's actually $38 US dollars per user per month, as I told you before as well. So, okay, if you think you will continue to use Office 365, then you can go ahead and enter your payment details. But if you don't want to actually set up your payment method here, so I have a good news for you. You can go ahead, close this one out, like close this page, and it's done here. You don't need to actually enter the payment method here. That's actually something silly about Microsoft. So I hope Microsoft doesn't see this video to impose something new on this one. So now we'll check whether our account has successfully been created or not. I will come to my Google. I'll head to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Yeah, this one right here. And I'll open this one up. Okay, this is the page over here. What you need to do is, you don't need to actually sign in with your personal Microsoft Outlook account. You have to sign in with the account we have just created now. So I'll just click on sign in here and I'll wait for the page to load. So I think this is my previous account, as it says that 5 GB or 5 GB used, because in the new account it cannot be like that. So this is my account, like ChatGPT API company account, which we created just now. So I'll just click on this one. So it will log in for me. Yeah, whenever you open up these apps like administration account, you always need to check whether you are signed in with your personal account or your company account. Okay, so I'll just close this one out. I will just close this one as well. So this is our main dashboard. You can actually create a lot of things here. You have different apps like add-ins. You can see all of the apps. So this is the administration dashboard, which we'll be using in the upcoming videos. Now you need to actually sign in into the Power Apps. So I'll go into the new tab and I will write a URL like make.powerapps.com. You need to set up this thing as well, which we will be creating in the upcoming videos. So this is a really cool feature to actually create Power Apps. So I'll sign in with my company account we just created. Yeah, it says welcome to Power Apps. I'll just the region is fine. I'll just click on get started. Yeah, so it should take me to the dashboard here. So you see right here, always make sure that you are actually into your correct account. So it shows it from here that ChatGPT API default. So you can create amazing Power Apps here, which we'll be seeing in the upcoming videos as well. And one more thing I want to actually log into is Power Automate. We'll be using that as well. So let us just set up that as well for now. So Power Automate, this thing right here. The purpose of Power Automate is to actually automate your repetitive and boring tasks that you perform every day. So like you can see their slogan, turn outdated into automated. Discover a better way to get things done across your organization. So this thing is really cool. So we will be actually using our ChatGPT API to automate things for us. We need it for that purpose actually. You just need to sign in into Power Automate with the same account you just created for your company. It will take you to the dashboard in a while. Just be patient. Yeah, this account. Okay, so the region is fine. I'll just click on get started. So it's basically working for me and it will take me to the dashboard in a while. All right, I am on the dashboard of Power Automate. You can see right here. So whenever you come on the Power Apps or Power Automate, make sure that your environment is like ChatGPT API default or anything you created for your company. You actually don't need to be on your personal account. So the last thing we need to set up is Microsoft Teams. So I will open up Microsoft Teams. Okay, this is the official website of Microsoft Teams here. Actually, I am not sure whether we need to download it or not. So we can set up this one in the next videos. So I'll just close this one out now. So yeah, these two apps you need actually to automate things. Okay, so Power Apps and Power Automate is fully working. You can see right here. The reason why I wanted to go to Office 365 earlier, because you can actually launch some of the applications right inside the office.com as well. Okay, so it might be the fact that Microsoft had changed that settings. So no worries, we can actually launch Power Apps and Power Automate separately as well. That's actually fine. Awesome. This ends our pre-work section here. So I'll see you in the next section. Have a good day. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome back with another video. We are in a new chapter which is build a serverless ChatGPT API, and in this video we will see actually like how communication is done between ChatGPT's API and your applications. So in this video, we will just create a sample program in Python programming language, and we will see how actually communication is done between ChatGPT's API and your application. So without further ado, we will just start our demonstration lab. Now that we have all our environments and softwares set up, the next stage is to actually create a serverless ChatGPT API. So it's basically an API that we create that enables us to ping OpenAI's API for any sort of responses that we want. Now, if that was very confusing, again, I will suggest you to refer to the chart in the introduction section of this course, where that's how we build apps. We basically build Azure functions that ping APIs, ask questions, get answers back, and then basically show those answers in the app. The first thing we need to do is we need to actually make sure before we even get into Azure functions and serverless functions, we need to make sure that we can actually work with OpenAI's API. Now, if I open up my browser here and if I go to API references right here, so right now I am at openai.com. I have logged in, and if I go to documentation and I go to introduction for the API reference right here, this is a very good guide as to how to actually use OpenAI's API. Again, it's very easy, and you can change the language here to the language that you are using, which in our case would be Python. Okay, so this is what I am going to use as a basis. But again, I want this to be a complete guide. So please use this as a reference material when you're creating your own apps, because I'm telling you, it's not that difficult to understand. There's a few configurations, oddities here, but it's not that difficult. Okay. Let's create a new file in your Visual Studio Code, and we will call that file like accessapi.py. Okay, now the first thing that we need to do is we need to actually install a library called OpenAI. So how we do that is, let's open up a new terminal. Well, actually, we can just, I guess, we can use this one. But I always like to open up a new terminal in case people are following for the first time. And I'm going to actually install OpenAI library. So we are going to write a command called pip install OpenAI. So what it's doing now is that it's actually installing OpenAI's library of Python functions that we can use to make it easy for us to access OpenAI's API using Python. Okay, so it's basically a bridge that allows us to connect to OpenAI's services. Alright, so we are just going to wait until that's done. Now, while that's going on, we can actually keep going. The next thing we need to do is when we connect to OpenAI's API, we need to actually identify who we are, and how OpenAI does that is that it requires you to pass in an API key. What I want everyone to do is go into the personal section, go to view API keys, and then create a secret key. Now, once you create this, you won't be able to get back to it. So make sure you click copy on this and actually save it somewhere. Also, do not attempt to just copy my text here because by the time you are reviewing this video, you won't actually have access to this API. So please go into your own personal account and create a new secret key that way. Okay, so we are going to go back here, and looks like our pip has successfully concluded. Awesome. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to actually bring in a key. So we are going to call it secret key, and it equals, and then in single quotes, and I will just paste in my API key. Okay, perfect. The next thing now that we are going to do over here is we are going to simply call OpenAI. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to import in OpenAI's model, okay? Then what I need to do is actually I need to authenticate that I actually have a key that I can use to actually access their services. So I'm going to say OpenAI dot the API key I want to use for this, and that equals to the secret key variable that we just created up top. So now by doing this, whenever I make requests to OpenAI, it knows that it's coming from a good source because it can tag the secret key to that account that I just made with OpenAI. Okay, now the next thing I can do is actually I can basically make requests to different models. So for example, what I can do now is I can say, let's see, output equals OpenAI dot. Now OpenAI has multiple different models that I can access, but I'm going to, many different functions I can say. I'm going to access the completion function right here, which basically creates a completed response based on a prompt. That's basically what ChatGPT uses. This function basically takes in a bunch of arguments. The first thing I need to specify is, hey, what model do you want to use? We previously saw how OpenAI has different models. They have their advantages and disadvantages. I'm going to use the one that's used by ChatGPT, which is the Davinci model. So I'm going to use, it's right over here, text Davinci -003. Now this might be outdated by the time you actually view this course. So the best way to know what models to create is to actually go in here and click models and see what the latest models are. You could also look at Curry, Babbage and other ones too, but I'm going to look Davinci, which is used by ChatGPT. Okay, perfect. The next thing you should want to be able to show is the actual prompt. So what do you want ChatGPT to complete or produce? Well, I'm going to do over here is, I'm going at very top of this page and type a prompt as well. I'm going to say that I want the prompt to be, tell me a slogan for a home security company. That's it. Okay. So I need to give it a prompt. So I'm going to make the prompt parameter of this function equal to the prompt variable, which is on top. And that is, tell me a slogan for a home security company. Okay, now I can put in some other things as well. What I also need to do is put in max tokens, which basically means, again, we have already talked about what tokens are, but how many tokens do you want OpenAI to create for you? If you have this number very high, then it can give you essays of words, If you have this very low, then you can only get, I think, one is, the idea is 10 tokens actually equals to 7 words if I'm not wrong. And from this scenario, we are going to do 100 tokens. The idea is, if you want to kind of save your money and save your request, then you would have lower tokens, right? As you know, a slogan shouldn't be more than, I think, 10 words. So about 100 characters. So let's change it to 200 characters. That should be fine. And then we are going to make the temperature equal 0. That's again very, very self-explanatory. We have already talked about what temperature is. We can toggle it. We'll just make it 0 right here. Okay. The last thing we want to do is we actually want to print the output. Okay. So we can actually see what it looks like. With all that being said, let's go ahead and click F5 on the keyboard and see it in action. Okay. There we go. We are done. So now what we have done is we have printed the output. The output is actually in a JSON format, JSON object rather, and it has a bunch of different things. It has a key called choices, and within choices you have following here. So you have a finished reason, the index, the log props, but you also have the response from OpenAI over here. You can see, like it says, secure your home, secure your peace of mind. Well, that is a great slogan. It also gives you other metadata as well. So it tells you when it was created, what the ID is, and which model was used, the objective. It also tells you how many tokens were used as well for this request. So the prompt tokens were 9 and completion tokens were 13. Okay, perfect. There we go. We basically made our first Python function here, you can see. Well, we have made our first request to OpenAI using Python, which is the first step in making a serverless ChatGPT API that we can install into our applications. Awesome. All right, that concludes our video here. In this video, we actually saw how communication is done between your apps and OpenAI's API. So in the upcoming videos of this section, we are actually going to build a complete serverless app using ChatGPT and OpenAI, so stay tuned. If you like the video, kindly give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more amazing videos on these topics. And I shall catch you up in the next one. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome back with another video on the course Make Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI, and we are in the section Build a Serverless ChatGPT API. And as you saw in the previous video, like how communication is done between ChatGPT's API and our application. So we got a response in the previous video from ChatGPT's API where we generated a slogan, and in this video I'll show you actually how to modify that response in a way that we can use it in our application. Without further ado, let's just begin our tutorial. Now that we have a way basically to use a Python script to access OpenAI's API, basically we gave it this prompt right here. You can see this prompt, and this was our secret key. We just generated that key in our previous video. And this was our model like text Davinci 003, max token size of 200 and temperature 0. And it gave me this output. You can see like secure your home, secure your peace of mind. It's a good slogan. We asked it for a slogan of a home security company. That's all great. But now what we need to do is we need to strip out this output. Actually, we do not want this complete thing right over here. So what we need to do is we need to actually strip down this text right here, because we only want our text to be like shown in the output section. To do so, what I will do is I will write in a variable called output underscore text. And you can see that my output is in the form of JSON. You can see there, and it's in the choices of the output. This one is choices. You can see right here. So I have to access the choices from our output. So I will give in the variable name as output, and inside our brackets, I will call that I need just choices from here. And from the choices, you can see there are multiple items in the choices. Like this is the first item right here. So I need to access the first element of choices here. So what I will do is I will just give in the index of 0. Because you know that computer starts counting from 0. So in this first element, what I need to access is I need to access this text only. So to do so, again, as I did here in this thing like output choices, what I will do here is I will again provide the brackets and I will just call text. Yeah, I think that should provide me with the text, and here what I will do is instead of just printing out the output, I will just print out the output text. I'm just interested in the text, like this text right here. I don't want all of these things, so I just need this text to be printed on the screen. So now let me change the prompt here. Let me try it with another prompt. I will give it a prompt like give me an outline on the course on how to do web programming using Bubble. Now what I will do here is I will just run this file from here to see whether it shows me the correct output or not. Yeah, it's running, and yeah, it's done. You can see right here that it just provided me with an outline. Let me expand it here. Yeah, it started with introduction to web programming using Bubble. A and B are the part of 1. So what is Bubble? Benefits of using Bubble. Then getting started with Bubble. This is a new section. Then setting up your Bubble account, exploring the Bubble editor. You can see right here that it just provided me with the text without showing me the other details which I'm not interested in. Okay, so this video was all about like making your ChatGPT's output, modifying your ChatGPT's output in a way that it can be used in an efficient way. So this was it. You can see right here that it provided just with the text without showing me other details. So that's good. Again, given a prompt, this one, and a secret key right here, we can access the API of OpenAI and it provides an output for us. The next thing that we need to do is we need to make this serverless, because we need to basically wrap this in a function that our apps like Power Automate, Bubble, Airtable can access on the fly. Okay, so that's what we are going to do next. We are going to now put this into Azure Functions, which means that whenever we need any sort of response from an API, we can basically use that Azure function, and we don't need to have a computer running, or it will basically be serverless, which would be actually nice. So let's go ahead and do that on the next video. Awesome. Thank you so much and have a good day. Hello everyone. Welcome back with another video in the course making apps with ChatGPT and generative AI, and we are in the section build a serverless ChatGPT API, and in this video we'll actually see how to create a basic Azure function inside of your Visual Studio Code. In the previous videos we set up Azure function resource inside of Microsoft Azure portal, and now we'll see how to create a simple Azure function inside of Visual Studio Code. You might be aware of the fact that we installed Azure functions extension inside of VS Code, and if you're not sure how to do it, you can check out the previous videos. So let's get started. Alright, the first thing you need to do is to move to the Azure Functions extension. Okay, if you see your Azure subscription here, it means that you're correctly logged in into your Azure account. So if I just expand this, you can see all your services right here. We create the function app resource. Let's see whether it's available here or not. Alright, if I expand function app, my function resource must be there if it's connected successfully. So if I expand it, you can see right here OpenAI first 89. This was our function app resource. So if I expand it further, you can see there are functions, application setting, files, logs, deployments, and slots. So let me just close this one out for now. What I will do here is actually I will create a new folder, and what I will do here is that I will open up a new folder. So on my desktop, I'm going to create a new folder. I'll just right click here and I'll create a new folder, and I will call it as basic Azure function. And I'll just select this folder and I'll open it here. Yeah, yes. Okay, now I will create my basic Azure function inside of this folder actually, and it will be just boilerplate code for me. So when I click on this Azure extension again, and to create an Azure function, what you need to do is actually first you need to create it locally on your machine, then you can actually deploy it inside the cloud. This is the cloud area where Azure subscription is listed. This one is the cloud area, and this one is basically your local workspace. So what I will do here is that I will just click this button, create function. So the first thing it asks me, like which folder you want to create your Azure function. So our basic Azure function folder is already opened inside of VS Code. So it's showing me right here. Or I can create in some other folder by just clicking on this browse icon. So I'll just click on this folder right here, and it's asking me in which language you want to code your Azure function. I already told you that it supports almost all type of programming language, major programming language. We are going to select the Python language because we are doing our jobs in Python programming language. So I'll just click on this Python here. Okay, now it's asking you to choose a Python interpreter here. So you can see it's automatically showing 3.10.0 right here. So I can choose this one. Or if in any case it's not showing you your interpreter here, so you can manually enter the Python interpreter or its full path. You can find your Python interpreter inside this folder actually. If I can show you right here, like it's inside your C, then users, then your name, then app data, local, programs, Python, and Python 3.10 folder. And here is the application, which is Python interpreter. So if you do not see your Python interpreter automatically, what you're going to do is actually you're going to just copy this path and press manually enter, and you want to just paste your path right here. So it's showing automatically for me. So I'll just choose Python 3.10 interpreter, and it will take me to the next option. Okay, so now you need to choose a template for your project's first function. So for this case, I will prefer HTTP trigger. We're not going to actually go in details of all of these. We will see when we will be working on them. So I'll choose HTTP trigger for now. And we have to give a name to our function, which I will call basic OpenAI. So we'll press enter to confirm. So here it asks me about the authorization level. Make sure that you choose anonymous. What it means actually is like anyone can access your function. So whenever you are in the development stages, anonymous is fine, but whenever you are in the production phase, then you need to set up an admin account to get access to your function. For now, anonymous is actually fine. So here you can see my function has been created successfully. If I go back to my files right here, you can see basic Azure function. There are a lot of files like virtual environment is created. Here are some extensions, settings and tasks. And inside the basic OpenAI, here's my init.py file, which is my major file actually, which will be like responsible for everything. Actually, you don't need to get into details of all these files. We are basically more focusing on OpenAI development rather than actually Azure functions. So what you need to actually worry about is this init.py file and this requirements.txt file. So what this file is doing, it's basically having a function which is getting the name and then printing out the name in the form of HTTP response. You can see right here. So it just takes in the name as the parameter and it shows the name as HTTP response. And inside requirements.txt, here actually you lock all the requirements like you're using NumPy or you are using pandas or anything like that. You need to actually lock in this requirements.txt file and then it will be installed inside of your Azure Functions platform. So like we installed OpenAI by just giving out the pip command, so we have to lock it inside of this one as well. So we will see that in the upcoming videos, and our main logic will be inside of our init.py file in this main function, which we will be seeing in the upcoming videos as well. So that's it for this video. This video is all about creating a basic Azure function inside of VS Code. In the next video, we will be actually testing our basic Azure function and we will be actually deploying it to see whether it's working correctly or not. So if you like this video, kindly give it a thumbs up and I shall catch you up in the next one. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome back with another video in the course Make Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI, and we are in the section building a serverless ChatGPT API. In this video, we'll see how to make this code live into our Azure function, and you can see the output in the form of this. Your website will be live in a while like this. I'll show you how to do this. It's really simple and easy. In the previous video, you saw we created a basic Azure function and you do not need to change anything right here. This is actually the basic boilerplate code which Microsoft Azure provides you by default inside of VS Code. What you will do is actually you need to go to this Azure functions, and there are two tabs like resources and workspace. Inside of the workspace, here is your local project which we created in our previous video. This is our function basic OpenAI. It's in the form of HTTP. Now it's pretty much simple. What I need to do is actually to deploy it. This is basically our local workspace and this is our cloud Azure function basically. I need to send this project like this one from my local work machine inside my function app right here. So to do so, I need to just click on this button right here, deploy, and it says that deploy to function app. I'll just click on this one and it will load for me in a while. So yeah, it's saying that to which function app you need to deploy. So I have actually only this function app, which is OpenAI First 79. So I'll just click on that. It will just load for me. It's saying that, are you sure you want to deploy to OpenAI First 79? And this will override any previous deployment and cannot be undone. So I will click on this deploy button and it will start a response for me. It's saying me that deploying to OpenAI First 79, check output window for status. If I click on output window, it will show me the status of all the deployment process and it will deploy for me in a while. The approach is really simple. First, we created the Python function inside of our local machine and now we are actually deploying it to our resource function resource, which is OpenAI for 79. And by doing so, our application will go live. So this is what we are trying to do. We are making our app live and we are actually going to deploy this on the cloud. The advantage of this is that because if I run it locally and whenever my machine turns off or I just turn off VS Code, my application is stopped. But by deploying it to the cloud, I can actually access it from anywhere and it is very simple. So my deployment is completed. Okay, let me go to my Azure portal. It's here and I am inside my function app, which is OpenAI first 79. And if I go to functions right here, here is my function which I just deployed. You can see right here. Okay, if I click on this one, and what you can do here is actually you can see the code. You cannot edit your code here, but you can see here. So if I click on code plus test, it will show you your code files actually. It will load them for me in a while. Yeah, you can see right here that it's showing me init.py file. If I want to change any file, if I want to go to function.json file, it will show me that as well. And here you can see the logs and the performance of like how your function is working. This is the integration part, which you will see in the upcoming videos. You can see that here's a trigger and here's the function and here's the output, which is HTTP return. So it's basically a diagram you can see right here. Here are the inputs, like there are no inputs defined. So for now, it's just empty. So I'll go back. And the next thing I need to do is actually, I will get my function URL from here. I'll copy my URL. You can see right here, I copied it. And you can do it from here as well. If you go to the function and right click and copy function URL, it's same actually. So now if I open up another tab here, and if I paste my function URL right here, you can see that our app is live now. So this is the same response. This HTTP triggered function executed successfully. Pass a name in the query string or in the request body for personalized response. You can see it was same here. If I just minimize it down here, if there was a name, then it should show me this response. Hello, the name of the person. This is HTTP triggered function executed successfully. And there was no name, so it showed me this response actually. So in the next video, what we will try to do is we will try to pass the name in the form of parameter, and I will provide the name. And to do so, we will use this guy, Postman. It is one of the best API testers in the market available right now. So what I will do actually is, you can see right here, I can send my key and value to the link and it can actually take the parameters for you. So that's really cool. So you can sign in from here if you want. And if you don't have any account, you can create one from here as well. In the next video, we will be testing our link with our Postman. We will send the name in the form of parameter to see whether our response changes or not. So let's see how it's done. So that's it for this video. I hope you like this one. If you do so, kindly give it a thumbs up and I shall catch you up in the next one. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Hello everyone. I'm back with another video in the course making apps with ChatGPT and generative AI. And this video is about testing your serverless API using Postman, this guy over here. In the previous video you saw, we deployed our function to the Microsoft Azure and we made it live. And here it is. You can see right here, like it's live. You can see that this HTTP triggered function executed successfully. You can pass a name in the query string or in the request body for a personalized response. So we will be actually passing the name using Postman, and then we can get a personalized response for that. Basically in our main file, which is init.py, this one, actually this function is responsible for everything that displays on this page right here. So let me try to change it a bit to show you how it will work actually. For example, if I say A equals 5 and B equals 7 and I say C equals A times B. Now, if I come to this response, which is shown right here, you can see right here that the response is shown right here. So if I change this one and if I send some parameter over here, let me put F in front of this. So at the end, let me add another line. Let me say the result is, and inside the curly braces, let me write C, which is our variable. And this is the way to send the variable in the HTTP responses. So let me save this file Let me try to deploy it back. I will go to my Azure extension, and inside my local project, I will just click on deploy and deploy the function app. Yeah, here it is, OpenAI first 79, which is this one, and it will go into this one. Yeah, and it's saying that, are you sure want to deploy this? And this will override any previous deployment and cannot be undone. So I'll just click on deploy. It will take a while and deploy my function to Microsoft Azure. So you can see the output window here. So you can see right here, it will take a while. Like it can take around 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah, you can see that deployment to OpenAI first 7.9 completed. And if I go back to my browser right here, and if I try to refresh this page, yeah, you can see right here now that the result is 35. I changed the response and response is already here. And you can see right here that 7 times 5 is actually 35. So the purpose of this is actually to show you actually how you can modify the function to get the responses like you want for your... Now I will show you how to actually use Postman to test your API. So first of all, I will click on this sign up for free button. I'll create a Postman account. Yeah, I'll sign up with Google. It's the best way actually, in my view. It saves a lot of time actually. Yeah, sign up and accept. Yeah, now here I have to provide my name. I'll just provide it here. And you need to choose your role. And I am, I'll choose my role and I'll click on continue. It will take a while and it will just take you to the dashboard where you can perform the API testing. All right, so now we have just created a free Postman account and it takes you to here. So I'll just close this one out and you can see right here, this is my actual workspace. And from here, what I need to do is I need to create a collection right here. Yeah, we'll call this collection as APIs. Yeah, our collection is just created. You can see right here. You can see right here, this collection is empty. We just created it right now. Let me zoom in a bit. And now inside the collection, we need to add a request to start working. So we'll click on this one. I'll just click on new request right here. And I will call it as test. Yeah, here my test is open. It should be a get request. And I need to pass in a URL right here. Okay. So I'll go back to my VS Code and inside my Azure function app, I just need to right click on this one and I will copy my function URL. So I'll paste my URL here and then I'll click on send. Yeah, you can see right here that it brought me a response. Yeah, you can see right here. And the response is same because we already tested it in our browser. So that's pretty much easy actually to test your API using Postman. And the benefit of using Postman is that you can actually send parameters. So if I go to my body here, right here, we can actually see how other things impacted. We can actually send parameters to this function actually. We'll go to this option raw. And we are actually going to pass in a parameter. And to send the parameters to an API, we need actually JSON format, which actually starts with the curly braces. And then we actually need a key. And I will call my key as name because it's actually the name here. You can see right here. It should be same as here, okay? So then I have to provide a colon. And inside the double quotes, I need to provide a name. Like I'll provide my name here. Now I'll just click on this send button right here. And you can see right here, my response changes immediately because this was the response if name was found, like hello, then name. This HTTP triggered function executed successfully. So when I provided a parameter, my response changed immediately. So actually I was trying to show you this one. Let's change the name here. I'll call it as David. So if I click on send right here, so you can see that response changes. Hello, David, this HTTP triggered function executed successfully. Let me provide a empty string right here. So you can see that there's no name here. So it actually brought me the other response, which if there was no name, so the response should be this one. So it brought me that response as a result. You can not only provide the names, but you can provide other inputs if you want. If your function takes in other parameters, you can also pass those parameters right inside your Postman, like pinging OpenAI servers and outputting the responses. All right, this is now public. Anyone can access it. Any app can access it. And you can make it live so that other apps can use your API. So this is really cool feature of creating an API actually. So in the next video, what we will try to do is actually, we are not going to working on this simple function that Microsoft Azure provides us. We will be actually using our OpenAI function, in which the function takes in a prompt and then takes the prompt as a parameter to the OpenAI server and brings back the response from OpenAI servers. We will be working on a complete ChatGPT sort of application in the next video. So that's it for this video. I hope you like this one. And thank you so much for watching and have a good day. Bye. Hello and welcome back in the course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. And in the previous video you saw, we tested this Azure function using Postman, this thing right here. And it brought a response for us. Like if I try to give it a name, like I say Sam, and if I send, then it brings back a personalized response like, hello Sam, this HTTP triggered function executed successfully. If there is no name or there is no parameter inside of the name key here, and if I send, it brings back another response for me. This video is going to be really interesting because if I open up a new window right here, if I show you another code which we created in one of our previous videos, if I open a folder here like this one, desktop, I think this one was our folder course. Yeah, this. You remember we created this OpenAI function in one of our previous videos, where in this one I give it a prompt and it brings back a response for us. So what we are going to do is we will be actually implementing the same logic but inside of our Azure function so that we can host it live and we can actually play it with, and we can change the prompt using this thing, Postman, to actually see whether it's working correctly or not. So this will be really interesting video in my opinion. So without further ado, let's just start our lab. If I actually just change the response here, and if I say, give me a slogan for my coffee shop, okay? So I'm just trying to run it and test whether my secret key and like OpenAI servers are working or not. You can see right here, our model is text Davinci and max token size of 200. Let's bring it down to 100 and temperature is 0. So we discussed all of these things in previous videos as well. Let me save it and hit F5 to run this one. This is actually a Python file. Yeah, you can see right here, it gave me a slogan like brewing freshness and quality. Our cup of coffee is your cup of joy. So it's really a good slogan. So it means that our secret key and OpenAI server is working perfectly in our case, which is inside our separate application. Now we need to integrate this thing actually into our Azure function. Then we will make it live and then we will actually give it parameters like from the body of our Postman. Okay, so the first thing I will do, I will not actually try to modify this thing right here because it is the boilerplate code and it's a good approach if I create a new function altogether. Okay, I'll go to my Azure extension right here, and if I just close this one out and if I open up my workspace, and here what I can do is actually I can create a new function. So okay, I will select a template. HTTP trigger is fine for me. And I will call this function as completion function and I'll press enter. So authorization level anonymous is fine. So you can see right here that there are two functions right here. And if I go back to my files, you can see that there are two functions. One is basic OpenAI, which we actually deployed in a previous video. And this one is the new one, completion function. And this is the init.py file of completion function. And this one is of basic OpenAI. So now I opened up two VS Code editors side by side. One is my previous access API.py file, which we created in the other lecture. And this one is init.py file of the completion function. So we will actually try to shift the values from here into this file so that we can actually make this file working, because what we are trying to do here is actually we will make this function in a way that it can take in a prompt and basically it can query the OpenAI API and bring back the response. The first thing we need to transfer from here is this import OpenAI. So I'll copy this one and I will just paste it here. So when you will copy this OpenAI into this completion function, so what it will actually do is Azure function will not recognize it as a library that it has access to. For that, what we need to do is we have to go to the requirements.txt file, and here what we need to do is we need to mention OpenAI, because when we will deploy this function to the Azure functions, so it will actually install the requirements.txt file, and whatever is inside the requirements.txt file will be installed automatically. So it will recognize OpenAI. So I will just save this one, close the requirements.txt file. Now the second thing we need here is actually we need to copy our secret key, which is this thing right here, and we have to bring it here. Okay. In case you don't know where to get the secret key from, you can always watch the previous videos so that you can have a better idea of the things what we have done in past. Now everything is set up. We have to actually set up our logic here in this main function actually, because I told you earlier that this main function is responsible for everything that's shown in our browser, like right here. Like this response is just coming because of this main function. So we have to inject this logic into this function so that we can actually allow it to access the OpenAI server, bring us back the response. Okay, the first thing is that I have to actually delete a lot of stuff here, like this thing. I will delete it and I'll keep this func.http response because I want to know whether it succeeded or not. I'll just copy this thing from here. I'll paste it here, and here I will, this thing, status code equals 200. Let me minimize it for now, and we can actually take in things because it's causing visibility problems. So I'll just minimize it for now. Okay, so this function is here. So, and I'll just get rid of this guy here. Okay, so this is our code so far. So this is here where our main logic go. So there are the steps here. Like first of all, we have to give OpenAI our secret key. Then what we need to do is we then need to get variables from the HTTP request body. Then what we need to do is we need to call OpenAI API. Then the last step is actually the second last step is we need to format the response like we did in videos, and then we need to echo the response. These are the 5 steps. We already did it in this code. We actually need to copy some stuff from here into our main function at this function. Okay, let's try to create this function. First thing is, that's really simple, OpenAI.API_key, and that will be equal to our this variable secret. Paste it here. Next thing is get variables from HTTP request body. So now what we need to do is we have to get variables from the HTTP request body, and we already know how to do it. Actually, if I go back to my basic OpenAI's init.py file, this is actually how we can get the parameters like rec_body equals rec.getJSON. Copy this one here, and you can put any JSON variables if you want. So I'll go to put that here, rec_body equals rec.get_JSON. Okay, this step is done. It's checked. And now we need to call the OpenAI's API. We already have written the code in other function. This one, like output equals OpenAI completion.create function, and it takes the model, the prompt, the max tokens, and temperature. Okay, I'll come back to my main function and I'll paste this here. So now what we need to do is actually, we do not need to hard code our model value, our prompt value, our max token size value, and our temperature. We need to pass these values as a parameter into this function so that when we are actually trying to access it from this Postman, we can actually provide these 4 things, right? Like we can provide our model. If we do not want text Davinci 003, we can pass some other model like we can pass text Davinci 002 or some other model like Whisper model or some other model. So basically the idea is that we don't need to hard code these values, right? We want to pass them into the parameter. So because we have to pass this prompt, like every time we need to pass in a different prompt, we don't want to give actually the same prompts again and again. So that would not make any sense. All right. So to pass these values actually like a parameter, we will actually use this variable right here we created just now. What we will do is here for model, I will just erase this text Davinci and I will just call it as request underscore body. And I will call it as model. And same goes with these as well. So for prompt and for max tokens and for this one as well, I need to just change these values. For prompt, I will call it as prompt. And for max tokens, I will call it as max underscore tokens. And for temperature, I will call it as temperature. That's looking really awesome. So let me try to create a boilerplate JSON template for this thing. I will come back to this is for the model thing. It's good. And I will call it as prompt. Prompt will be, I think this prompt is fine. Max underscore tokens, that the value would, let's say, temperature equals 0. Okay. I'm trying to show you that like a JSON format will look like this. When we will send this thing from Postman, actually this model will replace this variable. This prompt will go into this one. Max token 100 will go here and temperature will go here. And if we want to change anything, right, you can do it easily and you can send it and it will bring back a personalized response for you. So that's the idea actually, to create it on the go. Okay, now we need to format the response. It's very important because we already know that our response is in the JSON format. So we do not need that. We only need the text. So we already did it in one of our previous videos. I will just copy the same exact code and I will just paste it here. So you can see right here, this will only echo the output text and the response will only come as an output text. Okay. Now the last step is that we need to echo the response, like it should send us back the response. Actually, it should take this response from OpenAI server and give it back to us. So what we will do here is actually we will get rid of all of this stuff here. Okay. And we will just paste output text to variable. Let's remove these spaces. Like this. All right, that's done. Okay, let's just save this one. And then in the next video, we'll try to make it live and then check it with this thing, Postman, to actually see like whether it works fine or not. That's it for this video. I hope you like this one. Thank you so much for watching and have a good day. Bye. Hello and what's up guys? Welcome back to another video in the course Make Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. And we are in the last video of the section Build a Serverless ChatGPT API. And in this video, I'll show you how to deploy OpenAI ChatGPT to Azure function. You are aware of the fact that in the previous video, we created this completion function, which is actually what it will do is it has a secret key and it will actually take in a prompt. It will take a model name. It will actually take max tokens, temperature, and go to the OpenAI's API and will do the query there, take the response and come back to, okay? So in this video, I'll show you how to deploy this function into the Microsoft Azure function app. And then we will test it using Postman. We already created a sample JSON format to test this thing actually. The first thing you need to do is actually go to the Azure extensions right here, open up your workspace, open up the functions, and just you need to click on this deploy button. and click deploy to function app. Okay, we are going to deploy to OpenAI first 79, which is our this function resource right here. Okay, this is saying that are you sure want to deploy? Obviously we want to deploy. This will override any previous deployments. Okay, so I'll click on deploy. It will take some time, like 3 to 5 minutes, and we will check the output window to see whether it's being deployed successfully or not. Okay. Okay, yeah, you can see that deployment to OpenAI first 79 completed. And if I go to my resources right here and inside OpenAI first 79, if I refresh this one, now there should be two functions right here. And you can verify the same thing from your Azure portal as well. And if I open up my function app resource, OpenAI first 79, so it must have two functions right here. Basic OpenAI this one and actually completion function this one. If I open up completion function right here, it's live now. If I get my function URL from here, if I copy it, I will just be testing it in a while. I do not want this basic OpenAI function anymore to be deployed, so I can delete this function. It's deleting. So you can delete this to avoid any additional cost incurred by Microsoft Azure functions. I need this completion function, which is our complete function in our view. Okay. If I come to my Postman account right here, what I will do here is I can copy this one because I want to use it again. I'll copy it somewhere here. Okay. Comment it out. Okay. One more thing I want to show you. If I just copy my function URL again from here, I can do it from here as well, you know. And if I actually try to paste it in the browser directly, it says that this page isn't working. It's because you haven't provided these parameters to this function actually. Like what model you want to use and what's prompt actually that you want to give to OpenAI server to get response for you. You're not provided max tokens and you haven't provided temperature as well. Now, what we'll do here is we'll add a new request and I'll call this request as completion function. So I'll paste my URL here. Okay, so this is my URL. I'll go inside the body and I'll just select raw and I'll just choose JSON here. Okay, so I'll just bring my boilerplate template from here, which we created in the previous video, paste it here. So the model would be text Davinci 003. So for the prompt, I'll say, tell me in 30 words how computer works. This is my prompt. Max token size is 100, it's fine, and temperature is 0. Okay, and if I click on send, it should bring back the response in the form of text that tells me in 30 words. I can say it 30 words or less. Okay, in 30 words or less, like how computer works. If I click on send, it's sending the request, and yeah, you can see it brought back a response like a computer takes input, processes it, and produces output using hardware and software components. That's really on spot. Okay, let me zoom it. You can see right here. And if I go to OpenAI text models, okay, and I see the models, you can see that there are multiple models you can use. And if I choose text Davinci 002, it's basically trained with supervised fine-tuning instead of reinforcement learning, which is actually really amazing. So I'll just paste it here. The idea is basically that you can change your model, you can modify these parameters accordingly. Like I can actually give it another prompt like give me a caption for a beautiful mountain picture to post it on Instagram. Okay, so max token size is 100. It's fine because the caption is a small thing, so temperature 0. So let me try to bring back the response for this model and this prompt. So I'll actually click send. So you can see right here, the best way to start the day is with a view of the mountain. You can see that how you can modify the prompt and you can modify the model. You can modify actually all of these parameters to actually fine tune your response. Okay, so you can actually use any model here. We have created this completion function right here. You can actually make a function for pictures. You can use other models as well, which is really cool. So we have created this. This is actually our own API. We can put it in any application. We can make it live and use it with other applications as well. That's pretty much fun actually. That's really the end of this section here. We created a serverless ChatGPT API and that's custom. The biggest thing is that this API is custom. You can change the parameters altogether. The next part will be, we will be integrating this API actually in other applications to use them according to our need actually. And that would be the next step that we would be taking and taking this course to another level actually. So congrats for actually making your own ChatGPT API, which you can use in many other applications. Again, you can use this API with Postman, give it a prompt and it will bring back the response like you try with ChatGPT. Awesome. See you in the next section. Thank you and have a good day. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome back with another video in the course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. And we are in the brand new section of this course. And this section will be called as ChatGPT's integration with Power Automate. Okay. So you know that we have this API set up. Serverless ChatGPT API. We created this by using third-party OpenAI. So now what I need to do is actually I need to integrate this API into my Power Automate, which is another cool software that take care of what's important and automates the rest. Okay, Power Automate is a wonderful tool of Microsoft which can automate the boring and repetitive tasks for you. For instance, like you get an email every Monday morning with some Excel tasks and you have to perform that tasks, similar kind of tasks every Monday and email it to someone. So you can just automate that tasks. Or for example, you have got the expense report of a company, so which your company has to reimburse in some cases. So you need to actually check all those expenses and just forward it to someone who can actually check them in detail and then forward them to your budget department, which can then pay for those expenses. So you can just automate those tasks to save your time. Okay, so it's really important and beneficial. So we are going to integrate this API inside of our Power Apps. First, let me see whether it's working or not. I'll give it another prompt, like I'll say, what is the temperature of sun? Let's say I'm giving it this prompt, and if I can zoom in a bit, okay, and if I just click on send button, you can see that our communication has started and it will probably bring back a response in a while. Yeah, you can see like the temperature of sun's surface is approximately 5,778 Kelvin or 5,505 degrees Celsius, or like 9,000, almost 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, the sun's really hot actually. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to just sign in into my account which we created in our PreWork section. Okay, that E5 subscription account. Okay, you can confirm it from here that your company shows right here. I created a company named ChatGPT API. So it's that account. Okay, here the first thing we need to do is we need to create a flow right over here. Okay, I'll just click on this create button. So it will open up something like this. You can see right over here. A flow is actually a visual representation of the workflow which you want to automate. Okay, so now here you have two options actually. The first one is that you can start from blank, really from scratch. And the second option is that you can actually pick up a template. You can see right here in the top picks, there are some cool templates like follow up on a message, schedule a reply, save message to OneNote, and create a planner task. And you can actually check out some cool templates from here. Okay, and you have a connector like Outlook 365, OneDrive, Forms, Planner, Teams, Outlook, RSS. So there are some cool connectors as well. Power BI connector you can see right here. Azure DevOps. So these are some amazing connectors. You can just explore them as well. But for now, as this course is meant to show you how the integration of our ChatGPT's API work, this guy right over here. So we are not going into the detail of Power Apps. Okay. So I will just click on instant cloud flow right over here. Okay, so I can just give a name, like I can call it as Chat GPT Power Apps Integration. Okay, and you can see how many options you have. Like you can manually trigger a flow, like you can create a Power Apps flow, like Power BI button click, and many things. Okay, so here you need to select this option, manually trigger a flow, and you can just click on create. So yeah, you can see right here that you have the option of manually trigger a flow right over here, and you can see you can just take the help from Microsoft if you want. So it can actually help you in an efficient way. Okay, so it can take you to the community, to the blogs and documentations, stuff like that. So you can check out that as well. And now here, everyone wants to make sure that if you go to the news tab, so inside the connectors, if you type HTTP, so it should actually show me all the related HTTP connectors. So you should have this thing right over here, HTTP premium one. Okay, so I have this premium connector available because I created an E5 subscription account in the PreWork section. You can check out that video. And if you don't have this thing enabled, you can just call your IT guy of your company and to just ask him or her to make it enable for you. Okay, so I'll select this option, HTTP premium one, this thing right over here. So it will open a thing like that. Here we have to populate things based on our this API right over here. Okay, so for this video I just want you to come here. Okay, I want you to read more about Power Automate. You can just type it on Google and search more what it can do. So in the next video we'll see the integration part. We'll bring our ChatGPT's this API completion API into our this thing right over here, and then we can actually make our app working. So that's it for this video. I hope you like this one, and thank you so much for watching, and I shall catch you up in the next video of this section. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Bye. Alright guys, welcome back to another video in the course making apps with ChatGPT and generative AI, and we are in the section Power Apps and ChatGPT Integration. Okay, so now that we have bare bone of our manual trigger setup, so now what we need to do is actually we need to integrate this thing with our API, this bad boy right over here. Okay, so now what I need to do is, the first thing is that I need to specify a method. So you know that our method would be post in our case. Now I want the URL of my application, of my API actually. Okay, so I'll come back to my Postman, copy this URL right over here, and I'll paste my URL in here. Okay, so now we don't need any headers or queries, but we need a body. So for body, what I need to do is actually I need to copy this thing out, this thing right over here. So, and I will paste my body in here. Okay, our model would be text Davinci 003, and let's change the prompt right here. I will specify the prompt as what will a pirate say if he wants you to join his crew. Okay, let's see what it brings. Okay, max token size 100 is fine, temperature 0 is fine. Okay, so if I go to authentication, make sure the authentication is none, so we don't need any cookie actually. So now what I'll do is I'll just go to my next step right over here. Okay, so for now we don't need actually to make an application for this thing. We are just making a basic flow. So I'll just create a variable in here. So I'll search for a variable. Yeah, this thing right over here. We can now just initialize a variable. I'll just click on this thing. I will enter the variable name and I will call it as output, and the type would be string. Yeah, because our response will be in the form of text, so the string is a good value. So here I need to enter the dynamic content. Okay, So from the HTTP, I will just require a body. So yeah, that's done. That's pretty much it. I'll just save my flow from here. Yeah, it's saying that your flow is ready to go. We recommend you test it. So yeah, we will test it. I'll just click on my test button. So now you see that I just have the testing option enabled. So it might be not enabled for you because Microsoft will ask you to actually give them your credit card information, and it will provide you then with the 90 days of free trial that it will charge you for using Power Automate. Okay. So if you have created the company account, like in the PreWork section, we created an E5 subscription account, then it's fine. Then you won't see anything. So if you don't created that account and still you don't see the trial option, so it might be the possibility that your company is actually paying for you to use Power Automate. Okay. So I'll just click on this thing manually and I'll just click on this test button. Yeah, it shows me the information like honor my name. Then I can just run this flow. Yeah, it's saying that your flow ran successfully, and to monitor it, go to the flow run page. So go to my flow run page over here, and I can just click on done for now. Yeah, it says that your flow ran successfully. This is our run history. Okay, if I just expand this thing, you can see our trigger ran successfully, and this is our HTTP request. So yeah, and if I open up my variable, oh yeah, you can see the response is this thing. I gave it a prompt like, what will a pirate say if he wants you to join his crew? So it brought back a response like, ahoy matey, come join me crew and sail the 7 seas. Yeah, it's fine. It's really amazing actually. Okay, it's funny. Okay. So now I will make sure that I have this thing saved. If I come back to my home page, okay, if you successfully created this flow, okay, yeah, this thing right here. If you successfully created this flow like ChatGPT, Power Apps integration, then it's amazing. You have successfully completed your first step. Okay. So now in the next videos, what we are going to do is, if I go to create flow, we will be actually making something different from it. Okay. We will try to make Microsoft Teams chatbot that can actually chat with users. Okay. So that would be really amazing and awesome. So that we will see in the upcoming videos of this section. So for now, that's it. Thank you so much for watching, and I shall catch you up in the next video. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Now that we know how to create a very simple flow with ChatGPT and Power Automate, let's make it a lot better. Okay, now instead of creating a simple manual flow, what we'll do is we'll actually use Power Automate and Teams together to basically create a chatbot using ChatGPT. Okay, that is going to be very cool. And this is, we'll actually create a similar sort of app in the app section, but this will get you a good sense of what you need to do to integrate ChatGPT with something like Teams, for example. Okay. Now, the first thing to do is to make sure you log into Teams on Microsoft.com with the same account that you use for your Power Automate. Please make sure you do that. That is very, very important. Okay, perfect. The next thing we want to do over here is we want to create basically a team group. Okay, so I'm going to go over here. Let me see if I can create a new team here. Okay, let's click add channel. The channel name will be Chatbot example. Add, and let's click new conversation inside Chatbot example and then just say hello. Okay, perfect. We can do more conversations if we want. What's up? Perfect. Okay, awesome. So now let's go back to our Power Automate flow and let's click create. We'll build our own flow, but now instead of creating a trigger based on a manual button press instead, we'll do it based on Teams. Okay, So we'll skip the trigger process altogether and go to skip to building your own flow. Okay, now we need to find a trigger to actually start our flow. So let's go to our Teams application, and over here, we have a lot of different things we can do, okay? We can say when a new chat message is added, we can say when a new team member is added, when I am mentioned on something, when someone responds to an adaptive card. You can do many different things here, okay? What we are going to do is when a new channel message has been added, okay, so let's click this guy here. Now it will sign into Microsoft Teams. Again, this is why it's very important for you to make sure that you have logged on to the same Teams account as Power Automate here, okay? Let's enter in a team ID. Again, we are going to enter in ChatGPT company because that is our team here for channel. We will click Chatbot example. That's one that we just made. Okay. Next step. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to make an HTTP request. Simple as that. So let's go back in here and we'll go in here, put post again. We'll then copy the URL for the API that we have created that uses ChatGPT. We'll then go back over here and put in the body. Right now, we'll actually put in everything, okay? So basically, we'll put in everything for now. But again, the next time we run this flow, I'll show you how to actually make this parameterized with a variable. What we need to do next, however, is we need to then output that message back to Teams, okay? So let's select new step. Let's select Teams. And over here we can do, many different things. We can post a message in a chat or channel. We can reply with a message in a channel. You can even create a channel, which is actually pretty cool too. But I think the one that we want to do is reply with a message in a channel. So it will ask us a few things. What do you want to post as? Flowbot is fine. The post in channel. Well, actually, let me see if I can make this a custom value, okay? You know what? Let's experiment. Let's do channel and we'll see what it looks like. The message ID. So now this is going to be dynamic because this is going to paste it to the message that was used when the flow was actually triggered, which is why we have to use the dynamic content. Again, Power Automate, I would really recommend you to learn it fully because it's amazing. I'm just going to kind of quickly go through it now. So the message ID right here, message ID. The team ID is going to be ChatGPT company. The channel will be Chatbot example, and the message will be the output of HTTP, which is this guy here. Okay. Now let's click save on that, and let's actually test the flow and see if it works. And then we'll parameterize it so that you don't get the same response every time, but instead the prompt is actually the message that the user had sent in the original Teams message. Okay, perfect. Thanks for watching, and that would be covered in the next video. Okay, now that we have gone ahead and actually saved, we are going to click test. We are going to select manually and then click test. And now it will ask us to see it work, add a message to the channel. So let's go back over here and simply add a message to the channel. We can say, hello world. Okay, it's sending. Let's see if we get a reply. Let's go back to our Power Automate flow. It says your flow is running. It's doing the HTTP request. Your flow ran successfully. If you go back to Teams, look at that, everyone. This is amazing, isn't it? A computer processes data using hardware and software to perform tasks and provide information. So we know it's working correctly. Okay, the next thing we need to do is, let's go back to our flow. It sucks that it goes all the way to the beginning. It's really annoying. What it should do is go back to my flows, computer flows again, and then click edit, okay? What we actually want to do is, we want the prompt to be equal to the message that a person had sent. So What we are going to do over here is we are going to get rid of the prompt here, and we are going to now replace that with the message. So let's go ahead and select a message body. Perfect. Let's click save on that. And now what will happen is whatever we put in here as a message will actually go to our ChatGPT API, which will then access OpenAI's API, give it the prompt, get the response back. Our API gets the response, Power Automate gets the response, and then posts that response to the teams. Okay. So it's kind of like a cascading thing that happens, which is, I think that's pretty cool. But anyways, let's click save again. But let's go over here, do a new conversation. So let's do something that we would want to ask ChatGPT. All right. So we can say over here, what is the difference between a turtle and a tortoise? I think that's how you spell it. Okay. Now we wait. Let's see if our flow is running. It hasn't triggered yet. No, I would. No, I sure like what I probably should have done here is when I edited it, it should probably click to test and then actually done it. So let's do it again here. I'll just copy that, paste it in here. Yeah, flow's running. Okay, good sign, everyone. Come on, get a response. Oh, there we go. Okay, it did both. The main difference between a turtle and a tortoise is that turtles are aquatic while tortoises are terrestrial. Turtles have webbed feet, blah, 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 blah. Isn't that so amazing, guys? What I have done over here, once I actually deploy this properly, is created a chatbot for everyone in my company. They can ask it anything. Imagine you would be the man or a woman, if you create this in your company and create a channel where people could just ask questions, right? Let's ask another question. Who made the first touch screen phone? I'm actually not sure if it knows knowledgeable answers, but let's see. Describe them in like 20 words, okay? Yeah, it is running. Let's see how long it takes. The first touchscreen was IBM Simon, released in 1994. It was first device to... Boom! Look at that. Amazing. This is actually probably more than 20 words, but oh well, it works, right? There we go. Now you know in less than 20 minutes after we had our API set up, we created a very cool, sophisticated chatbot with Power Automate. And you can use Power Automate to then connect to your API and then push that data anywhere to Trello, to Twitter. Look at all different connectors that Power Automate has. It's amazing, right? You can post it to your Power BI report, Google Calendar, Gmail, Microsoft To Do, YouTube, GitHub. So many different possibilities. Okay, they are endless. All right, perfect. Great. I think that covers everything I wanted to cover in the Power Automate integration section of this course. Awesome and amazing. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back in the brand new section of the course, Make Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. In this section, we'll see how to use Power Apps actually to build a ChatGPT sort of an application where you can actually enter the prompt and you can get the response live, and that would be really amazing. In the previous section, we saw how to use Power Automate, and this will be on the Power Apps. So for the people who are new on Power Apps is basically a platform of Microsoft in which you can build the real-time application faster with fewer resources. It's basically low code / no code system where you can actually build applications faster in a blink of an eye. Without further ado, let's just start this section and it would be really interesting. So first of all, we need to sign in with our company account we just created in the previous videos. And let me show you my API. This is my API. If you remember, we created this thing in the previous sections, and you can see right here that we have to provide these parameters and it brings the response for us. Like I asked it to give me a slogan for my coffee shop. So it gave me a response like the best coffee in town. It's with text Davinci 002. Let me change the model here real quickly. I want with text Davinci 003 and let me send it. So my response will probably change now. Yeah, you can see right here, brewing freshness and quality. Our cup of coffee is your cup of joy. So you can see here, I am inside of my Power Apps dashboard, and you have to confirm from here the environment is ChatGPT API, the company account which I created in one of our previous videos in the PreWork section. Okay. So Power Apps is basically a great platform if you want to quickly create an application in your organization to speed up the processes. So it's a really amazing platform, and today we'll explore how to actually use it. So we will not be going into much detail of Power Apps. This course is not actually related to Power Apps. This course is meant to actually show you how OpenAI works and how you can develop cool application with OpenAI's API. I saw people who use Power Apps to actually create cool systems like whole expense management systems. So it is really a powerful tool in my opinion. So in this video, I'll show you how you can integrate Power Apps with ChatGPT, or you can say OpenAI's API to use it as a ChatGPT sort of application to make it even crazier, okay? So let's go ahead and start doing that. So the first step is I have to click on this create button, and from here I will just click on blank app. You can see right here. Okay, so we have to create this blank canvas app. I'll just click on this create button and it will ask me for a name, and I will call it as ChatGPT example. Technically it's OpenAI, whatever. So I'll just click on create button. Yeah, it's getting things ready for you. It will take a while to load up blank canvas. So yeah, so I'm already here. So I'll just click on skip. Yeah, you can see that this is your canvas where you need to create things. I'll just zoom in. Yeah, you can see right here. Yeah, you can play your application from here. If I preview my app, you can see it's empty because we just created it. You can choose mobile phone view like iPhone 8, iPhone 10. Yeah, it will show up like this. So iPhone 11, iPhone 12, 13, 14, or iPhone SE. And this is a tablet mode like iPad 10. So there are like, you can just provide custom width as well. So that's really amazing. You can change the orientation as well. So if I close this one from here, and it says that you can also test your app right on the canvas by holding down Alt key to activate buttons and other controls. So we'll see that in a while. Just click on OK. So here I need to create my application actually. So I need to add components to my app. So I'll just click on insert. And once again, this is not actually the tutorial for like Power Apps. Actually, I want to show you how you can use this API, which we created in our previous videos, to use in the application, which we can create in Power Apps. So that's pretty much the purpose of this section actually. So first of all, I'll choose text label. So it will add a text label for me. So I'll bring it in the center. Yeah, let's expand it. So let's give it a heading like ask anything to your personal chatbot. Okay, that would be a cool line actually. So I can change the font here. I can increase the font size, font weight. I can choose bold. That's good. Let me fit it on the screen. Yeah, that's looking good. Let me make it italic. It will look nice. Yeah, text alignment should be in center like this. Auto height. Yeah, this is good. Now I want to add another text label. Yeah, it's here. I also need to add in the text input. So where we can take in the prompts, and I also need a button actually. Yeah, this thing. Okay. So let me arrange these things. Yeah, that's actually looking really nice. Let me increase its width. Yeah, button here. Let me change the text of the button and I can say ask me. Yeah, so I can change the color as well. I think black should look fine, or I can choose green. No, black was looking nice, I think. So you can choose any color you want. Yeah, this thing, it's text input 1. So let me arrange the text in the center. I can say the default text should be, what's your query? That's actually good. Yeah, and I can actually change the name of the text input from text input 1 to prompt actually, because this will be our prompt. This will be our response. So I can write a response here. So let me see if I can add borders to this thing. Yeah, I can say 10 pixels, blue border. 10 pixels, it's like really huge. So I'll say 3 pixels. Let me increase its width. Now our app is looking something really crazy. Okay, so the purpose of this application is actually a user can enter the query right here. When he or she will click on this button, ask me, so the query or prompt will go to this API right here in the prompt section, and it will communicate with OpenAI's server and bring back the response, this response for instance, and our response will be shown right here. So I can change the text of response as well. So this thing is good, and font size should be a bit big. Our response will be in this way. Okay. So if I play my application now, our application will look something like this. Okay. So here I have to provide my query. For instance, I can provide this query. Give me a slogan for a coffee shop. Yeah, I can say give me a slogan for a coffee shop. Okay. And when I will click on this ask me, it's doing nothing right now because we haven't coded anything yet. We just made a template like we create front end for some applications in web apps. So it's pretty much same sort of thing. Okay. So I'll just close this one out. This is actually a basic thing, a bare bone. So like in the next video, I will show you how to actually integrate this thing with the ChatGPT's API. So the possibilities would be endless. So that's pretty much it for this video. I will see you in the next one. Thank you so much and have a good day. Bye. Hello guys, what's up? And I am back with another video in the course, Make Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. And we are in the section of ChatGPT and Power Apps. So I hope you're liking this section. In the previous section, we just created something like this. Just a basic bare bone application where you can actually write your query or a prompt. If I play this one, you can write your prompt here like, hello, what's up? And if I click on this button, like it will take my prompt, go to this API and replace this prompt actually with this thing here, and it will communicate with OpenAI servers, bring back the response, take this response for instance and show me the response here. Okay, so the basic idea is this one. Now what we need to do actually is we have to use Power Apps and Power Automate this thing they both will work together actually to allow the integration of this API, okay? Without further ado, let's just start our today's lecture. Okay, so first thing we need to do is actually we need to go to this section, Power Automate, okay? Here we need to create a new flow. I'll click on create new flow and it will open up a pane for you in a while. This video is about integration of OpenAI with Power Apps. Here we will try to integrate OpenAI with this thing. We will create a flow right here which will be responsible for our integration. We will see how to create a flow in a while. Yeah, from here what you need to do is actually you need to click on create from blank and it will open up a new page for you actually. Yeah, you can see right here that your blank template has just opened. So actually you need to create a flow of your application, like how your application is gonna work. So like step-by-step processes. Actually we'll be going to attach this flow to our button, like ask me button. So whenever a person clicks that button, so this flow actually runs, okay? I'll click on new step right here. It will create a new step for me. And I'll type in HTTP. We will create HTTP request like we did in Azure Functions app, okay? So I'll click on this one, HTTP. So here we need to fill out the information. So let me try to copy this URL right here. So the method would be post and I will provide the request URL right here. So this URL, so I will copy the body as well from here and I'll paste it inside the body. So the model would be text Davinci 003. So the prompt would be, actually I do not need this prompt right here. I do not want to hard code it. Actually, I want whatever a person writes inside of the prompt section in our app, that prompt should go right here, okay? So I'll just cancel this one out. And I will click on this option, ask in Power Apps, and make sure that you are still inside of the double quotes. Don't remove these double quotes right here, okay? So the next step we need is actually, we need to return a response back to Power Apps from our API. So I'll click on create new step. So I'll search for Power Apps and our operation would be respond to a Power App or flow. This thing right over here. Okay, we have to create an output. So the output would be in the form of text. So I'll enter the title as a response. Make sure that you remember what you are actually providing here. So here I'll provide the value. So the value would be equal to the output of this HTTP response right here. So if I go over here inside the HTTP and if I click on see more, so here it is the body actually. So the body would be responsible for a response actually, okay? That's pretty much done. Let's click on save here. It will save your flow for you actually. And it will load in a while here, okay? So you can see right here, our flow is here in our application to use whenever we want it to be used. So in the next video, what we will try to see is actually, we will attach this flow to this button so that our API could work in a way that we want it to be. So that's it for this video. I hope you like this one. Thank you so much for watching and have a good day. Bye. Hello and what's up guys? Welcome back with another video in the course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. We are in the section of Power Apps and ChatGPT. In this video, I'll show you how to attach this flow to this button right here. So whenever a user enters a query and presses down this button, the query is sent to the OpenAI servers by using this API right here. And it communicates with OpenAI server, bring back the response and provides the response here in this text box right here. Okay, let's start this video. If you are new to Power Apps, so this video can be a little bit tricky for you. So I'll suggest you to focus on this video and do not skip any part and watch till the end. Thank you. Okay, the first thing we need to do is actually we need to click this button right here and then we need to select on select from here. So it's already on select. So it means that a button should do something when it's selected. Okay, we need to actually set a function here. in this space, you can see right here, this fx stands for a function. So you can actually browse available functions as well. So we will create our own. So what we will do is here, I will just provide a keyword set. Set means like setting up something, and I will actually create a variable here. So you can see right here, the syntax of set function is variable comma value. So my variable would be output, and then there will be a comma. Our output will be equal to our flow. This thing you can see right here, Power App HTTP respond to a Power App or flow. This is the name of our flow. So this one right here. Yeah, what we have done here is we have created a variable output, and we equal that output to this flow right here, and we have enclosed it inside of set function here. So you should be able to execute this flow by clicking this button actually. Okay, so this flow actually takes in an input. You remember when we created this flow, we asked it to actually ask from Power Apps, which will be actually our prompt. Okay, to give it an input, I will just press dot and then this function run, and we have to provide here this HTTP body actually, which will be our prompt in our case. Okay, so this will be equals to whatever the text is in this text box. Okay, so this text input is called prompt. So I'll copy this prompt from here, and if I come back here, so I'll just paste the prompt here. So you can see that my this text input is highlighted because it refers to this thing right here. Okay, and from this prompt actually we need to specify the property of this prompt box actually, which is actual text inside of this thing. Okay, so I'll press dot and this thing right here, text. It is like that our flow should take the text of this prompt box as an input to run. Okay, let me close this bracket out here. Now what we want actually is we want a response back from the API. Okay, so I'll just hit dot and then I can choose this response right here. Okay, the reason why it is called response is actually when we created our flow, we called it response. Like I told you to remember what you are mentioning there. Okay, so that's why it's called response here. Okay, so far so good. I hope you actually know what we are doing here. Okay, I'll just try to close the brackets. All right, that's done. So what we did here is actually we set a variable output and we set it equal to the flow's response right here. Okay, so the response to the prompt's text, and that equals to this output variable right here. The final thing we need to do is actually we need to show this output variable somewhere. And you guessed it right, we have to show this inside this text box where the response is written. Okay, so I'll just click on this thing right here, and you can see that it's equals to response. I can change it and call it something else like hello, so it will change. I can also do a thing like I can change this thing to prompt.text. Okay, so what it means is that whenever I run it and I try to actually enter something right here, so it will actually echo the same thing right here. We don't want that thing actually. Okay, we actually need to provide the output variable which we created just in the case of this button here. Let's try to do that. So what we will do here is we will set it equal to that variable name which we called it output, this thing right here. Okay, perfect, awesome. So the moment of truth actually, let's try to run this and test whether it's working correctly or not. So I'll just run this app right here. Let's remove this thing. Okay, I'll write here a simple query, write a small slogan to advertise a cell phone company for tall people. Okay, let's see whether it's working or not. Will it bring back a response or not? We will check it. Okay, I'll just click on ask me button. So now you can see that it's working. It's communicating with API and doing its stuff. So let's see whether it brings back the response or not. Yeah, you can see right here, tall on top, get the perfect fit with our phones. That's really amazing. You can see you just created your own ChatGPT bot where you can actually write a prompt, then you can click this button and it brings back the response for you. So that's really amazing. Okay, you just integrated the ChatGPT into your Power App. You can see right here, and that's really amazing. You can do a lot of things right here. You can ask anything Click on this button and it will bring back a real-time response for you. That's really amazing. Okay, let me try to ask something else. I will say write a standard review for a person who did a great job at entertaining our guests. Okay, so I'll just click on ask me. It's doing its stuff. You can see right here, it's working. You can see right here, I cannot actually scroll here. So let me go back and I have to modify this thing. Let's make it big. Yeah, that's fine. So you can see right here, it brought back a response like I had the pleasure of having blah, 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 blah. It brought a valid response for me. It just wrote a recommendation letter for someone who did an amazing job at entertaining our guests. So you can see how amazing it is. So you don't have to do any work. You just have integrated your ChatGPT API into your Power Apps, and that's really amazing. Cool stuff, actually. Okay. That's how you integrate your ChatGPT's API into your Power Apps. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching this video and have a good day. Bye. All right. Now, the next very common software that we will integrate OpenAI with is Outlook. Outlook is a simple email client. If you have worked anywhere in the business space, you are familiar with Outlook. Just like Google's Gmail, Microsoft has Outlook. Okay. For this, you will need an Outlook client and an account that has an Outlook subscription in it. So, make sure that you have that. You can ask your company, or you can also buy Office 365. I think it's like $9 to $10 a month, and you get access to Outlook, Word, Excel, all of the Office suite products for a pretty cheap price on a subscription type basis. All right. Now, before we get started, we have to set up our environment. Basically, what we need to do is we need to install the tools that allow us to add in Outlook extensions and add-ins. Okay, the first thing that we need is we need a code editor. Now, we are going to be using Visual Studio Code, right? So the same thing we use to actually create the API, to create the Azure function, and so on and so forth. Okay, you also need something called Node.js. So let me open up that guy over here. So that can be found at nodejs.org. It's basically a JavaScript runtime environment. It allows you to create apps with JavaScript. Now, to be honest, I don't know JavaScript that well, but that's fine because you just need it to actually run that application. The whole backend can still be done by our Azure function. Okay, now when you are on this website, make sure you click the LTS version and not the current version. So make sure you do that. So let's click this guy over here. We'll then open up the installer, then go through the process of actually installing Node.js. I already have it installed, so I don't need to do that. Now, something that you probably want to make sure that you have is you want to make sure that your version of Node.js is properly installed. So I think there's a quick command that you can run for that. And it is, let's see, I think if you go over here, so over here to this guy, let's create a completely new folder. So open up folder documents. We will put this in a new folder, and this will be our Outlook add-in. We'll click that selected folder. Okay, perfect. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to open up the terminal here. Now, once that's open, just type in node -version. So you should be using this version. It's 18.1.3.0, but it should basically match whatever says as LTS over here. Now, if in the future, this is 28, this is 20.1, that's fine. Just make sure you use the LTS version, the latest one, okay? You should also have something called npm installed when you install Node. npm is just like a package manager, like in Python, it's pip. So if you type in npm -version, perfect. So the npm version doesn't matter as much. You just have to make sure that your Node version is version 18.1.3.0, okay? Now, the last thing we need to install is something called Yeoman. Okay. Now, I know it sounds pretty weird, but Yeoman is very cool packaging tool that allows you to create new projects. So Microsoft actually uses Yeoman to configure your Outlook configurations to make sure that when you are making an Outlook extension, everything that's there is neat, okay? It's actually built in. So it's more of a, project builder for you. And as you will see, it has very easy to use tools. So the first thing we want to do is to actually install this. But what we are actually going to do, because we only need the specific version of Yeoman for our needs, is we are going to type in npm install -g yo generator -office. So this is the Yo builder for Office specifically, and let's go ahead and let that run and finish. All right, perfect. Okay, there we go. Now we have everything installed that we need to install to start making an Outlook add-ins, especially one that can communicate with our ChatGPT API that we have made that basically pings OpenAI's server. Okay, perfect. We'll see that in our next video. Okay, now the next thing we'll do is we will create our add-in project, okay? So, and we are going to use Yeoman to actually do that. So it's very simple. Now make sure you are in the directory that you want to be in VS Code, and then in the terminal type in yo space office. Now it's doing its thing. It's basically configuring the project. Now this is a bit hard to see. So you can actually move this up and see what it looks like. So it says over here, blah, 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 office, add-in, tool, collect on anonymous usage data. So now you can actually use your arrow keys with your terminal to select something. Okay, we are going to select continue. Now it says choose a project type. So do you want to create an Office add-in task, paint project using React Angular? Do you want to create an Excel custom function? Lots of different things you can create, okay? We are going to create an Office add-in task paint project. Okay, so let's click enter on that now. It asks you, what language do you want to use? It's up to you. If you have a preference between JavaScript and TypeScript, go ahead and choose one. I am going to use JavaScript. What do you want to name your Office add-in? The next question. Let's name this Test Outlook add-in. And it asks which Office client application would you like to support? We are for now just going to support Outlook, but this is where you can tag multiple ones, and now it's actually creating it. It's just doing its thing. I installing a lot. I might have to put this in another video. Okay, why don't I stop the video for now, and then I will continue when this is complete. Never mind, it's all complete, okay? That was perfect. So there we go. Now what we have done here is we have added in a folder called Test Outlook add-in, and if you go to that folder, you will see it's already made the entire project for you. And there's a few files that we should really focus on, right? The first file is the manifest XML file. This just shows you some configurations of your project. What do you want your icon to be? when we actually click the Outlook add-in, what you want the icon color to be, what you want to say on display, name of that icon, what ribbon do you want it to be part of. So there are a few questions you need to be focused on. Where's the location that this will be hosted on? Just random things like that. But they're pretty important. The main code is actually in source. So if you go to source and go to task pane, this is really where your app is living and fired from, okay? So first of all, you are in the HTML of your app, which is basically think of an app as various micro website. A website has HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. HTML is basically what you see when you open up the application. So for example, over here, you can change the app body to say something else. Instead of saying achieving more with Office integration, you can make that say something else, and so on and so forth. CSS is more for styling, right? So what do you want the colors to be? What do you want your padding to be? What do you want your display to be? This is very useful because this actually works with HTML to produce the front end that you see. The HTML is more of a skeleton of different classes, and CSS file defines that what those different classes look like. Finally, you have the underlying engine of the application, which is the JavaScript file. So basically, this actually runs code when someone clicks on application and clicks the run button, okay? So there is where we'll actually put in code to access the third-party API that we have made and provide a prompt, get back a response, and then show that response in a neat and tidy way on the HTML file, okay? So there we go. The last thing we should do over here is make sure that right now we are actually not in our project folder. We are in the parent folder Outlook add-in. We just have to make sure that we are in the test Outlook add-in, okay? So what we can do over here to make things easy, to go to the file, open up folder, and then go to Outlook add-in, and then go to the folder that was just created from you. And click select folder, and there we go. Now we are in where we should be, okay? If you open up terminal now, it will actually be the right space, and you have all your files here on the left as well, okay? Awesome, and thank you. All right. Now that we have built our first Outlook add-in project, and we have actually gone ahead and gone through some of the code behind it, let's start it and see what it looks like on Outlook. Now, this is going to be a task pane. So you will click a button, and then a pane will come out from the right side where we can affect our application, okay? So open up terminal, and from over here, type in npm start again. Make sure you are in the right folder. That should be the folder that was created from Yeoman. Okay, so let's click npm start. It'll start doing its thing. It'll start loading things, and you probably will see something like this pop up as well. Now, you might have to install a developer certificate, so you might get a security warning like this. Just go ahead and click yes. Because right now we are not using HTTPS, and it kind of forces you to use HTTPS, okay? So you get lots of messages like this. Hey, is this secure? Yes, it is, cause I am developing it, and so on and so forth. Okay, perfect. So after this has ended, your Outlook should just pop up automatically, and now you should see a show task pane and perform an action over here. Okay, now in order to kind of activate these, you need to be in an email. So for example, let me open up this email over here. Now I can see show task pane, and perform an action over here. So I am going to go ahead and select Show Task Pane. So it says to debug the web view, attach VS Code to the web view instance using the Microsoft Debugger for Edge extension. This is if you want to debug in a professional manner, you can download this. But for our purposes, we are creating a relatively simple Outlook application. So we won't need to do that. Okay. And there we go. This is our add-in. Use our logo, our welcome message, discover what Office add-ins can do for you today. Modify the source file and click run, blah, 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 blah. Right now, if we click run, nothing will happen. Run basically executes the code that's found over here in the source. Task pane JS, the run function. Right now, there's nothing in here, so nothing actually runs, okay? But this is the HTML front end over here, right? So what we could do very, very simply is go over here, go to HTML and then change this, right? So instead of saying achieve more with Office integration, we can say something like hello world, okay? And then if we go back over here, I think we actually probably will need to restart the application. Yeah, we will definitely need to do that. So how to restart it? What we can do is we can go back to code and type in npm start again and then click OK. So now a new version of Outlook will start. Now let's go over here and select an email, show task pane. Hello. Oh, you know what? I am so dumb. I think I forgot to just save the file. Yep, make sure you actually save the file. So Control S is how you save it. Let's do that again. Show task pane, click OK. Hello world, awesome. So this is how you build your Outlook Office add-in application. You have all the tools now. You need to actually build whatever application you want. What we will do in this module is we will just make a test connection. Basically, what we'll do is we will create an application very quickly that will take the components of your email, whatever has been selected, and after you click run, it sends those content or maybe the subject line to our Azure Function API. Then it will return the response from it and it will show that response in the task pane over here. Okay, awesome. Let's go ahead and start doing that. Thank you. Now that our Outlook add-in is working properly, let's go ahead and see if we can make an API call from an Outlook add-in to ChatGPT's API, the one that I have made. At least this is the link for it. Make sure it's a post request, not a get request. Then this is the body. It needs model prompt, max tokens and temperature. Let me just zoom in here as well. And then if I click send it, then returns me basically the response from OpenAI's Davinci model. Okay, perfect. So let's go into our Visual Studio Code and then go to task pane, JavaScript again. Again, all of our code that we will be running will be done here, and this will be done in JavaScript. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm not that familiar with JavaScript, but you actually don't need to know much in order to just make a simple API call. Eventually, what we'll want to do is we'll want to take an element from a message, for example, something like this, and then click run it, send that message to our function, and maybe summarizes it or something like that, and then returns a summary of it from ChatGPT. So, for example, we can ask ChatGPT very easily to summarize the following statement in 25 words or less. But again, the first thing we need to do is make sure we can actually connect to ChatGPT from Outlook. And as you'll soon see, it's a lot harder than you think Not because of JavaScript, but because of security. The security thing is very intense, but I am getting ahead of myself. Let's go ahead and put in our code, okay? So basically, like how to actually run an API call from JavaScript is, there's a function called fetch, okay? And fetch takes two things. It takes a URL and it takes other parameters. For example, like the body, the headers, things like that, okay? So that's it. This is what we need to do. Now you define these things. So why don't we create a constant variable called URL? We'll make it equal to the URL of the function that we created. So I'm just gonna go to Postman and just copy the guy in here. I don't think I need anything else here. If I just click send, perfect, that works. Okay, perfect. I also need these other parameters defined as well, right? So let's create another constant. So constant other parameters, it is actually equal to, and this is itself to be a JSON. So I want to define a few things. I want to define the body of the post. I want to define the method of the post. So the method is going to be a post rather than a get. And we have talked about the differences in the previous lecture. The body is going to be equivalent to this JSON body here, okay? Where we need to define the prompt, model, max tokens, and temperature. So all I am going to do is I'm going to copy this. I am going to put in here in single quotes and then click paste. Now, unfortunately, what you need to do is need to backspace in, like, get rid of the new lines. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, perfect. And then put a comma at very end of that as well. Also, since this is JavaScripting, to put in semicolon at the end of every statement, just so that it doesn't mess up, okay? Perfect. Sorry, this is other param. So let's change this to other param, okay? That's fine, okay? So now we have both of these things defined. Perfect. Now the next thing that we need to do over here is we need to actually save the results of this function somewhere. So let's create another variable, constant response, and make it equal to fetch URL. The only thing is that fetch URL is an asynchronous function, so you actually need to put over here as a wait. Okay, what we'll then do as well as we'll create a new variable called output. So where output, and we'll make it equal to the response that we get from this fetch function. So basically calls the API, it then returns the response object. But this is not the response itself. It basically has everything about the response, when it was responded, what the status code is, everything like that. All we want is actual text from the response, which is this guy over here, okay? So all we want is the response text, okay? Perfect. And let's just make sure we put it in as a function, okay? The last thing we'll do is we will log the output. So console log output. All right, perfect. So let's click save on that. Let me just clean up it a bit here, as I was testing a few of these things prior, okay? Let's go in here and type in npm start. And it will open up a new Outlook screen. That's this guy over here. So let's go into a message I received from someone, which is too wordy for me. I'm too important. I don't want to read this, so I can click show task pane over here. And this is that function. Something you can do is you can right click it and click inspect. And this will allow you to basically look at the console log. Okay. So there's a few errors in here, but that's fine for now. We don't need to worry about it. But what we can do over here is click run. And look at that, it outputs correctly. So what it's basically doing in the code is, let me just go back. Here it is calling this API, okay? Well, sorry, it's calling the linked API. It then gives this body. So it defines the model, the prompt, the max tokens, and the temperature. It then makes a post request, and then it returns the post request, and then it translates that into a text for us, and then it outputs that text. There we go. It's that easy. And now we have made a linkage from Outlook to ChatGPT. So again, if I go over here and click inspect and go to a console, every time I click run, so you can see that function is running. So you'll see it over here on the left hand side if I click run. Again, I can go in here and change the prompt, right? I can say instead, what is ice cream? And save it, and then go back to my Outlook, open up the inspect again, go to console and click run. So says ice cream is frozen desert or blah 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 blah. Perfect. So we have been able to connect the two together. Now if this doesn't work for you, and if you get an error, if you get a course error or something like that, again, I should have said this before, if you get a course error, then you need to set up your security protocol correctly, and to the next video, we'll learn how to do that. But if this works for you, then you're fine. You don't need to worry about it. But if this doesn't work for you, then follow the next video. We will go through how to actually resolve the course issue. Okay, awesome and perfect. Thank you. Hello everyone. If you were successfully able to connect your Outlook to your Azure functions, then you are fine. You don't need to go any further. However, if you get a course error or a allow origin error or anything like that, then follow the steps in this video and it will be resolved. You know, if you have a course error, if it says on the very red over here, it will say something like allow origin error or CORS error or security error or something like that. And it's actually a good thing. It's basically not allowing your Outlook to make a connection with a random API, and it's also not allowing the random API to make a connection back to Outlook. So it's actually a good thing that this happens, but it's also very annoying too, because although it's very secure, it kind of stops us from connecting Outlook to various different APIs. So we need to basically allow that to happen. So there's a few things you can try, okay? The first thing you can try is, let's open up our Azure function. Okay, so again, let's go into Azure, click on Azure function name. And if you go into functions, these are all different Azure functions here. Perfect. What we want to do here though is, if you go all the way down to API and you see it, there's a button called API management and one called course. Click course and then basically make sure this is deselected and then delete every other record in here to put an asterisk. What that is basically doing is that it basically means that anyone from any single website from any browser can now access your API, which is obviously not secure, but for our development purposes, it's fine. It also says that here cross-origin resource sharing allows JavaScript code running in a browser or external host to interact with your backend, okay? So just put asterisk and then everything can basically access this function. Then go all the way to the top to overview, click refresh to refresh your function. And now if you go back, run your code again, let's open up our Outlook again and click run. It should now work. It says 2 over here. However, if it doesn't, then you need to take an additional step because clearly your browser or your Outlook is very secure. How would you do that is you actually need to create an API management service, okay? So what you can do over here is and is incorrect state. It might have been deleted, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. Let's click on the link. So if you get something like this, just click on link. But what you can do over here is create a new API management service. Let's click create new. Subscription doesn't matter. Resource group doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. Workspace name, so we are going to call this open because it's not secure, it's open. Completion API, or let's just call it an open API. Put in some random number because it needs to be unique. So I'm going to put in 562 and then put in administrator email. Okay. And make sure you check consumption. Consumption pricing is, I think the first million requests are free with something crazy like that. So look at the pricing of your concern, but definitely click consumption and not any of these other plans because they are way more expensive, okay? Just choose any random application inside. Instance scale doesn't matter. Identity doesn't matter. Virtual network doesn't matter. Protocol settings, nope, doesn't matter. Tags, that's fine. Validation, fail. Required information is missing. Oh no, what did I miss? Specified service name was already in use. Okay. We can do open first AI 565. Let's put the same number 562. Okay. Specify fine. Review and install. Help me make this a lot more zoomed in so you guys can see a bit more. The create. Okay, deployment succeeded. Now this says over here that's in a transition stage, so it will take a little bit to kind of get this up and running. So let's give it a few minutes here. Yep, service has been activated. We just have to wait for it to be done and complete. Still being activated. We just have to wait at this moment. Again, if this is working for you, you don't need to go through this video. I think if I go back right now, it might not be working for me either because I just installed a security system. But let's see. Run. Oh, it still works. That's good. Okay, service is being activated. We can hurry up and activate. Let's go back to our Azure functions and make sure that it's being connected properly. If we go to API management over here, your app is linked. Okay, perfect. It has been linked. Amazing. So now what we can do over here is select API for your app. We are going to let's go to API management first. Let's go to API and then we'll select over here, define a new API, mainly define an HTTP API, okay? Now, we need to give it a few more things over here, but that's fine. This one can be called completion API. The web service URL doesn't matter here. Let's click create. Okay, perfect. Now let's go into settings and make sure we have selected HTTPS here. This is the more secure setting. Subscription required. Let's deselect that guy here. We don't need to put in any header name or query parameter name. Okay, that's fine. Let's click save on that. Let's go to all APIs, go to settings for all APIs and make sure we have done the same thing. Perfect. That's not a requirement there, so that's good. Okay. And if we go over here, let's go now to our Azure functions, go to API management and over here, click completion API. So that's the one we just created, and let's import the functions and click link API, and we want to link both APIs in. So let's click import. Perfect. And now what you'll see if you go to API management, let's actually go into the full API management and go to APIs. You'll now see something called completion API. And if you go to all operations, these are all the operations you can make with this new API you have created. You can actually post to completion API, and you can see right here, you can post to basic OpenAI as well, okay? So basically you can make a post or a GET request to all the Azure functions after you have linked them together. So now what we want to do over here is we want to add in a policy, okay? But make sure we have selected all APIs, okay? And then go over here to policies. And what we want to add in over here is a policy for inbound, okay? So let's add in over here inbound. We basically want our inbound traffic to change. So make sure you have your inbound open and close, and then inside it over here towards the right, select show snippets, scroll down and select codes. Perfect. Okay. Now a few things we need to edit. Make sure, by the way, this is in the inbound. Okay. First of all, we want to change it to post. Okay. And let me see over here. Allow codes, domain calls. Nope. Okay. So yeah, we want to make sure we set this to post. Everything else in here looks fine. We don't need to change any of that. Let's click save on that. There's an error. Value is not a valid absolute URL. So let's see. Let's see over here, error and element. Okay, let me see exactly what CORS request we want, cause I think Microsoft might have changed this or updated it, which is very annoying. So just give me a couple of seconds here, okay? Okay, perfect. I am just going to copy and paste from my resource that I have, cause it looks like this was not the correct CORS source anyways. So let's paste that guy in. So this is what it should look like. Okay, so you have your CORS allow credentials equal true. You don't need to save that in there. Allow origin. So we want the origin to be from anywhere. So we are going to replace this particular link with asterisk. Okay. Allow methods pre-flight, that's fine. Allow headers, that's fine. Expose headers, that's fine. Okay, let's click save on that. Perfect. And that's saved. And I'll make sure that I put that text in the description below just so you have it. Okay. Now what we want to do is, if we go all the way to the left, if we click our completion API and click our post completion API, which is the one we want. Let's go to those APIs policies and click the calculate effective policy. So this will tell us for this particular API, this is the policy. It's going to allow everything to access this API, which is what we want to do. Okay. But we are not done yet. Let's go to API management, go all the way down under APIs to go to products. Okay, we have to click add to create a new product. This is one will just be open API, AI description, can be blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. Okay, and make sure we deselect required subscription, and then we are going to add that API to it, completion API. Okay, and let's just click create. Perfect. So now we have done everything that we need to do. Basically, what's happened is we created another API that accepts requests from anywhere, from all origins, okay? And to find that API's URL, if we go here to post, we actually test it. This is taking a lot longer. There we go. Okay. And this is the name of API over here. Okay. So we can actually test it in here, but this is the request that we need to make. So now this is a different link than what we had before, right? This is now different. If I go to my old Postman, let me just find it here. That was the link. This is an Azure function, but what's happening here is once you make a request to this API, which can be from anywhere, it then makes a request to this API that we have created, this function, and then that makes a request to OpenAI's API and so on and so forth. So this is like API inception. So we needed to provide API management service on top of our Azure function to allow requests to come from anywhere if you are getting that course error. Okay, now to test if this works, go over here. Let's create a new Postman request. So we'll go over here, click add request, and we'll say completion API from all origins. Okay. Make sure this is a post request. Let's enter the request URL over here. Let's go to the body and we are going to take the body from completion API. Put it in here. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now, this is how you know that this is actually working. That what it's doing again is going to this API, which then goes to this API, which then goes to OpenAI's API and make the prompt, gets the response and then send it back using that method as well. So we are basically putting a security layer on this Azure function, which is what this guy is here, okay? The good thing again is that this Azure function can be accessed by any origin. So now if I go back to my VS Code and replace this URL with this function, which is the function that we had before with this guy instead, which is now our API management service, and click save. Now, if I go back to my Outlook and go to inspect, this should now 100% working state. Boom. Okay. Now, obviously, it was working for me before too, so I didn't technically need to do this. But if you were getting a course error, then this is how you resolved it. Okay? Awesome. Hopefully, that was helpful. Hopefully, that resolved any course or security errors that you were getting. Thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you. Okay. Now that we have our Outlook working and connecting to an Azure function, let's go ahead and make a useful application. Here's what the application will do. The application will allow users to go into their emails. Let's see if you get several emails. One, for example, from this one that I got, and you can double click it. You can click the show task pane. Then once you click run, it will actually summarize the email for you. And what will actually happen is that it will send the content of the email to OpenAI's server with the prompt of please summarize, and then we'll return that summary back to you and show it over here. Okay? Easy peasy. Again, I'm not an expert in JavaScript, but you don't need to be an expert in JavaScript to do this very simple task in Outlook. Okay? So let's open up our Visual Studio Code and make sure we are in our function run and do some things here. The first thing that we are going to do is the task of going to this website and returning a response and all of that. We are going to put that into an asynchronous function. So it's easy to call. So we are going to create a new asynchronous function called run Azure. Okay. And that is going to take in a body. And we are going to put it over here. Perfect. So a few things that this function does, it basically calls the URL, calls the other parameters. What we also needed to do over here is the prompt shouldn't just be what is ice cream, right? The prompt should be summarize the following in How many words do we want? 50 words? Yeah, in 50 words or less, okay? And then this is where we put the body, which is basically the body of the email, okay? Now, how you add it or concatenate strings together is you use this plus sign, okay? So we are going to make these two separate things. Then we are going to put a plus sign in between. And then in here is where you would put in body, okay? Perfect. However, we know that once this takes the body of the email, but we want to get rid of things like quotes, spaces, new lines, new paragraphs. We want to smush all of it together, okay? In order to do that, we have a lot of different things we can use, and this is something that I honestly just Googled, okay? If I am gonna left click and paste it over here, and again, it can be, but what this does is, first of all, it replaces all the quotes with the empty spaces or with nothing, okay? It also does a trim, which means that get rid of the leading spaces or any trailing spaces. What it then does is it replaces new paragraphs, new lines, and everything like that with an empty space as well. So basically, it will squish everything together, and that's what we want when we provide the prompt to ChatGPT. Okay, so far, so good. Great, perfect. Okay, the next thing that we are going to do over here is constant response. That's correct, or put text, and then since this is now a function, we are going to return the output somewhere. So return, and make sure you put in curly braces, but we are going to return the output, okay? Awesome. So that is our super amazing function called run Azure. Great. We need to define some more functions. We need to define a function that gets the body of the email, right? So I'll put this on top actually. So we are going to create another function called async function. Get body. Okay. Make sure you use the curly braces here. Now here you have access to something called Office since you are on Outlook, and it gives you many different methods. The one that we are going to use is called office.context.mailbox-item.body. This basically gives you, item.body. This basically gives you contents of the email that user has currently selected, but it's an asynchronous method. So we need to put in get async, okay? It's going to be a text and we are going to wrap it in a function. So we are going to put in function over here, which will take in the results. And then we need to introduce the curly braces here, okay? Now, if that was confusing, it's totally fine. Honestly, I don't understand JavaScript that well either. But if you know JavaScript, that's great. If you don't, there are so many resources online. But this is, again, the context of this course is to get you familiarity with how to connect ChatGPT with different applications, right? So I'm sorry that I can't explain all of this for you. If you have any questions, you can let me know, but that's not the scope of this course anyways. But if you do want to learn more JavaScript, there's plenty of the free content for you to learn that, and especially how asynchronous function work. Okay? Perfect. Now we are going to do an if statement here, and what we are gonna say here is, if the result of us getting this body is successful, so if result status is like office async result status succeeded. So if it basically succeeded, then we want to do something. And what we want to do is we want to make the variable body equal to results value. Okay? Now we don't have a body variable defined, so it's at very top. Put in let body equals blank for now. Okay. So basically what get body will do is it will actually get the body of email and then assign it to variable called body. Okay, perfect. The last thing that we want to do is we want another asynchronous function. I know there's a lot of asynchronous functions, right? To actually wrap everything together. So that will, let's put on very top as well. So this asynchronous function will be called, let's see, output results. Okay. This function will take in body as well. So what this will do is it will first log the body just to make sure, cause I wanna see that what the body looks like, right? It will then call the run Azure function. Okay. Await run Azure. Okay, with the body. So it will basically take the body from get body and it will then pass it to run Azure. Okay. Which will then call the API, whatever, and then will give the output back to us and we'll put it in the response variable. Okay, and the last thing we want to do over here is you have console log output of that. So response dot output. Okay, perfect. Now that's basically everything we need to do here. The last thing we need to do is we need a function to actually execute all of these things. So at very end, let's put in here await get body. By the way, await is how you call asynchronous functions. Okay, so here's what will happen. First get body will run. Get body will get contents we'll actually get the content from email that's been selected and we'll put it in a variable called body, which will then, and I missed the step, which will then execute output results. Okay. Then we go over here. Output result will then log that body so we can see it. It will then transfer the body to the function run Azure. Run Azure will take that body, combine it with other parameters that we have here, and then make a post request to the Azure function, and then get a response and put it in output. We will then put that output and put it into response. Then we will log the output of the response as well. And that is the last thing for now. So for now, we will do some more like fancy things afterwards, but that's all it will do for now. Okay. Perfect. Let's go ahead and save, and in the next video, we will actually run this and see how it works. Okay? Perfect. Thank you. All right. Are you excited? Are you excited? I'm pretty excited, okay? So we have saved our code. Let's go over here into our email that I have opened up, okay? And instead of this one, let's choose one that where there's plenty of spaces and codes and bad things and stuff like that. Okay. And let's go to show task pane. Well, then right click and click inspect. We'll go to the console and we'll see if this works. So I'm in my console over there. See if I can zoom in into my console. I can zoom in a little bit. There we go. Okay, let's click run. So here's what happened, which is very cool. First of all, it logs the body. This is the body of email, right? This is exactly like this over here. It then look at the, one thing I forgot to actually log out. Yeah. I'll just do this for instructional purposes. I don't need to, but this is good for you guys to know. It will actually log out this guy over here. So let me make this into another variable, okay? Let me put it into another constant variable. So constant body JSON equals this guy, okay? This one right here. And then I will make the body of the other parameters equal to that variable I just created. And then let's actually log out by console.log this body JSON as well. Take two. Let's go back in here. Click run. Now, the reason why I wanted to show you that is because check out what the code is doing. It's just taking this email, it's then transferring it into Azure body. It's turning this into a body that the Azure function can take. This is exactly the same, right, as this over here, this Postman request. Model prompt, max token, temperature, but the prompt is now summarize the following in 50 words or less, and then it gives the email, and again it strips all the codes out, strips all the spaces out, everything it needs to space out, then sends that to our Azure function, which then sends that to our API and then returns the response. So this is directly from ChatGPT. It's basically summarized the entire email in 50 words or less, which is amazing. Amazing, okay? Perfect. Now the final thing that we need to do over here is we basically need to save this information somewhere so users can actually see it, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So over here at the very end of this output results, what we are going to do is we are not only going to log it, but we are going to change the HTML as well. Now, where do we want to save the results? Let's save the result where you see discover what Office add-ins can do for you today. Maybe not there. How about where this hello world is? Well, maybe we'll replace everything in here with that. So let's go over here and find where that is. Like discover what you can do. Yeah, let's replace the app body, which is this entire thing over here, with that summary, okay? So let's change this. So we just need to make a note that this is called app body. The other thing is we need to do is we'll change the name of the button from run to summarize this email. Okay, perfect. So again, we want to replace the app body. So what we do in JavaScript is JavaScript can interact with HTML. So what we'll do is we'll do document dot get element by ID. And again, the ID of the element that we want to change is called app-body. You can see it over here, app-body, okay? Perfect. We are going to change the inner HTML, okay? And now we are going to do a few things here. The first thing that we are going to do over here is we are going to basically put in some bolded words, and the bolded words will be something like, here's the summary. So summary colon, and then we are going to put in a line break, and then finally, after that, we are actually going to put in the response. So we are going to put in the response.output. Okay, awesome. Let's click save on that. Let's go over here to Outlook and let's click run and see what happens. So this has changed to summarize email. Let's click summarize email. Summary, environment, Canada, blah, 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 blah. Isn't that so cool? Now you can do this with any single email, right? Now I don't have lots of email to kind of test with. These are all kind of bit big, but see if I can summarize this one as well. Show task pane, summarize. Yeah. This was an error probably because there's a lot of images and stuff like that we haven't handled for that. This is really good for text-based emails, but we can do this one again. Show task pane, summarize this email. And look at that, it summarizes email for you. Now, don't think about just the app we have created. Think about the possibilities. You can now create an app that can read an email, does something with it, and give you the response in a very sane way. You can create, for example, the apps that we'll create in later sections of this course. And there we go. This is how you integrate ChatGPT with Outlook. Awesome. And that marks the end of this section of Outlook. So I hope you like this one, and I shall catch you up in some other section of this course. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye. Hello and welcome back with another video in the course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. And we are in the brand new section of this course. And in this section, we'll see how to integrate your API, the ChatGPT API, which you built in the previous video, into your Bubble platform. This is another cool platform, live power apps, in which you can design your applications without code actually. Bubble is the best way to build any application on the web with no code actually. That's really amazing. It's an amazing platform because the first thing is it's no code system. And the second thing is it provides you all the functionalities to actually develop a full application, okay? Including things like social networks, marketplaces, and different stuff like that. In fact, I have seen some people who have built Twitter on Bubble, Airbnb system on Bubble, the whole system. I have seen some people. So it's really cool actually. And it's all done using this platform without any code. And it's really amazing actually. I really like this platform, and if you're using ChatGPT's API, so this thing will be the best for you in my opinion. And if you want to build any application actually, and you're not into coding very much, then Bubble will be your best friend actually. Let's log into Bubble to get started. So if I actually go to the pricing section right here, you can see. So you can see right here that Bubble has a free tier in which you can try for free, and that's really amazing and cool. So we'll be trying this free tier account actually, because I don't want you to spend money for learning actually, okay? So I'll just go to get started right here. So we will sign up for a free tier account actually. So I'll just log in with Google. That's the best thing actually, and it saves us a lot of time and pain of just writing the stuff manually, you know? So it's asking like, what's your goal today? So I'll just say that I'm building one app for myself, for my business. So it's free to start building. So I'll just click on this thing. So it's saying, how comfortable are you learning new technology? So yeah, I have a technical background and pick up new tech very easily. This option is the one for me. It says that what best describes the stage of idea you're looking to build on Bubble. So inspiration, planning, execution, rebuilding. Let's choose inspiration. So finally, where did you hear about Bubble? So friends or colleagues, fine. So in this video, we'll be just creating our basic application in Bubble, and I want to show you how it's done, okay? Okay, so I have to provide a unique name for my application. So I'll call it as OpenAI test and some random number like 8756, that would be fine. So I'll just click on get started. So you can see that it's really amazing. They have custom domains, publish, host, and scaling options. They are extensible, like you can connect to Stripe, Google Maps, SendGrid, and more automated actions, like set recurring workflows to automate backend processes. That's really amazing. I'll just get started. So no thanks, I'll skip the free trial, start with the basic features. That's fine, okay? We just need a free account. We don't want a free trial actually. Yeah, it will take you to the editor page. Yeah, it says we are loading your app. That's cool actually. Now basically there are 4 steps actually to get started on Bubble. So first of all, it will confirm the name from you. So I'll just click on next step. You can see right here is just creating demo page for you, home page for you, okay? So it's really cool. So I can change the font of the application, like you can see right here. This one looks actually fine, or let's do this one. No, this one is more sort of a bold font. No, I don't like this one. Yeah, I think that's fine because it's just for demonstration purposes. So the next step, so you can set the colors as like it's really cool actually. You don't need to actually have the understanding of CSS to build your applications. Basically, you are in 2023 and it's AI world, so that's really amazing. Okay, I think I'll go with something. All right. Yeah, that's fine. So background, you can change your background color as well. Background color was fine actually, I think. Code for white is, I think, FFFF. Yeah. All of the things are fine. I don't want to change them actually. So I'll just click on next step. So this is the important thing. So it's asking for plugins. So you can actually use Stripe for payments, full calendar, Facebook accounts and Facebook profile data, Google Analytics. There are a lot of plugins you can actually explore. So I'll make one thing clear here that this video is not about the Bubble tutorial, but basically I will show you how you can connect your ChatGPT API to your Bubble editor actually. Okay. So I'll just install this API connector now. I think it's installed. Yeah, it was showing me the uninstall button. So I'll just click on get start building. So here you are, you can see right here, okay? This is actually your editor. You can make a fully functional applications, web applications right inside of this portal here. Okay, first of all, we can actually get the header section right here. So you can see, and we can bring hero here as well. Hero is the middle section of your page. You can see right here how many components it has, like sign up and login page and other things as well. That's really amazing. Just close this thing out. I can preview my app right here. You can see. So you can see right here, we just created a simple web page with just 2 clicks. Okay. So this is how amazing this Bubble library is actually. Okay. Let's take this logo. Here, what I will do is I will just replace this logo. Okay, to change your logo, you just need to click on this image icon right here. You can actually upload an image. So I'll just click on this thing right here. And inside my downloads, I'll just click this thing. So it's uploading your image. So let's make it a bit smaller. Okay, I'll change the text here. I'll say, ask me anything. Okay, I'll close this thing out. So I'll just get rid of this thing right here. So if I preview this thing now, yeah, it's looking nice actually. Okay, you can see right here. And yeah, it's looking nice. I really will suggest you to take a tutorial on Bubble. It's amazing for someone who is actually willing to learn web development. This is really something cool. You can create cool apps with just a little coding. So I'll suggest you guys to just get into the world of Bubble. Okay. Okay. Now, as my basic application flow is ready, we have a website page right here. So in the next video, what I will do is actually, I will create basic components of this website, and then we will be actually connecting our API, this thing, into our Bubble apps, okay? To make sure whether it's working correctly or not. So yeah, all right, that's it. Thank you for watching and have a good day. Bye. Hello and welcome back in the course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI, and we are in the section ChatGPT and Bubble. So actually we are using Bubble to integrate our ChatGPT API, which is this one right here. So actually let me test this one out to see whether everything is working or not. So you can see right here that I have a prompt like give me a slogan for my coffee shop. Let me zoom in it a bit. So if I send this one out here, so it's sending the request and it should bring back a response for me. So you can see right here, it brought back a response like brewing freshness and quality. Our cup of coffee is your cup of joy. That's really amazing. So in the previous video, we created this basic simple application. And if I preview this one, you can see right here. So it's looking actually nice. It's a simple home page of our application, or you can say landing page actually, okay? So we created this thing without any code or stuff. So that's really awesome. So now, just like Power Apps, we have to actually have a few elements right here. So first thing is we need text. Let me set this thing out. I have to increase the width of this thing. So I will say 500 pixel is fine. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, margin top, I think 200 pixel would be fine. 200 pixel is very much, so my bad. Just make it 100 pixel or maybe 75. Yeah, that's good. So bottom, it's fine. Margin left, I think it should be 150 or maybe 200 or maybe actually 250. Yeah, now it's looking nice. Let's make its height bigger, just like I think 100 pixels would be fine. Yeah, now it's looking nice actually. Yeah, this would be my text box. And if I go back to my preview and I refresh this page, so it will look like this, okay? Ask me anything. Then there's a button and then there is actually a text box. So that's actually good. Okay, so I need an input element as well. Let me see. Yeah, this thing right here. So here you can actually type your prompt. So let me go to the layout and set this thing up. Width is actually, I think it should be around maybe 400 pixels. Yeah, and height is, I think it's good. It's 250, so I'll make it 250 from the left. I think 350 would be fine. So 350 or maybe 300. Okay. Yeah, that's looking good now. So width, let's make it 450. You can play around with it. It's really simple. You can see. Yeah, that's good. I think I shall make 25 pixels from top. So it will look good. I think the 300 and it's 250. I think I should edit this thing as well. It's not looking that nice. So margin left, I think I should make it 350. Yeah, now I think it's looking a bit nicer actually. So if I go back here, if I refresh this page here, yeah, you can see right here that someone can type in a prompt right here, anything. I will change this button actually. So let's close this thing out for now. If I come back, I can actually create a new button. Okay, I will delete this thing. Then I can create a new button right here. It's better to create a new one. Okay, so margin left, I can give it like 400 pixels. Let's bring it in center actually. So 450 pixel would be fine. Yeah, I can give from top 50 pixels. Bottom and right is fine. Let's make it minus 50 from here or maybe minus 25. Yeah, I think that's looking nice now. So I can change the text and can say, ask me. Yeah, I think that's fine. So now if I just preview my app again, so this is how it's looking. I can type in a prompt like what is 3 times 5 and I can click this button. So what it will do is actually it will take my prompt, go to my API prompt. It has taken from here actually. Suppose this was my prompt, what is 3 times 5? So it should actually replace my prompt from here, put my prompt into this thing, okay, and then communicate with OpenAI servers, take in the response, and then the response should come right here. Okay, so that's the basic logic of this thing actually. All right, cool. In order to make this thing working, what I should do is actually I need to go to this plugins right here. So make sure that your API connector is installed. If it's not installed, in your case, you can just add in from here. Click on this add plugins button. You can search for API connector and it should be there. Okay, so you can read right here that this connector lets you define your own API calls directly in the Bubble editor and use them in your app. Okay, So you can see right here, a good practice is to get the calls to work in Postman first and then add them here. And you have already seen that we have tested our API inside of Postman. It's working and now we are ready to go actually. Okay. Over here, what we want to do is actually, we need to click this button, add another API actually. You can see right here, we have to fill in the details here. Okay. Let's call this API our main connector. Okay. Authentication, we don't need to worry about this thing because we are not like making a login or sign up page actually. Okay. We don't need to give it any headers or parameters as well. Okay. So that's fine. So these are the different APIs within this connector. So you can see right here. So one of the API you need to actually use here is obviously this one here, which is my completion API. Okay. So let me first expand this thing right here. So I'll call it as completion API. Okay. There are two things, like it's asking you, do you want to use it as a data or as an action? So we want to choose action because we want it like if the button is clicked, so this action should be performed. Okay. So the data type it would return as a response would be text in our case, because we can verify that. If I go back to my API right here in the Postman, you can see right here that it's in the form of text. This thing right here, we want this thing back as the response. So I'll come back to my editor and I'll change it as text. Okay. Now our request type would be post because we are posting something from our application. We are taking the data from our application, like we are taking the prompt from our application. So that's why it should be post. And now we need to provide the URL, actually this URL right here. So I'll copy this thing right here, come back to my editor and I'll paste this thing right here. We could have headers as well, but we don't need in this case. So the body type should be, I think, raw should be fine. That's totally fine for now. Okay. So I can copy this body from here. Just copy this thing. And what I'll do is I'll paste my body right here. Okay. So let me just change my prompt for now. And I'll say, what is the diameter of sun, for instance. Okay. So max tokens, it's fine. Temperature, fine. So that's pretty much it. Okay. We're just trying to test this API from our editor. Then we can actually modify the prompt here. Okay. Now we are going to actually test our URL with this body actually. So I'll just click on initialize call right here. So it's connecting to our API. So let's see what it brings back as a response. So you can see right here that it brought me a response. The diameter of sun is approximately that much kilometers or that much mile. It's really amazing. Okay. We just have used Bubble to actually connect to our API and we allowed it to bring back the response. That's really amazing. So now we have our main connector, like connection API is installed. So I can head back to my design here. So you can see right here, this is my basic design of my application. So we need to create a workflow like we created a flow in our Power Apps, you remember. So we have to create a flow here as well. Like if the button is pressed, so what should be the flow of our application? Like step 1, step 2, step 3, the things like that. Okay. So if you are familiar with web applications, so workflow is equivalent to the JavaScript of the application, web app actually. So that's pretty much it. So if I show you the workflow section, so this is our workflow section. So you can see right here, when like a menu is clicked, so we can add an event here. So if I go back to my design, so if I click on my button, so I can actually add a workflow on this button. That's really cool. So I'll click on this add workflow option. Look, it says that when ask me button is clicked, it also shows you the button on hover here. So we can actually add an action here. So I'll click here to add an action. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go down to the plugins option. So I can choose this main connector completion API, which we created just a moment ago. Okay. So I'll just click on this thing. So you can see right here, now my main connector completion API is attached to my button here. So this would be our body. So I can change this body, but for now I will keep it as it is. Okay. So if I delete this thing from here, and if I go back here, you can see that you can do many things right here. You can email someone, you can make payments, you can do analytics, you can actually make your custom events as well. You can set up an account and sign the user up. log the user in, and there are multiple options you can explore in this Bubble platform. Okay, basically the scope of this course is not teaching you the Bubble, it's actually showing you how to integrate OpenAI's API. Okay, so I can add once again main connector, so there it is. Okay, so now we have to add another action, because if I go back to my design, you can see here that I need a response and I have to show my response in this box right here. Okay, so if I go to my workflow, I can add another action, and we will go to element actions right here, and we have to actually select set state from here. Okay, so you can see that it's setting the state of an element. So let me see what my text element is called. So if I go here, so it's called text B. Okay, so if I come back, so I'll choose text B right here. This is equivalent to actually the label over here, this thing. So we are actually going to define a new custom state right here. So I'll call this thing as API output, and state type would be text actually. Okay, so I'll just click on create. What I'm going to do is actually, we're setting the text B's API output actually to be equal to the result of actually step 1, this thing right here. Okay, the result of main connector completion API, which would be the response in our case. That's really amazing. So the final thing we need to do over here is actually to tell Bubble actually like what goes in here. Okay, so actually what we have done till now is we have actually set the state of this text box, actually that text box I just shown you, the result of step 1 main connector, which would be this response of our API. But Bubble does not know that actually, like what should go inside text B right here. Okay, right now it just says edit me. I can call it as like hello, so it will change text here. I can just provided something like you can see right here, it's called input A. I can just select insert dynamic data, input A's value. So, and if I just close this thing out, and if I actually reload my preview, so you can see right here, like whatever I type here, so the same comes here, because we have provided the input A's value as the value in this text field. So that's really amazing. Okay, so now if I go back here to make it work to actually get the response for us, what I can do here is I can just delete this thing out. I need to add here, if I just insert dynamic data, I can call it as, where is text B's API output, the variable we just created. Okay, so if I close this thing out, I think it should work for now. So if I come back here, let's try to actually test our output. So actually, if I type something here, it would not take this thing as a prompt because it's the default JSON here. If I come back and if I show you right here, and if I click on this thing, you can see that this thing will go inside that. Like our query would be, what is the diameter of sun in our case? Okay, so if I come here and if I just click on the ask me button, so you can see right here, now it's working. It's connecting with our API server. And you can see right here that it brought me a response. The diameter of sun is like approximately that much kilometers and that much miles. So it's working. Awesome and amazing. Okay. So that ends this video here. In the next video, I'll show you actually how to edit this thing. So actually, I'll show you how to make your prompt dynamic. And actually, you can see like how to make this model dynamic as well. That we will see in the next video. So thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you like this one. I shall catch you up in the next video. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Hello and welcome back to the course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI, and we are in the section of ChatGPT and Bubble. So in this video, we'll wrap up the things we have just seen in the previous videos. If I open up my application right here, so if you are following along the course, you might be aware that we just created this simple application. So you can see right here, if I preview this thing, it's really simple and cool application actually, in which you can actually write a prompt. So basically it will not take this prompt for now because we hard coded our prompt here. So if I just click on ask me, the prompt was like, what's the diameter of sun actually? So you can see right here that here it brings back the response. The diameter of sun is approximately like this much kilometers and this much miles. So that's really amazing and awesome actually. So the goal of this video is actually, if I click on this button right here, and if I go to the edit workflow, so you can see right here that this was our body, the hard-coded one. So the main focus of this video is to make this prompt dynamic. And we'll see if we get some time, we can also make this model dynamic as well, in which a user can choose from multiple of models and can just write a prompt and it will bring back a response for the user. Okay, so just close this one out. So this is my main application. If you're following along, I'm hopeful that you will be in love with Bubble till now. So if you're interested in learning Bubble, so I can show you right here that there's a getting started series of Bubble. It's official series of Bubble in which it shows you like design and workflows, like how to build a form, adding a custom data, like connecting designs and testing the forms. You can actually watch this series. It's really helpful actually. And there's an academy as well. Okay. There's a Bubble Academy where you can take courses to actually make a deep understanding of like Bubble. So new to Bubble, try one of our getting started courses. You can see right here, key concepts using version control, like getting started, building your first app, intro to APIs and API connectors. So it's basically really easy to follow and it's actually really amazing. And I believe it's the future of web application development. So you should always get your hands dirty with Bubble. I'll always recommend you this thing. Okay. Okay, all right. If I come back to my application, let's close this home page out. So you remember this is our API, okay? So it's working fine. We just checked it here. So now I have to parameterize the prompt here. Whatever I will write here should go to this API and be replaced by this thing. Like this input should go right here. So I'll try to do this. Okay, so let me see what this input is called here. It's called input A. You can see right here. Okay. So the placeholder, I'll say ask me anything here. Okay. I'll change the placeholder. It wasn't necessary, but it's look nice now. Okay. So it's called input A. I'll just double click on the button. I will go to the edit workflow. So you can see right here that if I just double click on the AP completion API, you can see that this prompt is sent every time when like the button is pressed. Okay. So I'll just delete this prompt right here. Okay. And make sure you do not delete double quotes because your prompt should be inside of the double quotes. Okay. I shall go to the input dynamic data. And from here, what I will do is, where is input? Yeah, this thing right here. Input ask me anything, okay? Ask me anything's value. You see how simple is that? It's just done actually. Now, whenever I will try to actually write a prompt here, my prompt will be taken to this, like this API endpoint. My prompt will get replaced with this prompt, like give me a slogan for my coffee shop. Then it will go to the OpenAI server, communicate with it, gets the response, bring the response back, and it will show the response here. So that's really amazing, you know. That's cool actually. Okay, now let's test this thing up. I'll just go to my preview. I'll reload this thing. Okay. So now what I'll do here is actually, I'll just give it a query. What is the difference between computer science and software engineering? Okay, we'll see like will it take out this prompt and brings a response for us or not. So I'll just click on ask me right here, so you can see that it's working. So let's see what response it brings back. You can see right here, can you see how cool it is? Computer science is the study of theoretical foundation of computing, like including algorithms, data structures, programming languages. It focuses on principles of computing and how to use them to solve problems. On the other hand, software engineering is the application of engineering principles to the design, development, and maintenance of software. It is not necessary to actually read all of this. So you have the basic idea like how it works. You can see right here. Okay. So now we have actually time. So let's try to parameterize our model as well. Okay. So if I come here, you can see every time when I click the button, you can see that text Davinci 003 goes in here. Okay. If I want to parameterize the model as well, so what should I do actually? Okay. That's your question. So for that, I should do is here, just close this thing out, come back to my design, and I can choose a text here. Okay, I'll call it as choose a model for query, like this. And if I go to layout, let's set this thing up. The margin from top should be 15 pixels. From bottom, from left, it should be 200 pixels would be fine. Yeah, like this. I think from top, it should be like 35 pixels. Okay. And from right, it's fine. Let me do like 175 from left. Okay. Maybe 150. It doesn't matter. Okay. So I'll go to appearance. Okay, let me make it bold. Font size should be 16. Railway is fine. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so just close this thing out. And now what I need is actually, I'll go to the input and I'll choose a drop down here. Okay, let me set this thing up real quickly. Okay. Okay, now I need to set up my choices here. Okay, so the first choice, I'll go with this thing right here, like text Davinci 003. Okay, so if I come back here, I can like write this thing. And another model I can choose is text Davinci 002. I can choose other models as well actually. If I go to the website OpenAI text models, so if I open this web page right here, yeah, this is another model. You can choose like as many models as you can. Okay, so I'll just provide this thing right here, GPT 3.5 Turbo, like anything. This input should not be empty. This is the thing I want here. Okay, and default value should be text Davinci 003, and like this, choose a model for query. Like if it goes empty into our API, so it will bring an error. So I do not want that thing actually. So I think that's fine for now. Okay. So if I preview my application again, if I just load this thing, yeah, you can see right here, like I can write any query right here and I can choose between three models. Okay. Text Davinci 002 or GPT 3.5 Turbo. So now what I need to do is I have to come back here, okay, into my workflow. I'll just double click this thing and I have to remove this text Davinci 003 and I can insert a dynamic data. So I'll say drop down A value. Okay. Now the value of model will come from this drop down A's value. Whatever value will be here will actually go and sit into the model's value. So let me try this thing again. Okay, so what I'll do here is let me write a query like what is the difference between an alligator and a crocodile. Okay, so let's see what it brings with text Davinci 003. Will it work or not? You can see right here, it's just communicating with the OpenAI server. So you can see right here, it brought back a response like the main difference between an alligator and crocodile is just, you can read right here, it's not important. And if I choose another model like text Davinci 002, so my response should change here, okay? Because these two models are trained differently and they actually output differently. So if I ask it again, so you can see that text Davinci 002 actually is trained in such a way that it brings a small response. The difference between an alligator and crocodile is that an alligator has a broader snout and a crocodile has a narrower snout. Okay, means the nose actually, nose or mouth, whatever. So if I test this thing with this like GPT 3.5 Turbo, it's basically an other model, so it should bring back another response. Like you can see temporary error connecting to main connector. So Actually, I believe this is not a text model, so that's why it brought me an error. So the idea is clear. You can actually use any model. So yeah, I think this model is depreciated now, and you can use other models as well. Like this model is for code completion tasks, and in the future videos, we'll be seeing other models as well. Okay. So you have a basic idea now, like how cool our application is looking. We can just like change this thing, and we can actually create a login and sign up functionality inside the bubble, and we can actually launch this application as a complete system. We can buy hosting, domain, and everything like that. So it's basically fully working application. Cool, amazing, and awesome. That ends our bubble section here. I hope you like this thing. We will be back with another section, another technology to integrate your ChatGPT's API. So I hope to see you in the next section of this course. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day. Thank you. Hello everyone and welcome back to the course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. And we are in the brand new section that is actually ChatGPT and Airtable. So we are back with the new technology, Airtable. And now we will try to integrate our ChatGPT's API inside our Airtable, okay? So you might be confused now, like what's Airtable? So Airtable is a cloud-based platform that combines the features of a database, spreadsheet, and collaboration software. So it is a multi-purpose software, actually. It serves as the functionality of database as well, spreadsheet, like you explore Google Sheet and might be Excel as well. And it's also a collaboration software, okay? It allows user to store, organize, and share data in an easy-to-use interface. Airtable is used by teams of all sizes to manage projects, track tasks, and collaborate on ideas. So that's really cool, amazing, okay? Here I am on the official page of Airtable. Their slogan is the fastest way to build apps. And the punchline is transform your business with Airtable's next generation app platform. And they claim unmatched agility and efficiency. Okay, so you can see like these companies like Expedia, which is a famous travel company, Levi's, Time, Shopify, and Medium are actually using Airtable to manage their end-to-end tasks. So you can see it says simple to build and intuitive to use, and it's basically complete inventory management system which you can design inside this thing, and you can transform workflows with the power of AI, and that's really amazing. So you can actually build on the most scalable data models like data solutions as well. So it's basically engineered for enterprises, okay? So it provides scaling, security, and engagement. So you can see like you can integrate Stripe, email, Google Drive, Jira, and other stuff into this thing as well. So if you don't know about Airtable, I will highly suggest and recommend you to actually come onto this page and see what it can do actually, okay? So in this video, I have already set up a context inside of my Airtable actually. So I will show you how it looks like and how this section will gonna progress, okay? So the sign-in process is really easy. You can just click on the sign-in button and you can just continue with Google. I already have done it, so I do not need to do it again, okay? After doing that, it will take you to this dashboard actually, okay? So I just created a spreadsheet, or you can say like you used to create in Google Sheets as well, okay? So if I go to the luxury aircraft right here, so this will already open here, okay? What I have over here is a base called luxury aircraft. Within it, there's a table called leads. So imagine I have a luxury aircraft company and I have some leads here. I have Brad Pitt, Prince Harry, and Harrison Ford, and there's a status column. Let's pull all of them in progress because they are leads that we are trying to get sales out of. They have all expressed interest in different products. So Brad Pitt likes Airbuses, Prince Harry likes the Boeing 747, and Harrison Ford likes the cargo jet. Through our conversations with their leads, we also know what interests they like. So we know Brad Pitt is vegan, Prince Harry likes shopping, and Harrison Ford is a big fan of movies like Star Wars and in Indiana Jones. So let's see if there is your own lead company over here. And what you want to do is you want to generate a marketing email for these leads where you want to basically send them a very quick reminder email to sell them the product that they are interested in, but also send it in a way that references their interests. Now you could pay someone on Fiverr or Upwork to generate copy for you, to generate sales emails, or you can use ChatGPT, which was that we will do in the following video. The use case that we will make is someone can just go in here and check off this box, and simply what it does is that it basically goes to the ChatGPT and asks ChatGPT to write them an email selling an Airbus 380 to a person that likes vegan horses and yoga. It actually generates a very good email by the end of it. Okay, perfect. So Airtable is really good at like automating the things. Whenever I click on this thing right here, so what it should do is it should take in account all these details like the name of the person, the product he or she is interested in, and his or her interest. It should take in account all these three things and make a personalized email which we could send to this person for the marketing. And believe me, it would be amazing. This app will gonna be amazing, and Airtable is really good at automating the things. So I hope you will like this section really much. So before getting into this section, so I'll highly recommend you to just go to the airtable.com and just read about what Airtable can do. Now that we know the context, let's go ahead and get it cracking. Okay? So I shall catch you up in the next video of this section. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back to the course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI, and we are in the section ChatGPT and Airtable, okay? And in the previous video, we just set up the Airtable context. So in this video, we'll see the scripting for ChatGPT API calling. Like I'll show you how to actually connect to the ChatGPT's API, the one we created in one of our previous sections. So without further ado, let's just start our this video. Thank you. Okay, now that we have our Airtable set up, what we want to be able to do again is someone checks off the generate marketing email and it basically generates an email for them in the mail field. Okay, so first of all, let's just make sure that we have the correct processes set up. So this is again a checkbox field and this is a long text field. Okay. The other interesting things we want to know is that this is the interested product field. This is a single select and interest is simply a text field that someone can edit, okay? The next thing we want to do is we want to go to the automations, okay? And we want to simply create an automation. Now what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to select add trigger because every automation is triggered by something. And we want this automation to trigger when a record is updated. Okay, so when a record is updated, we want something to happen. So let's select a table and it asks us what record you want it to be updated. Well, we want to basically trigger a workflow when a record is updated in the leads table. Specifically, we want to check the generate marketing email field. So when the generate marketing email field of the leads table is updated, that's when we want the action to follow. Now over here, we are also going to choose a record for as an example. So we are going to choose Brad Pitt as the example, okay? As we flow through these records. Perfect. The next thing that we'll do is what happens after a record is updated. Well, let's add an action. The first thing that we want to do over here is we want to run a script. But notice with Airtable, you have many different options. You can send emails, create records, update records, find records, and all other integrations as well. But again, what we want to do is we simply want to run a script. Specifically, we want to run a JavaScript. Okay. So any scripts that are done in Airtable are done using JavaScript. So if you aren't familiar with JavaScript so much, there's some documentation that you can read, and there are some examples as well and things like that. Don't worry, I'll show you all the steps like what to do to actually connect to your API. So I got you covered. So that's how Airtable generally works. Right now, the JavaScript just says hello base name. So if I just click test on this, it'll say hello luxury aircraft, cause that's the name of our base. Okay, perfect. So what our script has to do, it has to basically call the Azure function that we created in one of our previous sections. The one that we always run in Postman over here with the current body, and then get the output. And then put the output in the mail field in the Airtable. Okay, without further ado, let's go ahead. So the first thing we want to do is we want to define the URL that we're gonna call, okay? And that is going to be equal to our Postman URL over here. Let's make sure we put that in quotes. The next thing that we want to do is we want to basically get the interest from the input variables, okay? So we click input variable, and let's create an input variable called interest, and that is going to be equal to that particular record's interest. Okay, we probably also want the name as well, because it would be nice to say in the email who it's actually going to, and that makes sense. So let's go over here. We'll also put in the name, and that will be the name of that person. In this case, it would be Brad Pitt. And we are also going to get the interested products as well, which is going to be equal to the interested product field for that particular record. Okay, perfect. Now, in order to access the variable in the input script, it says right over here that use the input config object. So we are going to go over here and say let input config. We are going to create a new object that is going to be equal to input.config. Okay. And what we are going to do over here is we are going to log out these inputs just to see if they make sense. So console log, we are first going to log in input config interest. And before that, let's actually log the name. So input config name, and then finally let's log the interested product. Okay, let's click test, and we should see all those logs here. Perfect. So we have Brad Pitt, we have vegan, horses, yoga, and Airbus 380. Perfect. Now the next step is to create the asynchronous function that will actually call the API. So let's call that function run Azure. Okay, perfect. And what do we exactly want to happen in this function? Okay, well, the first thing we want to do is we want to create a body JSON file, right? So constant body JSON, that is going to be equal to, again, if we go back to our Postman, this guy right over here, because our Azure function takes a model, a prompt, a max token, and a temperature. Again, what we need to do is we need to make sure we kind of put all this into one long line. And perfect. So that is our body JSON. What we then want to do over here is let's actually log it to make sure that we can see it in the output results. So we know if there's something going wrong, we can actually trace it back to an input. Okay, perfect. So let's actually output that guy. We'll then also going to create some other parameters as well. So if you have already gone through the Outlook section of this course, you know what I'm doing over here. I'm just defining the parameters that will go into the fetch function. So we have body. And then we need to specify the method, which is going to be the post actually. Okay. Now the next thing that we are going to do here is we are going to get the response. So constant response equals await fetch. we are going to have to pass in the URL that we just made and the other parameters. Okay, so now this will actually fetch the output from the URL that we have provided over here with the other parameters built in. Now we also need the actual, this just gives you the response object. You need to extract the output from the response object. So we'll go await response text. And then we are actually going to return that as well. Okay, perfect. So we have created a function that basically will make the post request and then return the output of that. Okay, perfect. Now let's actually execute this function. So we'll say let response equals await run Azure. And then let's actually log the output like response dot output. Okay, let's click test and see if the script works so far. The test ran successfully, so that's a good sign. Hello, luxury aircraft, blah, blah, blah. Here's our model log and perfect. We actually get the output as well from ChatGPT from Azure function. Awesome. Okay, perfect. So far, so good. So now we have actually been able to make a connection, which was the main point, okay? In the next video, what we'll do is we will edit the prompt based on the records that we provide in the input config, and then also save the output as an output variable that will then put into the mail field in the Airtable, okay? So that's it for this video. I hope you like this one. Thank you so much for watching, and I shall catch you up in the next video of this section, okay? Thank you. Bye. Hello and welcome back with another video in the course making apps with ChatGPT and generative AI, and we are in the section ChatGPT and Airtable. In the previous video, we saw the scripting part for ChatGPT API calling inside of Airtable, and in this video, we will actually be seeing like how you can actually insert parameters inside of your body to actually modify the prompt and then send it to the ChatGPT, so your prompt can actually communicate with OpenAI's server and bring back a response for you that you can use to generate emails. So without further ado, let's just start this video. Thank you. Alright, now that we know that our script is working well, the next thing that we'll do over here is we will edit the prompt section so that it corresponds to the email that we actually want to write. Okay, the whole point is to write a marketing email based on the person's interest and the interested product. Okay, so what we can do over here now is we can go to, let's see, over here, we want to go and edit the prompt, and the prompt should be something like, well, first of all, let me delete what's on here currently, but it should be something like write a marketing email address to, and then here's what we'll put in the name. So for now, what we'll do is we'll put in quote, a plus sign, another plus sign, and then a quote, okay? So basically, this is where the name will go, but writing a marketing email address to that person from Henry, a salesperson at luxury aircraft. Well, let's do it at a company. This is all about, again, making good prompts, right? So at a company called Luxury Aircraft to sell, and then this is the product that they would be interested in, that we would want to sell them, right? So we again will put in two single quotes and then a plus sign to represent where we will put in that input config. Okay, to sell a product to a person with the following interests. Okay, perfect. And then this is again where we'll put in the person's interest. So let me just put in that guy over here, perfect. And then I believe that should be it. We'll make the max tokens to like 400, but yeah, I think that's it. So let's go ahead and put in the input configs now. So the first thing we need to address it to the name of a person. So I'll put config name from Henry blah blah blah. Over here, we'll do the product that we would want to sell. So input config interested product. And then over here, we would want to put in the person's interests, right? So what I'm going to do over here is I am going to put in the input config interests. Okay, perfect. And then let's see how this does. So we are going to, test this, and we'll look at the console log to see what email it gives us. This is exciting, isn't it? Very, very exciting indeed. Okay, good side. The test ran successfully. Let's go down here and let's look at the model first. So the prompt was write a marketing email addressed to Brad Pitt from Henry, a salesperson at a company called Luxury Aircraft, to sell an Airbus 380 to a person with the following interests: vegan, horses, and yoga. Okay, subject line, a luxury aircraft to suit your lifestyle. Dear Brad Pitt, I hope this email finds you well, blah, 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 blah. We specialize in providing luxury aircraft. I'm writing to you today cause I believe that the Airbus will be perfect for your lifestyle. As a vegan horse enthusiastic and a yoga practitioner, you'll appreciate the features of this aircraft. The Airbus 380 is designed with the highest quality material, designed a spacious interior, allowing you to practice yoga. That's awesome. And meditate in comfort. Additionally, the aircraft is equipped with special compartment for your horses. We just said the luxury is more than just a product. Blah, 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 blah. See, like, this is amazing. This could be your legit email. This was probably too on the nose at the very beginning. So I would probably still want someone to kind of edit this, but hey, this is a great start, I think, right? Yeah, that's perfect. The last thing we need to do over here is we need to basically output this somewhere, right? So let's go towards very bottom of the script, and what we are going to do over here is we are going to create an output. So we are going to do output.set, and now we are going to name our output variable. Let's just name it output, and the output variable will equal to response output, which is this guy over here. Okay, let's click test on that. So we actually have an output variable that we can play with. Okay, perfect. So now let's click finish editing, and what we will do over here is we need to add in another action after the script, and that action will update that record. Now there's a few things we need to enter in. First of all, what table do you want to update? It's the same table. What record ID do you want to update? Well, it's the record ID that triggered this whole workflow in the first place. So let's go to the record ID. Let's select the Airtable record ID, and now we need to choose a field to update. So we want to actually update the mail field, and we want to make it equal to the output from a run script, specifically the output variable called as output. Okay, and that is it. We are done. Let's turn on our automation, and then in the next video, we'll actually test it using our Airtable, this table right here. Awesome. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you like this one, and I shall catch you up in the next video of this section. Till then, have a good day. Bye. All right, everyone. This is the moment of truth. This is the part where we'll see if this actually works. So let's go ahead and select the checkbox over here, and the automation should run in the background. So the automation should be running right now, and it does take a few seconds to kick in, but we should see the email field populated very, very soon from the automation. Let's give it a few more seconds here, as it is a very long email, right? So it does, and it will take a while here. So, okay, perfect. Looks like it worked. So let's double click it and we can see the entire email. So let's expand it a little bit. Subject line, blah, blah, blah. Dear Brad Pitt. And it's actually the same email that we saw before. Amazing. This works the way we want it to work. Think about if you had 100 emails to send, how easy it would be. Now we just have two more. I can just go check, it will generate it for me. I can then review it and then I can have another field over here, right? Called send email. Like if I have an email field, I can actually create an automation for this thing as well, where if I check this box, it should actually send that particular email out as well. So over here, I can go in here. I can say, whoops, let me expand it again. Like I can edit this thing according to my needs. Oh, you know what this is? This is great. This is great. But I think, this is a bit too on the nose. So I'm going to delete this. I can do that and then send email and it'll actually send that email and look how quick it was. Okay. Let's see the email for Prince Harry. Harry, blah, 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 blah. The aircraft is perfect for someone with your interest in shopping, traveling, and socializing. It is the largest and more luxurious aircraft in our fleet. Sure, to make your travel as a breeze with space interior, you can bring along all your shopping purchases and still have plenty of room to socialize with your friends. That is amazing. I wonder what Star Wars one is going to be like, okay? Hope the scene finds you all, blah, blah, blah. As a fan of Star Wars, Indiana Jones, I am sure you understand the importance of having a reliable and luxurious aircraft. This one, it mainly makes a very little sense, but it is pretty funny. In addition, the cargo jet is perfect for pilots. It is equipped with a state-of-art navigation system and it is designed to be easy to fly. So, this could be a very good first pass at an email. Obviously, we need some prompt optimization over here, like prompt engineering. So, if you actually want to take your prompt optimization skill to a new level, so I'll highly recommend you prompt engineering course from us. So, it will be a great addition to this course actually, okay? But hey, this is a way where you can actually, if you want to apply the same sort of AI script to multiple different records, the Airtable API automation with Azure functions is a great way to do it, okay? So that marks the end of this section, ChatGPT and Airtable, and of this video as well. So thank you so much for watching and I shall catch you up in the brand new section of this course. Stay tuned and have a good day. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the brand new section in the course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. And in this section, we will be creating a travel itinerary website, which I like to call it as travel plan website. Suppose you're going to a 7-day vacation with your family, like to Belarus or Sydney, okay? So now you actually want a plan for 7 days. Actually, you want a complete plan, like you're focused on like one thing, like food or nightlife maybe, okay? And you want a plan to actually execute for the next 7 days. So you can create your own website in which you can actually put some details in and actually ChatGPT can generate a travel plan for you. So the idea is, suppose I'm going to Rome, Italy with my wife and actually I want a 3-day plan. So what I can do is I can just ask, suppose this is one thing I can ask ChatGPT, like give me a travel plan of Rome for like XYZ days, just something like that. And it can generate a really cool travel plan for you. So, like this will be actually amazing and something new, because people pay a lot of dollars or a lot of euros actually to someone to make them a travel plan, and this app can do it for you just in a couple of seconds. And all you need to do is to integrate it with your already available API, this thing right here. We created this thing in one of our previous sections, so we can use this API. So first of all, let me check whether my API is working or not. So I'll just click on send. Yeah, it seems to be like working. So we'll use our this API to actually create a brand new app. So in this video, what I will gonna do is I will just create the front end of my application, like the bare bone. Okay. So to do so, what I'll do is the first step is I need to click on this create an app button, and I need to call my app something. Okay. I'll give it a name like travel app, and I need to give some random numbers 4512 to make it unique. Okay, so then I'll just click on get started. Yeah, it's loading my app. So there are 4 steps, as you remember, in Bubble. I am inside my Bubble. Okay, the first step is it will confirm your name, so I'll just click on next step. So the app font, I can just change it to something good. Yeah, this one is fine. So I'll just click on next step. Yeah, primary color, I can change it to something like, yeah, this one is fine. Okay, so text color, I can change it to blue. Yeah, that's good. So you can customize it according to your needs actually. So that's really amazing. So I'll go on to the next step. So make sure that you install this API connector, because this will be required to connect to our API. Okay. So I'll just click on start building. Yeah. So yeah, I can just import an header here. So this thing right here. So yeah, header is looking nice. So I don't want any hero. So that's fine. So I'll just close this thing out. Maybe I can add in a footer as well, which will actually seem to be a nice thing. Okay. Yeah. So now here's my app. You can see right here. If I preview it, so it's always good to preview your app before you make any changes, because you will be sure that everything looks fine or not. Okay. That's really good. So we can change these links later on. So that's fine for now. So if I just come back here, okay, the first thing I want is the text on very top over here, like here you can see. Okay, so I will actually, yeah, I'll call it as heading 1 to make it big. So I'll say travel plan application. Okay. Okay, that's looking nice. So I can have another text box right here, which will actually contain a punchline of our application. Create a travel itinerary, yeah, in just a minute. Okay, so I can just increase the font size to something like 18 or maybe 21 pixels. Okay, I can change the font to Tinos or maybe railway. Yeah, that's actually nice. So I can just move it up a bit. Yeah, that's looking nice now. So what I'll do is if I go back to my app and if I refresh this page preview, okay, so yeah, it's looking like this. Actually, this one is because I am in the free version, so that's fine for now. Okay, so now I will just create a text box right here and an input. Okay, this thing right here. Maybe I need a multi-line input. I'll just delete this one and I'll just create a multi-line input. That would be fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can just edit this text and I can call it as, I'll say, where are you going? Be as specific as you can, like instead of France, say Paris. Yeah, that's good. Okay. I can just increase the font size to like something 18 pixels. Yeah, now it's looking nice. I can actually copy these two and I can just add them down here. Yeah, just like this. I can say here like, what are you interested in? Like, for example, food, history, museum, nightlife, etc. Okay, yeah, because with that we can actually generate a specific itinerary for that person, so our chat gpt can actually take in that as well. Okay, so now the next thing I want to ask, like, for how many days are you going? Okay, this thing right here, I can just adjust it accordingly. Yeah, and for that what I can do is actually I can create a drop down menu right here. Yeah, so I can give choices like for 1 day, like 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, or maybe 15. Yeah, I think that's actually fine for now. We can increase the number of days as well. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So the final thing I need here is a button. So I can call it as, yeah, like generate, travel itinerary. Okay, so I'll just close this thing out. Yeah, I can actually increase the font of it as well. So where is the text? Yeah, this thing. So I can just increase it to like 18 pixels. I can just increase the width of my button. So yeah, that's actually looking nice now. If I go back to my app preview and if I refresh this page, yeah, you can see right here, like, where are you going? For example, we say we are going to Sydney for our holidays, and I am interested in like history and food. And if I'm going for an instance 5 days, so I can just fill in all these things and I can just click on generate travel itinerary. So for now it will do nothing. So what we can do is actually we can make it work in a way that it takes in all of these things and can create a travel itinerary for us. Okay, so that would be really amazing. So that marks the end of this video. So actually in the next video, what I am planning to do is, so if someone just clicks on generate travel itinerary, so it should take the user to a new page actually. Okay, so in the new page, what it should do is it should actually show the generated itinerary for these particular scenarios, and that would be really awesome, because actually I want to show you how you can create a multi-page application in Bubble. So that would be another great thing. So thank you so much for watching this video, and I shall catch you up in the next video of this section. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Bye. Hello good people, and welcome back to our course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI, and we are in this section of travel plan application. So an app that can actually create a travel itinerary in just a minute. Okay, so in the previous video we just created the front end of our first page. Like, it asked from the user like, where are you going? So if a user types in Sydney, so it then asks like, what are you interested in? For example, food, history, museum, nightlife. So user can actually provide that as well. And then it will ask like, for how many days is a user going? So a user can specify that as well. And then he or she can just hit the generate travel itinerary button. Okay. So in this video, what I'm planning, actually create a new page, a second page for this application, where actually the generated travel itinerary will appear, and there will be a button of back from where user can go back as well. Okay, so that's the idea of this video actually. So it would be actually a tutorial to show you like how you can generate multi-page applications in Bubble as well. So that would be really great. Okay, so I'll go back to my application right here. You can see. So now what I can do is I can just click on this page and I can add a new page. Okay, so I can call my page as, for an instance, travel itinerary, and I can clone this from index. Okay, so it will be basically our same page, so I can actually clone it from that. Okay, so it's creating a new page. You can see that now I have two pages. One is our index, this thing right here. I'm on index and I am here on my travel itinerary page. For that, I can just bring it in center and I can call it as, for instance, if I go here, like your travel itinerary. Okay, and I can just say right here, Let's bring that in the center as well. I can say like, here you go. This is your travel plan. Yeah. I can just bring this button on the top right here. Okay. And I can call this button as go back button, from where a user can go to the index page. Okay. So I can just make it smaller. Yeah, this button will actually complete the flow of our application. So that's important. So what I can do is I can just delete all of these things. Yeah. So I can just create another text box right here. Yeah. And for now, I can call it as itinerary. Okay. So that would be good for now. Okay. So I can just close this thing out. Yeah. Maybe I can just make the footer a bit smaller. Okay. Yeah, that's looking nice now. I can just expand it a little bit more, because our itinerary can be really long as well. So that's the idea of this thing. Okay, so that's great. That's looking nice actually. Okay, yeah, that's fine now. Okay, so that's pretty much done. So the next thing we are going to do is actually we are going to create our workflow, so that we can bring our ChatGPT and integrate it with that. And we can also like make the buttons working. Like we can go back to this page, and from here, if I just click on this generate travel itinerary, so I can just switch to this page, like this one right here, and it can bring our itinerary as well. So that's the concept of the next video. Okay, so that's it for this video. I hope you like this one. Thank you so much for watching, and I shall catch you up in the next video of this section. Thank you and have a good day. Bye. Alright guys, welcome back with another video in the course making apps with ChatGPT and generative AI, and we are in the section of travel itinerary. Okay, so I'm creating the itinerary website. So in the first video you saw how we created this page, our bare bone of this application, the first page. And in the previous video we saw this travel itinerary like page, the second page, where actually in here the itinerary will appear. So okay, in this video what we are going to do is actually we are just going to integrate this thing with our ChatGPT, and we will make these buttons working as well. Okay, so for that I'll just go to my plugins right here. So make sure that you have API connector installed. If you don't have, you can add it from here. So I'll just click on add another API, and I'll call it as ChatGPT authentication. Make sure you select none or self-handled. It's really important. And I can call it as completion. Oops. Let me expand this. And we don't need any like headers or parameters for this call. Okay. So I will call it as completion API. So the method will be post, and the data type that it will return will be in the form of text. Okay. Make sure that you use it as an action. Choose as an action right here, and the data type that it will return will actually be a text. So, and my method would be post, and then I will come back to my Postman. I'll copy this URL right here, and I will paste my URL in here. Okay. So I don't need any headers for now, and body type would be raw. So I can copy my body from here, and I can paste this one just right here. Okay. So that's fine. So to check whether my API is working or not, I'll just click on initialize call, and it will just communicate with my API and bring back a sample response. So you can see right there, it's working. So that's pretty much it. That's done. So now I'll just come back to my design page, and I will just click on this generate travel itinerary, and we have to create a workflow for this thing. Okay. So you can see when button generate travel itinerary is clicked, so I can just click here to add an action. So I can go to my plugins, and you can see right here ChatGPT completion API. So I'll just select this thing. Okay. here you can see this is my prompt. So for the prompt, what I need to do here is I need to modify my prompt. Okay, so make sure that you don't cut that double quotes. So I will say write, like I can say rather, provide our travel itinerary for dash day, or we can specify in bracket S, like day or days, trip to dash, it would be a place, for a traveler who is interested in dash. Okay, so like provide a travel itinerary for dash days, like how many number of days, trip to dash, like a place, Rome, or maybe another place, or maybe Paris, for a traveler who is interested in dash. Okay, like in what thing he wants to do. So I can insert dynamic data. Yeah, first actually I need to check what these are called. Yeah, multi-line input A. Okay, I can just change as well. I can call it as location, and I can call it as interests, and I can call it as days. Okay, so if I go back to my workflow, so now I can add, like I can say days. Yeah, days value. Okay, yeah, it must be, what was it called, location. I can copy this thing, come back here, and I can just delete this thing too. I can insert a dynamic data, and I can search for locations, and I can specify locations value here for a traveler who is interested in, and here it should go interests. Okay, so I can search interests, and I can specify interest value right over here. Okay, so now my prompt looks like provide a travel itinerary for days value and trip to locations value for traveler who is interested in interest value. Okay, so I can increase my max token size to like maybe 700, because it could be a really long itinerary. Okay, so that's pretty much it. I can just close this thing out. Okay, so the next thing is we actually have to save it somewhere. So I can go click here to add another action. I can go to elements action right here, and I can actually set a state. Okay, so first of all, let's change the state of index. So we'll just create a new custom state. We'll call it as output, and we will set the type as text, and I'll just click on create. Yeah, you can see it's done, and the value of output should be actually equal to the result of step 1, this thing right here. Okay, this brings back the response that is actually saved in the output. So that's it. Okay, the last thing we need to do is actually we need to change the page as well. Like if somebody clicks on this button, generate travel itinerary, so actually it should take the person from index to travel itinerary page and shows the itinerary right over here. But we will see that in the next video. So thank you so much for watching this video, and I shall catch you up in the next one. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Alright guys, welcome back to our course making apps with ChatGPT and generative AI, and I am back with another video. Okay, and we are in the section travel itinerary application. Okay, so yeah, in the previous video you saw that we were creating the flow for our generate travel itinerary button. So first step is that we just integrated it with ChatGPT completion API, and the second thing was we set the output of index. Okay, and we set it equal to the result of step 1. We saved our output in the output variable, and the next thing we want to do is actually like we want to change the page from, like if someone clicks on generate travel itinerary button, so it should take the person to the next page. Okay, like this page, and shows the itinerary right over here. So let's try to do that as well. So let me go to my first page. Let me just explain it real quickly. Like the proper way to send your data to the next page. Okay, to this page right here, if I show you to this page, is that you save your data inside of your database somewhere here, and then you can send it to the next session, like on the next page. What we are going to do it really quickly. We don't want that actually. We are not going to involve ourselves in that hectic task. What I will do is here, I can actually send my data as a parameter to the next page. So that could be really awesome and amazing, and that could save a lot of time and efforts for us. So let's try to do that. So I'll just click here to add another action. Okay, we will tell Bubble to actually navigate to another page. So I'll just click on navigation, then go to page, and I can specify the page as travel itinerary because I know what is the name of my page. Okay. So how we will actually send the main data to the next page. So here I need to specify some parameters, like I can say send more parameters to the page. So if I click this one, I can add a parameter. I can call it as itinerary, and the value could be equal to the result of step 1, which would be our itinerary in our case. Yeah, that's it. So now what I can do is actually, let me see my prompt once again. Yeah, max token size. Make sure that you have max token size around about 600 or 700 because itinerary could be really huge. Okay. So now we can add something here, like you can say be as specific as you can. Actually, we are telling ChatGPT to be specific. In this case, we should add a space in here. And let's put a full stop right here. Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. That's done. So if I click on close, okay, so now actually what we need to do is we need to go to our second page right over here, like travel itinerary. So we have to make sure that our this text box value equals to our variable, which is, I think this one, travel itinerary. No, wait. Yeah, actually, I need to specify. Oh, yeah, that's actually the last thing over here, like get data from page URL. Actually, I was frustrated about that. So now I have the parameter name. I will call my parameter as itinerary, and it should be text. So it says get itinerary from page URL. Okay, so I'll just close this thing out. So I have to go to here and I will actually add a workflow. Okay, so now what I need to do over here is I need to add an action here. So from navigation, I can call it as go to page, and destination would be index. Yeah, that's it. So I do not need to send any data and everything is fine over here. That's pretty much it. I think we are all done here. Okay, so yeah. All right, so now let's test this thing and see whether it's working perfectly or not. So I'll just click on my preview application right here. So it will again refresh my page. So, okay, it says, where are you going? For example, I'll say I'm going to Berlin, Germany. Oops. Okay, so what are you interested in? For example, I say food and I am going for like 3 days. Okay, so let's click on generate travel itinerary, and you can see right here it's just communicating with our API, and it will actually bring back a response for me in a while soon. Okay. Oops, I think this box is not like big, so I have to make it long enough. Okay, so I can just come here in the travel itinerary. I actually need to make it quite big. So let's just get rid of our footer. So I can just make it big. So now what I need to do is actually, I can actually go to the layout of page and make it like really big. Okay, and I can make this thing big accordingly. Yeah, so that it fits in my travel itinerary, complete itinerary. Okay, so if I go back to my preview, so I can just refresh my page. Okay, let's test this again. If I say like Berlin, comma, Germany, and I'm interested in food, and I can just say like I'm going for 3 days. So if I click on generate travel itinerary, so it will take a while. Okay, be patient because it's a long thing. All right, you can see right here, like it says arrive in Berlin and check into a hotel, then visit Berlin Wall Memorial and East Side Gallery, enjoy traditional German dinner. Okay, start, then the day 2, it's saying start the day to visit to Berlin Dome, take walking tour of the city, explore local food markets, enjoy traditional German lunch at Curry 36, visit the museum and dinner at this thing. Start the day with visit to Berlin, like a dome, take walking to our local food markets. So you can see like it's more focused like on food. Okay, if I go back and if I change my prompt right here, okay, and if I say like I am interested in going to Paris, France, and I am interested in, for instance, nightlife. Okay, so I'm going specifically for 5 days actually. So if I click on generate travel itinerary, it would be a bigger one, so it might take more time. Okay, yeah, you can see that arrive in Paris and check into hotels, spend the afternoon exploring the city and taking in the sights. In the evening, head to the Latin Quarter for dinner and drinks. You can see right here. After dinner, take a stroll along the scene and enjoy the nightlife. Start the day with visit to the Loire Museum, spend the afternoon exploring the galleries and admiring the artwork. In the evening, head to the Champs-Élysées for dinner and drinks. After dinner, take a walk along Champs-Élysées and enjoy the nightlife. So you can see it's really focused on nightlife. So let's go back and just see one more. For instance, I am interested in going to Munich, another great city of Germany. So I am interested in history this time. Okay, so I'm going for 3 days. So here you are. Okay, arrive in Munich and check into the hotel, Bavarian National Museum. So you see history of Bavaria and take a walking tour of the city to explore historical sites. And this is an historical site. You can see these 3 are the historical sites of the Munich. And obviously we need dinner to end our day. So you can see then day 2, it's telling me about some more historical sites, then some more as well. So you can see how cool it is. You just have your own travel guide with you. Okay, so it can generate travel plans for you, and that's really amazing and that's really beautiful indeed. So that's it for this video. So in the next video, what we are going to do is we will actually create a photo of that as well. Like you can see, we will try to integrate DALL-E into this as well. You know, we just created an application in Power Apps where we can actually take cool pictures from DALL-E. So in the next video, what we will going to do is we will going to create a new API integration in which we will actually integrate DALL-E into this thing, and we can actually create some cool images of the place where we want to visit. It will show some cool images of that place as well. So that would be really amazing. So thank you so much for watching this video. I shall catch you up in the next video of this section. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome back in the course making apps with ChatGPT and generative AI. So you know we made this app really cool. So let's make it cooler actually, okay? So in this video, we will try to integrate DALL-E into this thing, okay? Here is the page where my itinerary shows in this box right here. So I'll create an image right here in which we can actually show the image of that place as well. So that would be really amazing thing, okay? So what I will do here is I want the image of the place where you are going. Wouldn't that be interesting? Yes, of course, okay? So I can just click on image and I can add an image right here. So now what I can do here is I can just make the width of the image like 512, height I can make it like 512 as well. So it would be a 512 cross 512 image. So I can just close this thing out. I can just adjust this thing. Actually, I can make this a bit less wider. Yeah, that's it. This would be our image, okay, of the place where you are visiting actually. So now I need to set this thing up. If I go here, I can just insert dynamic data in image as well. So I will just get the data from page URL. I can call this parameter as img and it would be a URL. So the text is fine, okay. So that's it. I can just close this thing out. Yeah, it says get image from page URL. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's fine. So now what I need to do is I need to go into the plugins and I need to create another API, the DALL-E API, which we used in one of our previous sections in the Power Apps one. Okay. So if I come here, you can see this is my image API. So if I go to my body, yeah, it should be post. So like if I say cat and dog floating in a space with man, if I just check this API inside of my Postman, if I click on send button, it should bring back a URL for me. Okay. So let's see whether it works or not. Yeah, you can see it brought back a response for me. If I just click on this link right here, it should show me an image like cat and dog floating with a man in space. So that's it. Okay. So now what I need to do over here is, yeah, I can just click on add another call right here and I can call it as this thing like ImageAI. Okay. So we will use it as an action. The data type would be text because it would be a URL. The method would be post and our URL would be this thing right here. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And the body type would be a raw. And I can just specify my body right here, this thing. And I can just give these fixed size of 512 cross 512. And for now, this prompt is fine. Yeah, let's just initialize our call to see whether it works or not. So I just initialize call. Yeah, seems like it works. Let's just copy our URL from here, paste it inside our browser to see whether it generates an image of cat and dog floating inside of space with a man. Yeah, that's good. That's cool actually. Okay. Okay, so now our API is done for the image as well. So I'll come back to my design and let's go to our first page index and I will just go to the workflow of this thing. So here I need to add another action and I need to call in another plugin, which is ImageAI. Okay, this thing right here. Okay, so the prompt should be like the name of the location where we are going to. Okay, so I called it as location and I can say location's value. Okay, for example, if someone types Munich, Germany, so it should just generate the image of Munich. So that's actually the idea of this thing. Okay, so now what we need to do is I need to copy this thing to here, like step 3, so that we can actually pass this thing to our next page. I can add another parameter and I can call it as img. So the value of this thing would be like the result of step 3, like ChatGPT image AI. So what I'm doing here is I'm transferring the link of the image as well in the parameters. Okay. So yeah, that's done. So like when I will go to my itinerary page here, so this thing will be populated and the image will be here because I specified like get image from page URL. So that's it for this video. I hope you like this one. In the next video, we will just check it like whether it brings back the itinerary and image simultaneously or not. Okay. So thank you so much for watching this video and I shall catch you up in the next one. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Okay. All right. So the moment of truth actually. Okay. So welcome back to another video in the course making apps with ChatGPT and generative AI. And I am in the section of travel plan application. You can see right here, we just built an amazing application. So if I go to my next page, so now we will test whether our itinerary and image will actually populate simultaneously or not. So that would be the final video of this section actually. So let's test it. I'll just come back to my index page and I'll just hit the preview button. It will refresh the page for me. All right, the moment of truth. Let's check this. I can say I'm going to Rome, Italy, and I am interested in museums, and suppose I'm going for 3 days. So let's generate travel itinerary for you. So yeah, it's loading. You can see it's communicating with our API, both of our APIs actually. Okay, so it will take a while. So yeah, you can see right here that it gave me a travel itinerary for Rome, and it gave me a really cool image for Rome, Italy as well. So that's really amazing. You can see. Can you see how amazing it is? Yeah. So now you can take your application to a whole new level. You can see right here, it's just generating the image and the text at the same time. Like I showed you how you can combine multiple APIs into a single application. So that's really cool. Okay. So now what you can do is actually you can create an app that can parse this text and just generate an image. For instance, like it can parse the text for day 1, and suppose it can actually show you an image of Sistine Chapel and an image right over here. And for the day 2, it can generate another image. For day 3, it can generate another image. So that would be a bit harder because you need to parse the text. But you have all the tools, you can take it to the new level and you can actually generate something really amazing. And I have just given you the idea how you can do it. So if you go back, let's just try to give it an other prompt. Like I want to go to Paris and I am interested in food. And let's say I'm going for 1 day. Okay. So let's generate travel itinerary. So it should just generate really quickly. Yeah, you can see right here that it gave me a whole itinerary for a day, like 7 a.m. and my image will load just in a while here. Okay. So like start the day with a delicious breakfast at a famous Cafe de Flore and take the stroll through and admit beautiful gardens, visit the museum, and then enjoy a delicious lunch at renowned restaurant. This thing right here, take a boat ride along Seine River and admire the city's stunning architecture. And you can see how beautiful this image is of Paris. You can see right here. Okay, take a romantic stroll along the Champs. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so that's it for this section. I hope you learned a lot in this section. You learned how to actually create multi-pages application in Bubble. You actually learned how to actually integrate multiple APIs into a single application. And you can do many things, like you can bring your imagination into reality by using ChatGPT's API and Bubble actually. So that's really cool and amazing. So that's it for this section. I hope you like this one. And I shall catch you up in another amazing section of this course. So stay tuned and stay blessed. Have a good day. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome back with another video in the course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. So we are in the brand new section of this course. And in this section, what we're going to do is actually, we will be creating a brand new application, a really cool one in my opinion. So we will be actually creating a cover letter creation website for our daily use actually. So what it will do is actually, it will take in the job description and your experiences, and it can generate a cover letter for you like in a blink of an eye. Okay, by using this API, which we already created in one of our previous videos. So actually I want to show you that by just making a simple API, there are endless possibilities you can do with your applications actually. So in this particular video, what we'll be going to do is actually, we will be creating a web application in a way. If I show you like here, that there will be a text box on the top. Sorry for my drawing actually, it's not that good. So here it will ask you for JD, means your job description. And here it will ask you for your, there will be another text box right here. And this would be for your experiences or skills actually. And actually we will send these both things as a prompt to our API, it will bring back a response, and a response will be shown somewhere on the web page. Okay, like this will be actually a complete cover letter. So that's the idea of our application. Let me just close this thing out. So if I come back here, I need to create a new application. So I will call my app as cover letter generator 787. I think that should be unique. So I'll just click on get started. It will just open up a new app for me. So yeah, it's creating my app. So again, I want to give you a disclaimer that this course is not meant for Bubble actually. This course is meant to show you like how you can use OpenAI's API in endless ways to create many applications. Okay? Yeah, it's right here. So there are 4 steps. So the first one is like it will ask you to confirm the name of your app. That's fine. I'll go on to the next step and I can change the font. Yeah, that's good. So next. And then actually I can change the color. So I think I want something purple this time. Okay, so that's great. So I'll just go to the next step and make sure you install this API connector. As you saw in the previous section, like this is necessary to connect to your API. So I'll just click on get start building. So it's saying that build a landing page. So what I can do here is I can just grab this header or maybe this one this time. Yeah, that's fine. And yeah, layout is fine. I don't need it here. Yeah, I think I can bring this thing here. So yeah, it's looking nice actually. Okay. So you can see how many cool components are there that you can use in your application. So that's really nice. Just close this thing out. So now what I will do here is actually, let me first preview my app. So it's good to always preview your app to make sure whether it's working correct or not. Okay, your app will look like this. I wonder why there is no header on top. Yeah, it's been lost somewhere here. Okay. Yeah, if I go back here and if I refresh my page, yeah, my header has lost somewhere here. Let me click this one. I can get rid of this thing right here. Yeah, it's fine now actually. If I go back here and if I just refresh it now, yeah, it's looking nice. You can see right here, you can actually get access to these things. So now I can actually change this text and I can call it as generate a cover letter in blink of an eye. Just make it a bit smaller, maybe 55 pixels would be fine. Maybe 45. Yeah, I think multi-liner was fine actually. 50 should be fine for now. Yeah, that's good. So if I come here, you can see right here that I can go to layout and I can give the top margin of like 20 pixels. So, and I can just call the text as like making cover letter wasn't that easier before. Yeah, just like that. I can just take it to top actually. So I can just say top should be minus 100 maybe, or minus 150, or maybe 200. Minus 200 would be fine. Yeah, that's good now. You can see right here, our application is looking good. Let me refresh this thing to see what it has to offer us in this case. So yeah, it's looking good. Like generate a cover letter in blink of an eye, and making cover letter wasn't that easier before. So now what I will do here is I can just get rid of this image. I don't need this image actually. I can just delete this thing as well. All right. Okay. Now this thing is set. What I can do here is I can just click this text and I can just make a text box right here. And I can just give it a margin from top like 50 pixels. That's good. And I can just right here write down the job description for the role. Okay, so that's good. And I can just make it a bit wider actually. So if I go to width, I can call it as like 400 would be fine. Sorry, 400 pixels would be fine. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I need a multi-line input here, this thing right here. Yeah, that's good. So now actually I can just make its height like 210. Yeah, that's good. So now I can just change the placeholder text here like to your job description. Okay, so I can copy this text, paste it right here. I can change the margin top like 15 pixels, and I can edit it, and I can say what are the relevant skills slash experiences. Okay, so I need another multi-line input, this thing right here. Okay, so I can just increase its width. Okay, so just close this thing out. Yeah, just like that. Okay, so now I can change the placeholder text like your skills slash experiences. Let's enter the colon at the end. Let's see how our application is looking now. So you can see right here, it's looking nice. Just there's one issue that generate is just touching our logo. Otherwise, it's fine. So I'll come back here. So I can just give it the margin top like minus 150 pixels. So that should solve our problem actually. If I refresh it now, yeah, you can see it's looking nice actually. Awesome and amazing. Okay, so now I need a text box right here where there would be actually the response of the API here actually. Okay, so I'll make the length of it to the entire page right here, because the cover letter can sometimes be really huge. Okay, so I can just get rid of this thing right here, just make it a bit smaller, just copy this thing and just paste it right here. We can say like your customized cover letter like this. For now we can do it like this. Okay, and I can give it actually a margin, if I can see right here. Yeah, border. I can give it a border like solid, so it remains visible on the screen. I can just get rid of this text right now. Yeah, just do it like this. Okay, I think that's looking nice now. Just I think there should be a column right here. Yeah, that's fine. As I told you before that this tutorial isn't meant for Bubble actually. Okay, so now what you can do here is you can actually post your job description here, and you can write relevant skills right here. So I need a button as well. Okay, so I can just add in a button. Yeah, this button right here, I can just add it on top, or maybe here. Yeah, I can just take it to the right hand side, like give the margin from the left as like 400, maybe bring it in center. Yeah, that's good. So from top I can give it like 50 pixels. That's looking good. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I can just change the text of the button to say generate. Okay, so when I click on preview right here, and yeah, you can see right here, I think I should take this thing down actually. Yeah, this text should be. Yeah, now it's looking fine. So the idea of this application is you need to provide some job description here, then skills and experiences right here. Then when you click on this generate button actually, so it will go to the OpenAI, just do the communication with our API. So, and it will bring back a response like the customized cover letter for ourselves. And the idea is that, okay. Now we have actually everything set up as the bare bone of this application. So in the next video, we'll see how communication is done for this application with our OpenAI's API, this thing right here. So thank you so much for watching this video. I will see you in the next one. Thank you and have a good day. Bye. So all right, what's up and welcome back to the course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI, and we are in the section Making a Cover Letter with ChatGPT. So you saw in the previous video we just created this bare bone structure of our application. So in this video we'll see how you can actually make the connections, this API right here, and then generate the response. Okay, so to do so, the first step is actually I need to go to the plugins section right here, and I should have this API connector right here. If you don't have, you can add it from here as well. Okay, so I can click on add another API and I will call it as OpenAI. Okay, make sure that authentication is none or self-handled, and we don't need any headers, neither parameters, and I can call this as let me expand this thing. I can call it as completion API. Okay, and we will use this as action, and the data type it will return as text. If you have seen the previous section on Bubble, I have just mentioned it there as well. Okay, so it will be of post type. I have to copy my API right here. Okay, and we don't need headers actually. Body type will be raw. Okay, and if I copy this body right here to just test our API, so I will say hardware store. Okay, so if I click on initialize call to actually see whether our API is working correctly or not, so you can see that hardware for every home, quality you can trust. So it's working actually. Now, as we have our API set up here, so I will come back to my design right here. So this is my basic design, you can see. So now if I click on this button generate actually, so I need to add a workflow right here. Just delete all of these, delete this one as well when button generate is clicked. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to add an action here. So I'll go to my plugins and I will select OpenAI completion API. Like you can see here that this will be our body right here. So I'll just close this one out for now. So I need to add a secondary action here as well to manage my output actually. Okay, so I'll click here and I will just go to the element actions, and I need to actually set a state here. Okay, I'll bring it here in the element. I will call it as index, and custom state I will just create a new custom state. Okay, we'll set this state as CV. Okay, and state type would be text because our response would be in the form of text. Okay, I'll just click on create here. So I'll set this index.cv, the value to the output of our API, actually this thing. So I'll just click on here and I can say result of step 1, that is completion API actually. Okay, so I can just close this thing out. Now what I need to do here is, now we need to go back to our design here and we'll make sure that we select this thing actually. Okay, and make its value equal to, I will insert a dynamic data. Where is the index? Wait a minute, like index CV, like the variable we just created now. Okay, so I'll just close this thing out. So I can just test it for now with this thing right here. You can see it will bring back the response like give me a slogan for my hardware store. Then we will actually modify this prompt for us. Okay, so I'll come here, I'll just refresh this page. So it won't take anything here. Okay, whether I type here or not, it doesn't matter now. So if I click on generate, you can see that it's working. This is the status bar on top. So you can see it bring back a response like hardware for every home, quality you can trust. Basically our flow is working correctly. We just need to parameterize these things. Okay, Now, if I go back to my workflow and if I double click on this thing, here is my prompt actually, okay? So I can give it a prompt like write down a small cover letter for the following job description, okay? And here my description will go, and then I will just continue my prompt and say, and also take into account these experiences slash skills, okay? So here my experiences and skills will go. So if I click right here, I can insert dynamic data. So multi-line input job description. Here job descriptions value will go, and here if I click on insert dynamic data, so multi-line your skills slash experiences value will go. That's it. It's set. You see how easy it is to actually create a working flow for your API inside the Bubble app. That's really amazing. I can just close this thing out. If I go back here, I can say I am an accountant that works. Sorry, I have to actually refresh this page. I can say I'm an accountant that works for a financial firm. Okay, so skills I have, I can say like I worked in a multinational firm in Dubai. I also serve as managing director at XYZ whatever company. Okay, let's see whether it will bring back a customized cover letter for us or not. So if I click this thing, you can see right here, yeah, there was an error, you can see. So if I go back to my workflow right here, you can see actually it's because I just provided many spaces here. Yeah, I have to remove these spaces actually, okay. Experiences value, yeah, that's it. That's looking fine now, and I can just change the max token size to 400. The error might be because of that, because the cover letter is actually huge. So let me make it to 500 instead. So yeah, I think that it should work for now. Let's close this thing out. I will open up my sticky note here. I can copy this thing. I don't want to write it again and again. I can copy this thing as well, because I have to refresh the page and it will vanish. Okay, so let me paste it back again here. So I think it should work now. Yeah, you can see right here. Okay, like dear hiring manager, I'm writing to apply for the position of accountant at your financial firm. So it took it from here. I am confident, like with my experience in the financial industry, because I said I am an accountant that works for a financial firm. I have worked in a multinational firm in Dubai, this thing right here, where I gained valuable experience in financial analysis and reporting. I also served as managing director at XYZ company from here, where I was responsible for blah, 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 blah. Okay. So like you can see a paragraph like I am highly organized and detail oriented. Thank you for your time and consideration. So that's it. You can see how easy it is. Okay. So that's it for this video. And in the next video, what we'll be seeing actually, we will be testing this thing out into the real life job descriptions, testing this thing for the real jobs on the internet. Okay. So thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you like this one, and I shall see you in the next video. Till then, have a good day. Bye. Hello and welcome back to the course Making Apps with ChatGPT and Generative AI. And we are in the section Making Cover Letters with ChatGPT. Okay. In the previous video, you saw how we integrated our API to our application inside the Bubble platform. And in this video, we will be testing our API on the real-time jobs on Indeed. Okay. So let's say I have searched the data analyst role in Ontario, Canada. And so suppose I am here on this job like statistical data analytics, and I can copy the job description from here. Let me copy these 4 points from here. And if I come back to my application, I can paste them inside my job description right here. So you can see, and for skills and experiences, I can mention like I have worked at XYZ company as data analyst for 10 years. I have been a managing director at a government firm in Australia for 3 years. Okay, so that's fine. If I click on generate, you can see it might bring an error for us. Okay, yeah, you can see why this error is coming actually is because this thing right here is really huge actually. Okay, so if I copy this thing here, go to chat GPT, if I log in and if I continue, okay, if I say like write a summary for this job description in less than 50 words, and if I paste my job description here, you can see right here, and if I just give it to my chat GPT, okay, you can see right here it gave me a summary. Okay, if I copy this summary, go back to my application, paste my summary here, okay, and if I now click on generate, it should not give me an error now. It should bring back a valid response in this case actually. Yeah, you can see right here. I'm writing to apply for position of data analyst with 10 years of experience at data analyst at XYZ company and 3 years as managing director at government firm in Australia. I'm confident that I have the necessary skills and experience to excel in this role. So you can see it provided me with a cover letter. So the problem in this case was actually like these descriptions right here have bullet points, okay? And when we paste it right here, so our API fails actually, okay? So the idea is that you can just create an intermediate API which can actually take in your job description and relevant skills and experiences, summarize that thing, and then it can actually plug that job description and relevant skills inside of your main ChatGPT API, and it can bring a cover letter for you, okay? You can do a lot of stuff with this app actually. You can actually wrap it around inside of login and sign up functionality, okay? And you can actually make 2 to 3 pages like how our app is working. You can make it live and you can just make a complete app out of this. So another feature you can add here is you can actually make a button right here. Like when you click on that button, it should download your cover letter in the form of PDF. And that's whole a lot of things that you can do with this app actually. But this isn't in the scope of this course actually. OpenAI doesn't actually provide you the complete solution. Actually, it makes your app whole lot of fun to use actually. And it makes your app really amazing and awesome. So that was the end of our section, generating a cover letter with ChatGPT. So I hope you like this section. Thank you so much for watching, and I shall see you in another amazing section in this course. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Bye. In a world where creativity knows no bounds, OpenAI presents a groundbreaking innovation, DALL-E. Welcome to a new era of imagination and artistry. DALL-E is an OpenAI state-of-the-art image generation model. DALL-E stands for Diverse and Low Resource Image Generation, has the power to transform the way we perceive and interact with visual content. As you might be aware of the fact that just recently Microsoft Bing joined hands with DALL-E and created an image generation model that just creates image from text inside of Microsoft Bing. That's really amazing. With DALL-E, you can now unlock the limitless possibilities of creativity at your fingertips. Using DALL-E is like having a virtual artist as your ally. It understands your vision and brings it to life in ways you never thought it would have been possible. At the heart of DALL-E lies advanced deep learning algorithms, allowing it to generate highly realistic and novel images from textual prompts. Its training dataset comprises a wide range of images, ensuring it can generate outputs that span multiple domains, from everyday objects to fantastical concepts. DALL-E's user-friendly interface empowers users to effortlessly explore their creativity. Simply input a textual prompt and witness DALL-E's artistic powers. With DALL-E, I can describe a scene or concept in words, and it brings it to life with stunning visual representations. It's like collaborating with an AI co-creator, okay? It is inspiring minds, redefining creativity. You can unleash your power of imagination with DALL-E today, okay? I beg your pardon, it's not actually the promotional video. So in this video, I will gonna show you actually how you can create an API that will be created from DALL-E. We can use that API to generate images, really cool one, with just providing it prompts, okay? So that's the purpose of this video actually. So without further ado, let's get ahead and just get started, okay? Thank you. The image generation concept shook the world like a bang as OpenAI created a model, image generation model called DALL-E. So the idea is basically that someone can enter a prompt and it can generate really cool images, okay? So if I come here and if I log in here, for instance, and if you go to DALL-E, you can see how cool images these are. You can see, and they have their prompts here as well. You can write a prompt here. I have no credits here, so it will not generate an image for me now. So I can just give it any prompt, and when I click on generate, it will generate a very cool image for me, okay? So now we are going to create our own API in which a user can actually provide a prompt. So you can see this is how the sample requests look like. So I'm inside of my Python. So here you can see it's saying a cute baby sea otter. So n represents how many images you want, and the size equals 1024 cross 1024. This is basically the dimension of the photo, okay? So the cool thing about this is, for instance, you got a response and you can actually edit the response as well, okay? So you can create another endpoint where you can edit the images. For instance, if you like to modify the image, you can give some additional prompts and it can actually modify the images for you as well. So you can actually create image variations and some cool things we will be seeing in the upcoming section of this course. So, okay. So to create this API, I'll just head towards my Visual Studio Code where we used to create the other API as well, the completion, if you remember, okay? Okay, I'm already inside my VS Code, and make sure that you are in the same folder like basic Azure functions, in which we created two Azure apps like basic OpenAI and completion function right here, okay? So I can close this file out. Okay, so now what we'll do is actually, we'll create a new Azure function, okay? So for that, you need to go to your Azure extension right here. So if I just open up my subscription here, yeah, I'll make sure that it's connected. So I'll just go to my workspace and here I'll just create a new function. So it should be HTTP trigger function and the function name will be called as ImageAI. I'll just press enter to confirm. And it should be an anonymous function. We already discussed these things in the previous section as well. So if I go to my Explorer right here, just minimize these all things, and you can see right here that my ImageAI function has just been created successfully. So that's a good sign. So now what I'll do is I'll just copy everything from init.py of the completion function and I'll just paste it inside of my ImageAI, okay? Because it would be pretty much same actually, okay? We just need to change some of the functions only, okay? And one more thing, make sure that you have your own secret key. My secret key will not work in this case. So make sure that you get your secret key from your OpenAI's website. You can head over to this section right here, view API keys, and You can copy your one from here, or you can just create a new one. That's totally up to you. Okay. So the first thing I need to modify here is that instead of calling OpenAI completion function, I'll call OpenAI's image function. Okay. Inside the parameters of this image function. So here's the few things I need. So basically, I will get rid of this model because OpenAI's image function knows what model to use, so it's not required here actually. Okay, so the prompt will be there, prompt equals request body prompt, so that's fine. Okay, we need an n value as well that actually represent like how many images you want for a particular prompt. So I'll just make it equal to request underscore body, and I will give it a name as n. Okay, we also need a size of the image. So actually, size means the dimension of the image. If I come here and if I go back, so you can see that size represents like 256 cross 256, 512 cross 512, or 1024 cross 102. This is actually the size. It's always recommended to read the official documentation before getting into this thing. So that's really amazing. Okay, so I'll just call this variable as size like this. That's good. There are a few more things that can come here, but we do not want them right now. Actually, we do not want to specify n or size. It can work without it as well. Like you just put a prompt and it can just give you one photo with just a default size, but it's always recommended like you should have the ability to actually generate multiple photos. So that's really amazing. Okay. So that's pretty much the part for the image create function. So the main idea is here to actually format the response. Okay. So that's important. So if I go back to my documentation, so you can see that my response is in the form of this thing. Okay. So like created, then there's data. So first of all, I'll need to get the data from the output variable. So if I come back here, output, so I can just specify data here. After coming inside of my data, so you can see right here, this is my data. So inside my data, there are like multiple URLs. Okay, so let's make it for now that I just need the first URL of my photo. I can just go to my VS Code and just specify 0 here. So, and I can just call here like URL. Okay, so what this thing does over here, you can see right here, I just opened two windows side by side. Like this is my output variable that will just contain everything that this response has. Okay, so from my output variable, actually what I'm going to do is I'll just pick up my data, this thing right here, and then I will just specify the first instance of my data like this thing. And then I'll just extract the URL from that data. That will be this thing right here. Okay, I'll get this thing, a key and a value. All right. That's really amazing. You have just created your API. So that's pretty much it for now. One thing I need to specify here is that, like, unfortunately for now, it will only give us the URL of the first image, okay? Which is actually pretty much fine in our use case, which we are going to do in this section. But if you're looking for multiple photos, like 10 photos, 15 photos, or 20 photos in your application, so what you need to do is you just want this complete thing, like data, like this thing you can see right here. You will have to like this whole thing. Then you need to actually check for how many elements are there in that particular dictionary, and then you need a for loop to actually iterate and just extract all the URLs from that we are not going to see in this video. That's like out of the domain of this course. Okay, I'll just minimize this thing. Okay, this is our function. So now I will deploy my function to like on Microsoft Azure. So I'll go here. So I'll just click on this deploy button and deploy to function app. Yeah, it's saying like on OpenAI for 7.9, which we created in the like second or third section maybe of this course. So it's saying like, are you sure want to deploy? Yeah, obviously we want to deploy. So I'll click on deploy. Yeah, it's saying that deploying to OpenAI for 7.9, check output window for status. I'll just click on output window to see whether it's going correctly or not, or if it has any errors. Okay. All right, our deployment is complete. So now what I will do here is, this is our ImageAI's URL. You can see right here. So if I copy this URL and if I paste in browser, so it will most probably throw us an error like page not found, because we haven't provided it with some prompt or something like that. Okay, this page isn't working. So I will go to my Postman, which is our lifesaver and best friend to test APIs, you know very well. Okay, here I am in my Postman. So I'll go to my workspace and inside my API section, actually I do not need this test one thing. So I can just edit this thing, like I can call it as image API. Okay, so I can just paste my URL right here, like this URL, this one, or you can just go to your Azure subscriptions, function apps, then your workspace function resource actually, okay? And inside of your functions, you can get your image AIs. You can copy the URL function from here as well, okay? So that would be the same actually, okay? So that's good. So now in the body, I'll just go to the raw one right here. So now what I'll do is I'll just come back to my VS Code, okay? So I have to provide these three things, okay? I'll copy these three things, come back to my Postman, and I'll try to create a JSON format. So let's just convert it into JSON. Okay, I need a prompt, okay? I need number of photos and I need size, okay? So it should be wrapped around in double quotes, then a colon. Okay, I will copy a prompt like here, like 3D render of a cute tropical fish in an aquarium on a dark blue background digital art, okay? So I want this image. I'll just give a comma and I will just provide it with number of images. I'll call it as like I want one image. I have provided N1 because as the response will just receive the URL of the first image anyways, okay? So the size, I will just specify the size as, so it basically specifies some kind of format. So I'll call it as 1024 cross 1024. Okay, that's pretty much it. We have to provide only these three things. So that's good. First, I'll save this thing and then I'll just click on send button right here. So you can see that the communication has been started between OpenAI and our API. So it will probably bring back a response in a while. Yeah, you can see right here that it just provided me with a URL. I can copy this URL from here. It's really a huge URL. I just copy this thing. I'll come to a fresh tab here and I can just paste my URL right here. So let's see how our image looks like. So our prompt was 3D render of a cute tropical fish in an aquarium on a dark blue background. So let me try to open them side by side to compare to see whether a prompt is actually capable enough to represent our image, okay? Or vice versa, or our image is actually capable enough, like be worthy enough to actually represent our prompt. So it will take some time to load because the size is huge. It's 1024 cross 1024. All right, you can see that my image has already been loaded. It's really a cool image actually, okay? It's basically a 3D render. There's a cute tropical fish. Yeah, it doesn't seem like to be an aquarium, but yeah, it's a type of aquarium, you know. So on a dark blue background, and it's a digital art. So awesome and amazing. You can see right here, it's already working and you can see how powerful is it. Like you can describe something and it will just generate for you whether it exists or not. That's basically really cool and amazing, okay? So another image that I will just want to create, I'm just fancying something. You can see a Van Gogh style painting of an American footballer, or we can say football player. I'll just click on send. Yeah, it is communicating with OpenAI servers. So you can see right here that it just brought back a link. If I just press Control and click this link, so it will open this link on another page. You can already see the face. So it's loading. So it will take a while. Okay. All right, you can see right here that how cool this painting looks. This actually looks $1 million painting, okay? So the AI just generated for you in just providing a single prompt. So that's really amazing, okay? And I'll just try to give another prompt here to check whether it works or not. I'll say that a picture of Tom and Jerry being friends. This would be actually really a rare picture, so I'll just give it a size of 256 cross 256 so that it should load immediately or maybe quickly. Yeah, you can see that it gave me an image right here. So yeah, you can see how cool this image looks. This is a great image. So that's actually great. You can take your imagination to a new level using OpenAI's DALL-E, okay? So this ends this video right here. So in the next video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a front-end application where you can enter your prompts so that you can get back a response in the form of image. So all of this thing we will be doing in Power Apps. So that's it for now. I shall catch you up in the next video of this section. Stay blessed. Have a good day. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome back with another video in the course making apps with ChatGPT and generative AI, okay? And we are in the section of splash images, actually an app that will be responsible of creating stock photos like really cool stock images like by just entering the prompts, okay? So in the previous video you saw like how we created this API. You saw a bit introduction of DALL-E and OpenAI's new product, and you saw how we created this API and we tested it as well in this thing right here, okay? So if I just try to give a new prompt here, like if I say cat and our dog floating in space with a man. It can be anything, okay? It's up to your imagination, like what prompt you give to it, okay? So I'll just click on send button right here. So it should bring back a response really quickly. Yeah, you can see right here. So I'll just click on this link to open it up in a new tab over here. So you can see right here, like cat and dog floating with a man in a space. So yeah, that's actually really cool, okay? So if I just close this thing out, and now in this video, what we are going to do is we are going to create a front end. So for that, I'll use my Power Apps actually. We already used it in one of our previous videos, okay? So I'll come to Power Apps. So I'll just sign in with my Microsoft account, the one we created for Microsoft 365 in the PreWork section of this course, okay? If you remember. Yeah, you can see right here, like I have just logged into my Power Apps. So you can see right here. So I am with my company account which we created in the PreWork section of this course, okay? So that's really important. You should not be inside of your personal account, so you can always switch it from here, okay? So that's really important. So the first thing I need to do is I need to click on create option right here and then go to the blank option and the blank canvas app, okay? So I'll give this the name. I shall call this app as like stock photo generate, okay? Yeah, format, the tablet is fine actually. So I'll just click on create. So it's getting things ready for me and that's really cool. Yeah, you can skip this thing right here. So this is my canvas where I will actually build my application. And in a few minutes, we will make this application seem like a really good one, okay? So what's the idea? Let me just show you. Like if I go to insert and then I will just add a rectangle here, like here. Okay, let me change the color to a really nice one. This thing will be, actually I like to do like a bright red one. Yeah, this thing looks good. So here what I can insert is text label. Yeah, this thing, right? So let me just edit the text and I will call it as stock photo generator app. Bring your imagination to a reality. Okay, this is a punchline, for instance. This thing right here, I will just increase the font size to like maybe 25 pixels and font weight should be bold. Font style should be italic. No, Yeah, it's fine like this. Let me just change the color to like, yeah, text color to like white so that it's visible. Yeah, now it's looking nice. Okay. So now what I'll do is actually I'll just insert another text label right over here, and I'll say, please input a short and brief description of the image you wanna create. Anything you can write here, okay? It's just for demonstration purpose. So I'll just increase the font size to like 19 pixels. Sorry, 19 pixels. Just make it big, okay? Font weight should be bold, and I can change the font style as well. Yeah, this one looks good. So let me just increase the font size. Yeah, this one is good. Okay. Now I need to actually enter a text input. This thing right here. Okay. So default your text description format will be text, and font size should be like 19 would be fine, and font weight is fine. It should be like multi-line. Okay. Display mode should be, yeah, edit is fine. Position, size, padding, yeah, everything is perfect. I'll just bring it down, and then actually I need a button, this thing right here, and I'll increase the size of button, and I'll call this button as generate image. Okay, that's it. Let me just increase the font size to 19 pixels. I can change the color of button to the same one as the top. So yeah, that's look fine actually. Okay, and I can also insert media, like where is media, this thing right here, an image, yeah, here. Okay, so I can just provide a size of like 512 cross 512. Okay, make sure it's square. Yeah, it's looking good. Okay, so now this is our front end. If I just preview my app, you can see right here, it's in the preview form. So now I'll tell you what's the basic idea of this. Okay, so for instance, like you are a person in a company that actually makes presentation and you want some stock images. Okay, so like you're making a presentation on like anything. Okay, so what you do is actually you want some stock photos. The one thing is that you can go to any stock image website and just request them for images. So it will just cost you. So now your company designs a system for you in which you can actually give some description of your image, like give me an image of a water treatment plant, something like that, or anything. Okay, and when you click on generate image, so what it should do is it should take this prompt to our API, this thing right here, and it should replace this prompt, this thing like cat and dog floating in space with a man, with the prompt that comes from here. Okay, so it will replace it here, and the size would be like, I will change the size to this thing like 512 cross 512, like this, 512 cross 512. So it would be static in our case because we want to fit this image into this thing over here. Okay, so now it will just generate this URL. Okay, this thing. So we can actually take this URL as a response, and we can provide this URL into this box right here, so our image can pop up right here. So this will be a really cool application in my view. So you can actually generate any image. You can use the API and generate any image according to your need, and that would be really amazing, and that will take your imagination to a new level. Okay, so that would, you can actually generate some cool presentations or anything. And the main point is that your images will be no copyright. You can use them anywhere, and it should be actually really amazing. Okay, suppose you are writing a research paper or something like that, and you want copyright free images, so you can generate some images from here, and that would be really cool and amazing. Okay, so that was the main idea of this video, and it's your own API. You can use it like anything you want. Okay, so that's really cool and amazing. So in the next video, what we'll do is actually we'll make this Power App application to actually integrate with our API, this thing right here, so we can actually make this thing working. So like when we click on this button, so it should generate an image in no time. So that's it for this video. I hope you like this one, and thank you so much for watching, and I shall catch you up in the next video of this section. Till then, have a good time. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in the previous video you saw, we created the front end of this application like stock photo generator app, and what you can do is actually you can just provide a prompt right in here, anything, actually you have a button. You can click on generate image button. The idea is that whenever you click on this generate image button, so it should actually take this prompt to your API right in here. Just give it a prompt, and then what it should do is that it should bring back the link, and the image should show actually over here in this image box right here. Okay. So in this video, what we will do is actually we will be integrating this application with our DALL-E's API, this thing right here. Okay, OpenAI's DALL-E's API, this one, so that we can get it working. So without further ado, let's just start our video. Okay, so if I go back to my application, okay, I'm back to my app. You can see right here. So now what we want to do is actually we want to integrate this thing to our DALL-E's API. So for that, I'll go to my Power Automate section and we will be creating a new flow. Okay, yeah, you can see that it opens up this pop-up. So I'll just click create from blank. So I'm here, you can see right here. Okay, so now I'll click on new step. So here it will load up a few options for me. So here what I need to do is I will type HTTP and all related HTTP options will appear here. So I have to choose this option right here, HTTP premium. Here I need to specify a few things. So the method would be the post. And if I go back to my Postman, this is our URL. We already tested it and it's working perfectly. Okay. So here I'll just paste in my URL, and we don't need headers or queries, but we need body actually. Okay. So for body, what I will do is actually I need to copy this body. Okay. So I'll copy this body right here, which is actually working perfectly fine. So I will paste my body right here. So you can see I have a prompt like give me an image of inside view of water treatment plant, and I have the number of images 1, and I have size like 256 cross 256, but we need to change it to 512 cross 512 because our image is basically of that size in our app. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to actually modify this prompt so that it should take the prompt that user enters inside of our application. So I'll just cancel this thing out and I'll just click ask in Power Apps. So yeah, it just takes HTTP body, which is absolutely fine. Make sure that you still have it enclosed in double quotes at the start and at the end as well. Okay, so I'll make sure that I'll just bring this body into one single long line because it's the better approach. So size will come like here, this thing. Yeah, okay, that's perfect. Okay, so now we need to actually create a variable for the output in our Power Apps. So I'll just search for Power Apps right here. Okay, so I'll choose this option right here, which is respond to a Power App or flow. So when I click on this one, it says add an output. Okay, so the output will be in the form of text. I'll click text and I will call it as photo URL, and I'll specify like which will be our response. So if I see more, the body will bring back a response. So I'll just choose body here. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We are done here actually. All right, so I'll now just click on this save button right here. So it's saving for me. Yeah, you can see I am back to my application and my flow is just loading in right here. Okay, so now what I need to do is actually I'll just click on this button and I have to change the value of my button. Okay, so before that, make sure that the button's property is on select on the left right here. Okay, what we need to do is actually we need to make sure that when a user clicks this button, so it should call this flow. Okay, so I'll just type in the name of it like Power App, this thing, Power App HTTP respond to, you can see right here as well, respond to Power App or flow. So this thing, right? Yeah, I'll just specify the function dot run, and what I need to do here is I need to provide HTTP body right here. So I know in our case it would be like the prompt that user inputs in. So the name of this text input is like text input 1. So if I come back here, I will specify text input 1 dot the text value of this text input. All right, so just close this thing out. Okay, so that's good. So then we need the actual output from this as well, that we call it as photo URL in our case. And now what I will do is I will just wrap it around and make a variable. I'll say set, and I'll say image URL, and the value would be this thing. Okay, so I'll just wrap this around, and yeah, I think that's done. Okay, our generate image thing is done. So now I need to actually specify this URL to this thing as well. Okay, so I'll copy this image URL from here, which actually contains the output of our prompt right here. So I'll just specify here. So instead of sample image, I'll just call it as image URL. So yeah, that's done. So let's save this thing to make sure that we don't lose it when we refresh the page or something like that. Okay, so now I'll just run this and see whether it brings back the response or not. Okay, so I'll call it as give me an image of monkey eating peanuts. Anything you can give. Okay, it's just for demonstration purposes. So I'll just click on generate image. So you can see that it's already working and it's communicating with our API. Okay, so let's see whether it brings back the response or not. All right, you can see right here that it just brought back a really cool image of a monkey eating peanuts. So that's really awesome and amazing. You can see it's already working. We have just created our stock photo generator app that can bring your imagination to reality. So that's really good thing. Okay, so that marks the end of this section. So I'll just summarize this section for you. So in this section, we created an image generation API from DALL-E, the OpenAI's new product. Then what we did is we created a front-end application inside of our Power Apps. So, you know, Power Apps, it's really amazing and how powerful it is. Okay, so then in the last video, what we did is we integrated our API with our Power Apps application, and then we actually tested it. So let's try to give it another prompt. Okay, I'll say that show me, like, give me a painting of ancient Egyptian pyramids. Okay, I'll just click on generate image. So you know it's already been working here on the top. It's communicating with the API to bring back the results. Yeah, it just brought back an image, so that's not really accurate, but yeah, that's actually another topic, like how to give the AI prompts in a way that it understands you better. That's really called prompt engineering. If you're interested in mastering your prompt engineering techniques and you want to learn more about prompt engineering, you can check out that course as well. That's really amazing. It would be a really handy course in addition to this one. Okay, so that's it for this video and for this section. Thank you so much, and I shall catch you up in another amazing section of this course. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Bye. Hello everyone. Okay, now this is very exciting. If you have reached this part of the course, then congratulations. You have completed this course successfully. And now you have all the tools you need to build applications and solutions using ChatGPT in them. Okay, now there's a lot of things that we went through this course, right? We did a crash course on OpenAI and ChatGPT. Generally, how it works, the different models out there, the advantages and disadvantages of each, and so on and so forth. We then went through a full module on setting up our environment, creating an Azure account, installing VS Code, making sure it works with Python, making sure you have a 365 account, so you can run things like Power Apps and Power Automate on it. We then created a serverless wrapper API with ChatGPT. Now this is actually where most of the questions were, okay? We created a fully serverless wrapper API that communicated with OpenAI's server and the GPT-3 model using Azure functions. We then had several modules where we learned how to integrate ChatGPT or that serverless wrapper API into different platforms. Okay, for example, we connected it to Outlook, then we connected it to Power Apps, we connected it to Bubble, Airtable, Power Automate, and so on and so forth. Okay, finally, we took all that knowledge and we created full real solutions. And again, These are solutions and applications that are actually being used in the market right now. Obviously, our solutions are scaled down, or you can say they are skimmed down. But that's basically bare bones of it. So we created things like a cover letter creator, a stock photo generator, and much, much more, okay? And one thing I do want to say here is before we even get to the conclusion and talk about the next steps, this is a big achievement. Believe me, if you have reached to this point, that it is actually a big achievement. This is something that people who have experience with ChatGPT, only about 0.5% of them actually ever create anything real or an app with them, okay? Most of them just open up the console or chat box and just do it on the website. You have actually done it with your own application and actually integrated it. And hopefully you found efficient ways to do that